And he's going to throw his clone, and watch Jackie Love. Jackie Love is going to get baited by this clone, thinking he's getting engaged on. He's actually going to Valk out, but the real Carrier is right here. He has no Valk. He has no way out. Carrier plays this perfectly. He just utilizes every little detail of the champ to his advantage, and I just feel like, add another one to the list. He can't play this either.
It's true. His Bard is also great, but specifically with Carrier,
ban everything.
I often feel when I see Carrier playing to the best of his abilities in high-pressure situations, I'm like, is this the best player in the world? Just because of the influence you can have on the games, if you're consistently getting the enemy carry down, Thaddeus, it's very impressive because he also wasn't too hot at the beginning of the tournament.
I mean, even throughout the year, a lot of question marks were raised about his performance and would he be able to perform at the World Championship. But the conversation always happens with this roster of T1 is that when it's Worlds time, it's Magic time, and all of the players show up. And Carrier, I mean, he has been an absolute superstar, especially in the knockout.
Yeah, it's just so fun to watch. And Lord did get a chance to talk to Carrier earlier.
I keep on hearing on socials and online that this finals feels like the one in 2022 when the RX made finals. You were one of the favorite teams back then. Do you feel like this finals with KT Roster has the same feeling?
Well, KT, of course, they did fantastic job to make it all the way to the finals. But, you know, I can also say that not many people expected them to be, you know, have this run. So I can see the similarities there. But I want to say back in 2022, this year as well, T1 was a challenger as well, so maybe there's also that. But also just looking back at 2022, I was so caught with the fact that
T1 are going to finally do it.
I was obsessed.
They're going to finally
succeed.
succeed.
I think I kind of factor into the outcome
in the 3-0.
well, but this year, I'm different. I'm more like this is just a part of me chasing my dream. You know, I'm not all about winning the Worlds Finals, the trophy. It's more about one of the paths that I'm taking in order to reach my goal and my dream. So I think that there's a big difference.
Yeah, DRX 2022 was such a formative event for this T1 lineup, but on the other hand, I know that they asked some of the KT players about it, like Dioptum, and he said, I'm very flattered that you would say that there
we have 13 minutes until the start.
To DRX, but I don't
very
think
nice,
so.
very nice.
We are the first of KT who want to do this in this manner, and I think that's
See
a
what,
great point.
Reddit
And for
is
KT
going
as a
on
whole,
about,
though, they have improved so much. We've said it a few times already, but this wasn't a team
Ooh.
that we would have guessed would make it to the World Final at all.
No, especially, and I want to call out two specific players in Perfect and Peter.
Natty Nat hits rank 1. Obviously, so I already reacted to this on Twitter. The Natty Nat rank 1 thing is absolutely crazy for so many reasons. One, he does it late in season. So that's just it's so ridiculous. Obviously, Phantasm might also be able to get it. One of my initial thoughts about this, by the way, watching some of the EU West boot campers that are playing in Korea, I think it actually really goes to show how, like, I want to say, like, in quotes, like, dumb the Korean ladder has become. Because if you look at a lot of the EUS players, they're narrating and basically describing how stupid a lot of things that are going on inside of the games are. And I think that's, like, one of the most noticeable things that's going on. All right. In 24 hours, he will be competing for his 8th World Final. Oh my God, his 8th World Final for his 6th title. Dude, can you imagine if Faker wins this year, and then he won next year, and then he won the year after that? It would be like, dude, Faker would, he'd almost have 50% of all the World's titles. 8th out of, wait, this is actually the 16th. Oh my God, Faker has been in half of the World's Finals. He truly is the final boss. He's like a choose your own adventure final boss. It's like, do you go left or right? Oh my Lord. Okay. Inspired chooses Lion. Yeah, I've known about this for a while. Basically, like, there was a couple of things. I first knew that Inspired was maybe going to leave in March/April because of talks that I had with him in person. And then again in, like, August, September, I knew that it was a possibility. And then I had some meetings with him and Busio in September and October, both online and in person. And And yeah, I mean, there was definitely a multiverse of madness, guys. There was a multiverse of madness, and basically things just didn't pan out in one way. And Lion inspired an absolutely unholy amount, and yeah, and then obviously Busio made the decision to go to Carmen Corp, and so it's going to be interesting for FlyQuest obviously next year, because right now it looks like Team Liquid and Lion are going to be poised for, like, arguably top 2. And I think that is kind of scary. They have Zamudo and Sired, Saint, Berserker, and then Unknown bot lane. But the thing is like, I think the team is not stacked correctly. I think that there's going to be a lot of discord in the team. I think that a lot of discord is going to be sown in that team. And I do not know. I saw. I mean, I think I know who the coach is, and so I think that also that just does not pan out well for the 5. I don't know. This just strikes me as like that C9 lineup that the roster is just not personality stacked correctly, I think. Yeah. Where to watch World Final? Oh, what? There's Lol Park, T1 Base Camp, etc. Oh, that's kind of... Oh, this guy didn't... That's kind of sad. I mean, it's too late, right? Like, there's... I tweeted about a watch party that is free to enter, but... Yeah, ooh, that was almost a typo. And that was a typo too. Boom. Okay, I have a couple of minutes. I am going to be doing bets with Forrest during the games, but they're just sort of for fun bets, obviously. And yeah, we'll be betting on Atacon. All right. Third Drake. Okay. We're almost almost in the game. I'm basically at the end of my the cold that went through the house. Okay. Chengdu Watch Party, Twilight Sen. Dude, the Twilight Sen cinematic, I'm going to watch it right now. This was amazing, by the way. This was such an incredible cinematic.
You do not belong here, Seneschal. Mortals should not meddle with the power of gods.
Is that what you are? Gods?
Dude, I feel like, I don't even get an Uncanny Valley effect for the Xin Zhao. I actually feel like the way that they animated his face was actually so human. That was crazy.
You must have known you could not hide forever.
Beyond the veil.
So cool.
I have seen beyond the veil. Watched as the spirit of the First Lands roared to life.
I mean, it's not even actually LeBlanc, right? It's just an image, mirror image.
Yunara has fallen, and the temple's defenses are destroyed. Power will darken the world, with or without your permission.
You know not what you ask.
I know exactly what I ask. You sacrificed everything to save this world once. Let me do the same. I cannot hold him.
These are the predictions. Wait, I need to pause this. I need to see this. I need to see this. These are the predictions. Vedius Chronicler 3-0. Holy. Chronicler is the only... Oh, no. Yeah, Chronicler is the only 3-0. Everyone just wants silver scrapes, man. What's going on here? Aw. Alright. Twilight's End. Love how Atacon looks, by the way. Or not Atacon. The hen. I also don't like how Riot is being inconsistent phonetically. That's so cool, dude. The hen looks so cool. Oh my god, dude. Honestly, this gives me like a Devil May Cry type vibe. It really feels like Devil May Cry in some ways. That's just so, it's so sick. It's just so sick, man. It's so sick. As like a vision, dude, yeah, his aesthetics are just so crazy. They're so crazy good. I don't know. I like, dude, it's so good. Oh my god, it's so good. Okay. Alright, we're almost there. Close chat. Annotations off. Boom. Oh, my head feels so congested. Was that Chrissy? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, I'm going to her wedding in a few weeks. This is so sick. Wow, that dress. How much is that dress? Holy shit. Oh my god.
Another twist in the knife. Turn the screws. It's on your mind.
Is she? She's not lip syncing, right?
What you gonna do now?
I don't think she is. This is amazing.
It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head, and then you'll fly like Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. What you gonna do now?
Is she dressed like LeBlanc? Oh my god. Dude, my intrusive thoughts just thought, like, imagine if she accidentally stepped on the rope thing and then tripped. Oh, this is so creepy looking. This feels very Phyrexian. I love it.
I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. And the bigger the blade, one seat on the throne, 1 foot in the grave. Louder the moth and the bigger the flame. Do you really bleed if it washes away? Louder the bark and the bigger the flame. 1 seat on the throne, 1 foot in the grave. Don't tell me you bleed if it washes away. Tell me the walls are closing in into the fire and born again. Taste the pain and drink it in. I like it when the bite marks cut through the skin. I like it when the bite marks cut through the What's in your heart? What's left to give? When everything's broken, chasing the wind. Under those scars, there is a lion within. Stay in the moment. History lies because you wrote it. Make your heart when a sacrifice. Every scream you cry, when the blood you've given to sing the flood. Virgin sacrifice it all till they know your name. Virgin sacrifice it all. Virgin sacrifice it all. Slave on the ground below your feet. The heroes you worship.
Dude, unironically, why does that still look like it could be a scene from the MMO? Is anyone thinking that? She's very pretty. What? What is... What? Oh, these are all darkened. I recognize some of the non-named ones. Or not non-named, but not famous.
让我们以最热烈的掌声欢迎2025全球总决赛对阵双方 KT 以及 T1。有请上台选手 Perfect。
I think the nerves also get T1 or KTM. Is there gonna be a cheer? Oh, he wants to cry, wow. You can actually hear it on the file. Everything about her makeup looks so flawless. Holy shit.
"古人夜观星象，得见天界分野。遂分28星宿。
What?
又归4象：东方青龙，南方朱雀，西方白虎，北方玄武。 四象环绕，紫薇其间。T1 与 KT 于此聚首，一生积淀，只为此刻。
그리고 이 기나긴 여정은 바로 여기서 시작되었습니다. 2013년 롤 챔피언스 서머 결승전. 운명을 가른 5세트. 통신사 대전.
3년도에 KT와 결승에서 플레이를 했을 때는 사실 그렇게까지 많은 사람들이 좋아해 줄 줄 몰랐는데 13년도에 그 KT 경기로부터 제 이야기가 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
SKT 대 KT 경기를 보고 당시에 서포터였는데 페이커 선수가 제대를 플레이하는 모습을 보고 아 나도 미드라이너로 포지션 변경을 하고 싶다 라는 생각을 했었던 것 같고 거기서 제 꿈이 시작됐던 것 같습니다.
곽보성
어렸을 때 제 꿈은 롤드컵으로 처음 비행기를 타보는 것이었고 롤드컵을 우승하는 거였습니다. 롤을 안 할 때에도 LCK 보는 것을 좋아했고 EDG 전 울프 선수가 라칸 이니시를 보고 와 나도 진짜 저렇게 한번 다 같이 팀 게임에서 한번 해보고 싶다 이런 생각을 좀 많이 했었던 것 같습니다.
좀 기억나는 순간 같은 경우에는 그게 저에게 어떤 원딜을 하게 된 계기? 그런 생각을 많이 했던 것 같고요.
내 것이는 언제나 승리로만 새겨지지는 않습니다. 비록 좌절됐던 월즈 3핏의 꿈도 새 시대를 깨우는 영감이 되죠.
페이커 선수가 눈물 흘리는 장면을 라이브로 봤었는데 게임하면서 저런 감정도 느낄 수가 있구나라는 거를 많이 생각해봤었고 그래서 저도 프로게이머로서 그런 감정들을 항상 많이 느껴보고 싶었던 것 같아요.
유사는 때로는 별처럼 무겁습니다.
T1에 있을 때 당시에 외부에 관심이 너무 많다 보니까 그 무게를 견디지 못한 것 같은데 그때 시절이 너무 좀 아쉬운 것 같다라고 생각하고 있고요.
첫 데뷔하고 많은 사람들이 저를 평가할 때 두려움도 많이 느꼈고 자신감이 없었던 것 같습니다. T1에서의 저는 그때랑은 좀 많이 다르다고 생각하고
이번 연도에 팀을 구하고 있을 때 보상이가 함께 하자고 얘기해줘가지고 너무 기쁜 마음으로 함께 했는데 같이 결승에 가니까 너무 자랑스럽고 증명할 수 있는 기회가 생긴 것 같아서 너무 기쁩니다.
프로게이머로 활동을 하다 보면 청춘 그리고 20대 다른 사람들이 하는 경험들 못한다고 생각을 하는데 희생이 있어야만 위대한 업적을 이룰 수 있다고 생각합니다.
롤 e스포츠의 수많은 유산들은 한 선수와 깊이 얽혀 있습니다. 오늘 그는 누구도 이루지 못한 역사적인 월즈 3핏에 도전합니다. 8년 만에 재도전이죠. 하지만 그의 길 앞에는 그에게서 영감을 받고 자라난 선수가 서 있습니다.
3,500일이라는 시간 동안 되게 많은 굴곡이 있었던 것 같아요. 그렇지만 이제는 눈앞에 다가왔다는 게 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
2013년에 시작된 그들의 운명은 2025년 월드 챔피언십 결승 통신사 대전에서 결실을 맺습니다. 롤 e스포츠 15주년
15 years of legacies.
Years of sacrifices. Tất cả cho một khoảnh khắc.
摘星之刻。
Oh my god, Froggen.
우리가 KT의 첫 번째 별을 달아주겠습니다.
T1이 아직 이루지 못한 3핏 저희가 이루겠습니다.
보성이 형에게 빛나는 별을 선물하겠습니다.
별들은 오늘 저희 편입니다. 꿈을 꼭 이루겠습니다.
원하신다면 저에게서 쟁취해야 할 겁니다.
Everyone to the 2025 World Finals. Faker and BDD, a date with destiny, a chance for a trophy, or for 3. In the case of T1, welcome to the Cash Desk. We get ready for this game 1. It's my distinct pleasure to be joined by none other than Chronicler and Kobe.
Here we go.
For what is going to be an absolutely amazing best of 5.
An amazing day ahead of us, and what better way to start it than what we just saw? I think the most important thing for everybody watching is their emotional attachment to League of Legends and League esports, and hearing every single player on the stage talk about how much this means to them. Their whole lives poured into this moment really hits hard.
And it's the ties between the players individually, the ties between these two teams, right? There was so much. Cuz playing on T1, Doran on KT a couple of years back. And I can't wait to see what we're going to get here today. I think we're all hoping for the same thing. A series that goes the distance and the telecom war to rule them all.
All right, here we go.
Let's get into the draft
T1
now.
on red.
To me, Wukong and Rumble
Azir,
are super
Ori,
high
and
priority,
Yone
especially
banned
for
away
KT.
Wukong.
So you need to get one early. They do that, so they get the jungle part. I still think Perfect's Rumble is like his best champion, and they should probably
Talia.
still index in that pretty early on in this draft
For
before
Faker.
there's a chance
I
for
absolutely
T1
hate
to
this,
ban it
but-
out. But here you go,
God.
T1 immediately grabbing Faker's Talia, which has been point and click this tournament.
It feels like there is not a skill shot that this guy cannot connect with. He has been incredible thus far. I want to point out, as we get deeper into Fearless,
The
something to keep
Talia
our eye
does
on.
make me a little
Double
bit worried.
support bans targeted at Keria, the Bard, the Nico, impressive
I also do
stuff.
wonder what
KT,
KT
are
has
they
maybe
willing
prepared
to keep leveraging
for
these bans as we go deeper in the series?
the
Something
specific
that
game
will
1.
track, something that the Desk brought up, but the Talia, as well
Especially
as the
like
Varus
they open with
here in
Wukong,
game
which
1.
means that they
T1 are
probably
not pulling
have
any
a
punches. These are
sculpted
picks that have
comp.
been so incredibly successful
there's Rumble.
across the
And
tournament.
Varus
We're
is
doing
there
greatest
for
hits,
Guma.
right? Triple bans going towards BDD, which I think, given his form this tournament, has been absolutely stellar. Complete no-brainer. But there is that Rumble you mentioned, even when Perfect was struggling throughout this year. Rumble was a champion you could trust him on no matter what. And I love that they took away the Talia, not just because of Faker's pedigree in it, but also on what
And there's
BDD
the
has been
rise,
able to
yeah.
do with it. Particularly
Okay. Now,
that
even if you take
Wukong-Talia
Galio, things do get a little bit scary.
Absolutely lethal.
But
It's gonna be
if they
the
don't
pickup
take
of the
Galio
rise
here,
for BDD
I don't know.
and Counter-Pick.
The thing
Many
is, they might
times
want
into
to
the
they might
Riddled
want to
up
save
because Owner
Galio
gets
for
a
later in the
Sinzo.
series for Faker.
Oh, how
So
an
okay, Xinjiao
epic
gets picked
matchup
up
we
here.
have ahead of us.
Now
Watch
you
out
really
for
do want
BDD
an
looking
enchanter
some flash
for
plays,
Varus,
looking
so we're
for
probably
some
going to
solo
get
kills.
some
As you
standard
mentioned,
top
though,
laner.
we are going
like
down the tier list
Ornn
for both
or
sides. So
Cassandre
both
or
sides are
something like
getting
that,
a
or
lot
Doran.
of what they want. This is what you expect in game number 1. All right, let's get into the bottom lanes, though, because the rest of the bottom lanes for both these teams, the push has been incredibly important. So already banning out some of these poke answers to the Varus, the Ezreal has definitely been one of those.
And we heard so much about how crucial the bot lane 2v2 is. T1 securing the Varus earlier in the draft, banning away some of the potential comfort picks for Dom, something that has to be respected because KT, yes, their top side is incredible, but if it costs them a strong bot lane, it could be disastrous.
And I want to highlight as well, I think both teams drafting towards their tendencies. KT have been an incredible team-finding team this tournament. It's also what they used to take down Gen G way back in LCK playoffs. And T1 already have so much early skirmishing power, both the Varus as well as the Zinzao.
Banned away. I mean, I don't like the Alistar ban because I think that you should be inviting T1 to have Alistar and try to engage into you, because also Varus and Zin both want an Enchanter, especially because Varus is incentivized to go on hit this game, not Comet.
Sivir, Ezreal, the 280 ban. Sivir, of course, fantastic at empowering a lot of these diving threats from the side of KT. And T1, the Renata taken away. I like that. Heads-up play from the side of KT to limit the counter-engage options to make sure that their dive can be affected. But we're looking at a counter pick available as we get later in the draft.
Poppy is always support. That's really bizarre. Unless they're going to lane swap. They could hold the Poppy as a lane swap, and then they could do lane swap shenanigans. Because Varus can go up against Rumble in top lane. There's also even a chance that this is top Varus. I just think that's like way less likely.
Then the Fearless bans for later, and that would lend some more engage to this team. But they've got a lot of options open down here. He has also really liked the Caitlyn pretty early on in some of the series. Nice, okay, so they do go for the Ashe option we were talking about, and if you just pair that with some sort of team fighting
okay, so this is where I think Poppy now just has to go top lane and counter pick
champion even in some scenarios, and the double Freljord really rounds out their team fight.
And Doran gets his Ambessa. This to me is the champion that he started kind of the turnaround on. Coming into T1, there was a lot of pressure on this player, and it wasn't until that layup
this T1 draft is so fucking bad.
Really
it's so bad. It's self-counter pick. It's self-counter pick in several ways, and then also they don't just pivot the Poppy and counter pick the Braum. Now the Braum is Thanos in this game. Like what the hell is this, man?
Strong as she is,
Ashe is also so frightening.
Against a bully like Ashe.
And it is carry as Poppy, so he could just have a magical Poppy ultimate later. He could get some flash plays going on.
This is like such a gimmicky. This is such a gimmicky draft. Maybe they'll win just by like completely outplaying them. I mean, they have pick potential, but the thing is like in the extended team fights, KT's champions have too much HP.
So this is going to tell a lot for the series.
Everyone's going to be too big. If Braum, if
Doran is unable,
the other thing is that because of Braum, like everyone is sort of a carry. So like even if you pick off one of them, you still are at like potential to just fucking
bringing
die.
out the best of the best. We call them haymakers, the comfort picks, the best champions we've seen from them. A win here is crucial for the momentum, for the attitude in such a high-pressure stage, because T1 undoubtedly comfortable even when they're down. But for KT, saw them tested against Gen G, need to see them keep that momentum going forward. And we look across the board at these rosters, at these lineups, a lot of potential for huge playmaking moments, but that early game from the side of T1 with Keria on that Poppy, with the Xin for owner, is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I'm looking at early skirmishes here for T1. I'm looking at what can the mid laners do in terms of global impact. Both Ryze and Taliyah have the ability to impact side lanes. That's been a strength for both of these players. And there is also, again, the implications in Fearless, as we've highlighted, and I think that really puts even more pressure on, because BDD will not get to play Taliyah, Faker will not get to play Ryze, and Dom, he has had some insane Lethality Varus performances this tournament.
Mask and Forest, what we're
Certainly
doing.
has. Game number 1 as well. I
Casters
really
are loud,
liked how
my mic is
after
low.
the Gen G upset, multiple KT members referenced how important game number 1 was for their mentality, for their confidence in pulling off that upset. And they referenced that after game 1, they really thought they were just going to be able to do it. And so game 1 here on this huge stage, World Grand Finals versus T1. This has huge implications because T1 are the more experienced on this big stage with all of this pressure. If KT can grab that game number 1, though, that might just give them the confidence to keep that KT roller coaster going up.
Absolutely. That's the spark that we need to see because we've seen it from T1 before, to dig deep, to make the impressive runs happen, to make it to this final stage so many times. The 4th time consecutively for KT, it's a bit of a mystery. We saw them dig deep. We saw the tenacity we had been waiting for from this lineup against Gen G. In that game one that you mentioned, on the Yone, making the plays to bring it back. Can they do the same today? Moments away now from getting into the game. Bit of a delay on stage, but we have to talk about again. I feel like the top side here for KT, getting comfort. This is going to set the pace. This is going to set the tone for the series because if they get a win on these picks, that is the surefire path to bringing us late into this one.
And as another reminder, Perfect is Rumble. We even saw it for stretches in the LCK. Just get banned. Just not give him the opportunity to play this champion. Make sure that he wasn't on comfort. And thus far, Perfect's had an absolutely stellar tournament. He's been playing incredibly well. For this game. But we also haven't really seen any team pay attention towards the top side. It's all been about the bot side. And I don't really expect that to change. The Ambessa matchup to me also says we're looking to just take the early beating in lane prio and then be able to later on, once Ambessa gets to that 2 free item breakpoint, to really start dealing out that heavy damage in the side lane and in the fights.
Yeah, we'll see when Ambessa gets Eclipse, if she gets Eclipse. Honestly, we did get a little update though. I think they are remaking the champion select, so we do have a bit of time here. More anticipation before we get
I'm trying to get if the opening ceremony and the incredible video wasn't enough, we have to keep building the tension.
Thinking about sacrifice, all the players talking about
Obi talking about sacrifice in the video.
Hey, you were there. How much they have all poured into this though. It really does hit home so hard when you hear the stories of so many of the KT players being inspired by T1 members specifically. You know, BDD talking about Faker and his Zed play being the moment that he even chose to become a mid laner. As well, you know, some of these
we got tech issues here at the final space.
Wolf as well, inspiring the next generation. And now KT, these players that were inspired find themselves here on the stage capable of inspiring others.
Yeah, and it's a reminder that competitive League of Legends is grueling. How many millions of players does it take to churn out 100 pros across the world, to break it down over constant domestic tournaments into international events, to bring us down to just the 10 players left standing? How many people have lost to Faker and solo queue over the year, or BDD over the year, just to lead?
Listen, guys, look, if KT wins Worlds, all right, look, I got VODs.
We have a telecom war.
Me
in the grand finals
solo killing and beating BDD in scrims, 2019. All right, I got VODs. I can say that I've beaten a world champion in scrims.
I mean,
Mordekaiser versus Aurelia, Malzahar versus Zoe. True.
Of rivalry,
True.
Games, multiple genres of games, and now fighting over that Summoner's Cup. We have made our way onto the Rift for the first game.
A brief moment for the fans on both sides. But no surprise in any arena when the T1 fans are just that little bit louder. We've said it before, but it feels like every single arena we go to, no matter what region it is in, T1 are the hometown heroes.
Already seeing a very aggressive level 1.
So for people that don't know, me and Forrest only have one bet this game. I have T1 for the series, but me and Forrest only have one bet this game. I have Hextech and Cloud Drake for third dragon that spawns. I've already lost Hextech, of course, my luck. And Forrest has Ocean and Chemtech.
Mileage out of that, because if not, you are going to lose in the long run if you have even trades, because your opponent will be able to cheat tempo way better than you do. And we'll also see where the lane swaps might play part.
So I really do think that KT has a much better draft, but
on the other side,
I mean, come on, T1's got to win this. T1 has to win this.
We'll see which bet ends up paying off.
And it's important to note, as thrilled, as excited we are at this matchup, the story of these two teams this year has been incredibly one-sided. The most recent best of we saw, KT were able to make the upset happen, but it's only because of the tournament form that we've seen from KT that there's faith that this telecom war isn't just going to be one-sided.
Yeah, there's a little interesting bit.
I need this to be one-sided. I need KT to feel right now. Feel the nerves.
This KT roller coaster keep going up. Gen G had similar dominance over this team, and KT were able to upset them.
Yeah, and shout out to the production team for this graphic on a side note. We said Galaga, we were kind of joking, but it does feel apt. It's not a roller coaster anymore. It's a spaceship.
The lanes are all like sort of whatever. The real thing to pay attention to is that the base stats for KT are stronger at like every fucking point. people have to realize that the way that T1 wins fights is gimmicky. It's either a Talia pick or Poppy knocks away, and somehow they win the fight. It's an Enchantreless Lethality Varus and an Enchantreless Xin Zhao, and then a random no. I mean, Mbessa, the thing is like she can R onto fucking Ashe, and it doesn't matter because Ashe has such high attack speed. She's gonna proc Braum passive, and Mbessa's just gonna get fucking. She's gonna get CC chained. So, like, nothing is really happening. Wow, Faker is... So, if he gets this 3 CS, he's actually only down 2, but he's keeping BDD in the lane because he's threatening a freeze on a cannon wave with spellcasters.
This man has really been, I think, by many considered over the whole year the best jungler that we had in the LCK.
And the desk so beautifully highlighted his consistency, right? He feels like the rock for this team. That's been doubly true for T1 domestically. Of course, at Worlds, so many of the members of the team have stepped up, so it doesn't just feel like Owner running the show in the early game.
Oh, wow.
But need
Guma
to see
it.
where the early ganks are going to
Nice.
come from, because the Xin, we know, can have that early impact, even while we expect the...
Also, a competitive-only thing, Ashe with the hawk shot, super early on. Does make her a little bit weaker in the lane. Oh, man. Is this already happening? Like, what? Wait. Teleport coming in from Rise, and, yep, Braum. Yep. And Owner's.
They manages to lock him down, and that's going to be first blood. They're donating it to BDD.
The roam up the bottom lane here. Peter on the Braum again. He's able to roam early into the river. That makes the difference. The concussive blows actually makes the difference. They pop the blast cone. And it is KT who strikes
Dude,
first.
double buff Rise at 3 minutes 45 fucking seconds. Do you know how brutal this is?
And it's that bot lane prio we talked about. Because
Yeah, it's the bot prio plus the combination that Rise can obviously just TP to the ward. This is actually very bad. Faker gets punished for no reason, and now also this is going to be double crab for Cuz, so Xin Zhao is going to be very far behind. T1 are, I think, going to lose this game.
Peter roams up. And KT as a
I really do think T1 will lose this game.
We did warn against
because now Xin being as behind as he is, I mean, look at the reset. Double longsword dagger versus longsword ruby. Cuz's clear speed is going to be so much faster on all of his camps.
And what I love
Owner is down the first 2 crabs. Bottom is also ahead.
All in, Doran.
Holy shit.
Forced to flash back. Just a trade of flashes, but Doran struggling to survive now in this matchup as Peter does his best to hold the wave.
Carrier misses the pin. If they get the pin, Peter dies. Oh, that was really close. If they get the pin, Peter dies. And now they're looking for a reset, but Guma doesn't know he's on a ward, so Duck Dom's going to cancel, and Bot's going to fall even further behind. Unless, actually, wait, maybe they try to kill Ashe.
And I would say dragging his
Ooh, wait, they might try to kill Ashe, because it looks like... Yeah, Duck Dom's trying to... Oh, doesn't...
Going in. Hunter's volley, not quite enough. Now Carry is looking to finish the job.
Can Carry get the kills?
Slowly but surely, the Poppy
yeah, he has heal and flash. Yeah, surely, right?
Away. But Carry hungry for blood. A little bit more time. The Q flat forward. Duck Dam with a bit of extra movement speed, trying to make it through the minions. Duck Dam living for an extra moment, avoiding the angle back into the wall. Carry gets the knockback. The Glenn's coming out. 1 for 1 in the bottom lane.
It's 1 for 1, but like the problem is this puts them so close to Feats of War, and the lane isn't even that good. So like because you know Wukong's in close proximity. Oh my god,
Braum is there. Wukong is there.
Knocked him on the way down. He won't be there in time. However, Unbreakable Peter looking to mark him up. Concussive blows finally hitting. Auto attack reset more than enough. Guma Yushi falls at the hands of Cuz.
And KT are not letting them breathe. That is already a kill going over to Cuz. Wukong accelerated, and it's a 1.2k gold lead at 6 minutes, Kobe.
And Cuz has done so much for this KT squad. He has been carrying really heavily himself. With early money onto Wukong, you get to your Triforce so accelerated, and you can win those mid-game team fights. Here's another look at Guma baiting down until the last auto, his health bar, so that his support...
That was really good by Guma. That's just so sad, by the way, that Carrier can't just get the kill sooner.
He canceled his base, and that's what led to this extended sequence. And Carrier going for... This was fine, right? That 1-for-1 trade is good because you killed the AD carry, but it's the punish onto Guma here that turns it very much in favor of KT.
Exactly. The reason why you say that play is fine is because then they're going to assume that they get to push in on the minions afterwards, which would make it worth it. But the timings from Peter and Cuz, they've been so synced up this game. The early roam into the river, this roam here, they come back out onto the map at the perfect timing to punish the attempt to push the wave in, which
also gets first straight. Come on.
Dragon. And as we talked about,
good. 1 for 1. 1 for 1, buddy.
Game number 1 can have huge implications here as far as the confidence
Good. Message Forest on that one. Good.
They talked about it after upsetting Gen
Hex Drinker picked up first for Mbessa. I mean, that's fine because there is quite a bit of magic on the enemy team. Oh, wow, nice. Actually lands that on BDD. I mean, Faker, given the fact that BDD had double buffs, by the way, this lane state and also just the entire state of mid lane is actually quite good. He did bleed a plate, but he's only down 3 CS. So, really good. I mean, Doran getting zoned a little bit, but it's fine because he's a little ahead. Also, Perfect went really good boots if they win feats. If they win feats, these boots are a fucking problem if they win feats. But if they lose feats, these boots are actually terrible. So, but I mean, they're about to get Void Grubs, so they'll be one away from Monster Slaying.
But we also need to be real. This early
the problem is that the Rift Herald and the Dragon don't spawn at the same time, so there's no fork. So the issue is that T1 could, in theory, contest every Monster Slaying. I mean, Owner is also flipping the fucking coin right now. This just feels really bad. He's flipping a... Yeah, this is just a super sick flip. I mean, Peter has exhaust, he has flash, like, there's never a kill here. I just don't understand. Owner is flipping. I mean, Faker's moving down. He has Weaver's Wall, but like now you get the notification about Wukong. The one benefit here is that Owner does get the level 7 golems, and they do zone Ashe off of pretty big wave. So you can actually see there's quite a level lead for Varus.
And see if there is a contest over red. It looks like Cuz, you know, early pings. He knows that may be an objective that Owner would try and go for, and so immediately goes out to protect it.
Do really like the bounce back from T1 here, not getting Toronto's arrow. Okay, close. Faker, not too scared of that one. But yeah, the T1 with the presence of mind, it was about a 300 gold swing thanks to the play in the bot lane, the CS denied as well as the plates. But there were free grubs for KT. We'll see if that's going to be worth or not, because it really depends on how much access they get to.
Faker's going to be totally fine.
People, this is fearless. So the importance of these picks that have worked before, working again. Doctem played the.
I'm still just so worried. I mean, like the feats are so big this game, and KT are slated to get them.
It's a similar story for Guma. So for Doctem to take this away,
I need Cloud Drake right now. I need Cloud Drake.
Oh
my God, Doran! What the fuck?
That's crushing. Very likely would have been a sure thing on the initial kill, and now Perfect wants to go for the all-in.
What?
Carry on the way up,
wait, why is Perfect going for this? Okay, Braum is almost there, sure. Wow, it's gonna work, yeah.
Spinning right on top of Doran, and there's a Cyclone! Carrier running for his life, concussed, taken down, KT dominating game one. Perfect on his
I think the game is over. I genuinely think this game is over.
Confident on that champion. Teleports down to the bottom side, will equalize the play.
So the cross map doesn't work out, and targeting Perfect has been a strategy employed against KT for the whole year. So it makes sense that T1 tries to go for it. But once that ultimate misses, you can't keep forcing it. Perfect, able to stay alive, doesn't really take any
really bad
damage.
2k gold deficit.
His reinforcements ensure KT now up 5-1.
And then they try to get something down bottom, but they're just not quite able to. Still no first item for Varus. This Dragon is definitely poised to go the way of KT.
Is going to be how confident they will be under these bright lights. But KT are playing this game number 1 like they're the most confident I have ever seen.
Which is so impressive when we look back at the media day at the press conference, and Peter was talking about how Keria is perfect in every way. The only thing he had going for him was supposed to be his rookie spirit, but he's been first on the map. He is paired up with Cuz so incredibly well. Now almost a 2,000 gold lead for KT. T1 not out of it yet.
Wait, why did
Sent reeling in an early game where they gave the ideal top side to the side of KT, even after 3 targeted mid lane bans.
And it's honestly impressive.
All right,
really
I mean, 2 plates in mid.
Who again debuted in 2022.
They're also like,
obviously this is his first
they're doing very good on the chip damage in mid because of that first plate that was captured. Normally it would probably only be like 1 1/4 plate, but the double buffs were definitely overwhelming, and so
we're actually seeing, I think,
things are looking a little bit rough. Kraken Slayer's already there for Ashe. I mean, there's Yunus for Varus, but feels really bad. There's also no way to answer Ryze in the later stages. All right, T1. Come on, man, I need Cloud Drake here.
Poppy can still secure a numbers advantage.
KT
I need
don't
Cloud
have
Drake.
Cryo
I
in the
need
lanes.
Cloud Drake here.
They have enough vision
Please.
to know the objective hasn't been started, but they have to be careful at checking Fog of War. They wait to have
This is
3
actually
They
gonna be.
block
This
area,
is
and
gonna
they
be
know that
one
is
of
their time
T1's
to step
best
up.
chances to
Owner
fight.
waiting. Gumayusi on the way in. Arrow connecting. No chance
Holy
to use the
shit,
crescent
Carrier
guard. It
just
might be
whiffed
too
his
late by
R.
the time
He
Owner
just
does it.
whiffed his
Rumble
R.
behind
Are
and
you
BDD
serious? Weaver's
right on
wall
top of
comes
Owner,
out.
but Faker is there to cover. And
Owner
Chili,
doesn't
he's
get
running out to
stunned.
safety.
Oh, he
He's
does
knocked
now.
him. Starts to rain
Oh,
hell
Owner
on
flashes
Owner,
out.
but the
Okay.
Zen is too damn tanky. The objective in the sights of KD. Kuma, not enough time to charge the
damn it, it's
arrow.
Mountain.
Second Drake
Oh, both
dropping
miss.
for KT Rolster.
And T1 second smite, this time cannot find the arrow. Second Drake goes over, and it's again no hesitation from KT.
KT, I mean, they've just been so methodical in this game with their lane assignments, with their choices here for objectives. They pull the pincer closed. They trap T1, force them off. Multiple flashes invested from both sides, though. So I'm definitely looking at Doctum as well. This Ashe with no cleanse and no flash after this bottom side river fight. That may be an area where T1 look to try and punish him, to try and get some gold to get back into this game.
Because it does feel thus far, KT has been the one calling most of the shots. Really, even the kill that they got onto Doctum was him going in. He did get punished for that, traded, but it's really been KT on the forward. Even here, where they did not have Cryo, as you highlighted, Dracos, they were still able to use the engage power of that Ashe as well as the Wukong. And I shudder to think what would have happened if Perfect had joined that fight, because the Rumble with the equalizer could have made that a lot worse. T1 was able to get out. And they
Still only a
will
2K
keep
deficit.
the goal
He doesn't get the
within
plate here
relative
because
touching
he doesn't
distance. But
escort the
early
wave
Drake
into the
stacking,
turret, so
an
plate just
incredible
goes to the
team-fighting,
void, sadly.
team composition, and
But
just
that would
the
have easily been
KT is playing
one of the
thus
best
far
things they
is
could
really
have done.
impressive.
The feats are also really painful. I am confused beyond belief why Cuz, who has essentially CC cancels in his kit, because he's fine to be stationary if he's already in Cyclone and stuff. I don't know why he would ever go Merc Treads. I genuinely don't understand. It makes so much more value to have the physical damage resistance against Varus, Poppy, and Xin Zhao.
The Ashe in mid.
Very
So far,
confusing.
I
I mean,
think
Duck Dom
Doctum's
even
playing incredibly well. Look how
Duck who's not even
on
in the
Ashe
fray,
right now when
right,
nobody near
is
him. He
going
backed off
steel
to the
plated
tower,
for
even
armored
nobody's
advance.
showing. He's got his
It's
hot
very,
shot,
very, very
and
big.
KT have plenty of vision for him up through the top side of mid lane, giving him that safety where he can just kind of hug that wall. And so I feel like KT almost removing any of these comeback options, these avenues for T1, because they know that's what they're looking for. But BDD!
What?
Committing the root does
What is
manage
Doran
to connect.
doing?
Doran can't keep the dive. But BDD's not going to over push
Oh
here.
my lord.
Nice
Okay.
force by Doran. Gets his ult off, and BDD
And
forced the
nothing ends
flash.
up happening,
Big
obviously,
win
in
there
top.
because that does mean some of the engages of
There's no
T1
feats
a lot more scary.
that are even stressed right now. Mountain Drake is extremely big for both parties. It's larger for KT to get it just because it squeezes T1 that much more. Doran has to flash. Does he actually still die? The Hexbreaker comes out. Redemption comes down by carry,
Will
okay.
not be available, crucially, for this Herald. KT are already on it, and they've just been one step ahead of T1 the entire game.
Herald guaranteed, and what is the counterplay for T1 even? With Doran being pushed off of the top side of the map,
Yeah.
there's not much for them to get except
This
for
isn't even a
photo grab.
byproduct of like
Bottom
the
side
Xin Zhao just loses the first crab. If your game falls apart this hard because you simply lose, what the fuck is Doran doing?
Doran can't push a single button.
What is going on? Anyways, yeah, that's also the effect of what I was saying with what's going to happen to Mbessa in team fights.
But it's KT who get it.
They've got the boot upgrades already, and they get the tower early here. 2,000 now the goal.
Yeah, I don't think that's that big. Duck Dom's also done a really good job at staying relevant despite a lot of the pressure that was exerted by T1 down in bottom. So
You know what goes up eventually.
a little bit of poke.
Oh,
Okay, that's a really good poke by Guma actually.
But
That
I
was
want
a
to
really
highlight
good
what did
movement.
this cost for T1.
Okay.
So Doran TP's top to try and salvage this
Yeah.
turret, right?
That's
Stall.
quite good.
If there's two people
Yeah,
there,
he
can
tries to
probably
TP
at
top,
least
but
keep it alive
he's not able
long
to
enough
move.
for his team
And this
to
is
win
what
it.
we're going to
But
see in the
he
later
TP's in.
team fights as
Fake
well
also
by
has to
Mbessa
TP
is
towards top to
so
prevent
hard
them
pressed.
from
The
taking down
other
inner.
issue is
So now
T1 needs to win this Mountain Drake. If they don't get this Mountain Drake, it might only be, 5% resists. It might only be, 3.5 armor or whatever for like Rise and, some other champions. But that 5% starts to matter once champions' base levels start getting so high and their HP values are really high. The minor amount of like resistances. And then obviously it puts them on Soul Point, and it makes the Soul Point fight that much more difficult for T1 because it's just when you also add in feats, which are already the flat 5 armor and MR across the board, and then you get the mountain, which is also then giving, you know, you're talking about like 10. So you're talking about 3 to 4%, right, roughly, additional versus X-type damage. It's problematic when T1 are already so hard-pressed to be able to deal damage in fights. It's just a really bad draft, but it is what it is.
Wall to try to block the initial charge. Is just going to deny that. Well played. Good piece of mind by Faker to deny that potential prio point.
Faker uses the Weaver's Wall, but they just lose. They just lose Mountain, or like what? Oh my God, dude! This is so crazy. I mean, Faker's shoving mid, but he doesn't have a Weaver's Wall, so he's shoving, and now he's gonna try to come. Perfect has a perfect angle for Equalizer right now. This is crazy. BDD hiding out on the right-hand side, zoning out Doran, who would obviously look for perfect execution. This is such a difficult fucking angle, but T1 know that they have to approach it. I mean, even Ash right now, at this current item, look at that Equalizer. Owner goes in, but like, okay. Oh my God, Owner got out. Oh my God, T1 are doing it. Oh my God, they're getting away with murder. Man, this can't happen, man. What the fuck? It's not right, man. It's not right. I'm pissed, actually, by the way. Fuck my heart rate. Fuck that thing. That thing is... We're all upset because this is not okay.
Into the pincer. That objective just a little bit too juicy, but they will pay for it very heavily.
This is, dude, that was actually so perfect, dude. Oh my God. Boner gets a multi-man crescent guard. Carrier knocks perfect away, which is criminal, by the way, after the Equalizer that he got. And then look, it's like these flowers raised as corpses for It's just not real. I mean, T1 are just gonna fucking, they're gonna win. They're gonna win. They're gonna, you know, let me actually tweet that, you know what, actually, fuck it, let me tweet that KT are gonna win this game, actually. Let me tweet that even though they lost the one Mountain Drake, KT are surely in the position that T1 are not going to win.
Critical for that T1 advantage.
Despite losing
Zin in the trailer, right?
the
Zin, some new lore. Maybe Owner is the main character.
Really matter.
And I want to highlight what you said earlier,
KT are
Kobe,
too
because
far.
it was really, if you looked at the actual item finishes, basically everyone in the game was sitting on like an item and a couple of components. So if KT have maybe a couple more breakpoints that they've hit, could have been a difference maker. Now T1, slight gold lead, but I do think it's again important to remind everyone that I do still love the KT Cup when it comes to the actual 5v5, but we are seeing if Doran and or Owner...
There's the early Roa that activates just in time for Adacon as well.
Yeah, and the reason we keep highlighting a lot of the setup players here for this team is because if you do have good setup for Taliyah, Faker's Taliyah, the combos are so deadly. And Faker this tournament as well has been able to do a lot of raw Taliyah Ws to find picks and find burst damage. So let's see about the approach to the Otacon.
Otacon
Okay. This does not make any sense to start, by the way. It makes no sense to start if you're KT. You are going to get frail and unworthied so hard, and then it doesn't matter. Dude, Varus is going to be dealing so much damage with his lethality. Crit Bloom as well. Faker's learning by the end of the tournament. Amazing. Someone showed him the math.
TP's into the fight if needed. Owner in the area. It might come down to just a 50-50, but Faker also has access to the Weaver's Wall critically.
No, stop. Just fucking push! Just keep pushing top, man, like you're pregnant. Oh my God.
No, they have an advantage.
Are we in labor or not? What are we doing?
Flash forward. Ulti into the back. Immediately thinks he kicked off. Peter does his best to hold
Yes!
to keep Doc Dom standing. Cuz taken out as well.
Yes! And Bessa, find the Twinks!
Totally unfazed. Carrier there to stop any further fall.
Yes! Oh my God, the heal actually came through on Doran. Give him 143.
And it's the Crook Lord that finds his mark. Duckdom goes down and T1 turn onto Otacon.
Cuz turn back, BDD. BDD needs to make his stand right now. He needs to make a Faker what was that kind of moment. But wait, it looks like T1. They're going to wisely back off. They're not going to fucking risk it. They're not going to risk it. Carrier finds Cuz. Doesn't do the Scar award. But never mind. BDD, oh, he loses Seraph! He gets no value out of Seraph! But he does take Doran with him. T1, low-key, kind of griefing. Here comes teleport from Faker. Realm Warp. Trying to make a flank, but Faker!
Looking for a bit more damage, but T1, they find the double for Carrier. They take the Thornbound Otacon, and perfect. It is too little. It is too late.
Faker teleports in and he sets
God.
KT try their darndest to get that objective, not able to do so. And so many cooldowns used there as well. That's going to set up perfectly for T1. 3.5k gold lead. 1 minute till the next Mountain Dragon. And now T1, it feels like they're in full control.
What a fight, what a scramble. BDD makes a heads-up play, flashing onto Doran to get the first kill of the fight. And then T1 are communicating the teleport arrival from Faker. Look at Owner running away so that Cuz can't find burst damage onto him. And once Faker comes in,
so
gets
sick.
a double shove.
It's so sick.
Shove ends the fight immediately.
They got Atacon. That's so fucking big because it fights back against feats if you just get a pick in a team fight. Also, we're not at this fight. Conveniently, it took place at a timing where Ashe doesn't have
38 petals,
what she needs to, like, the fact that the Ambessa Xin is able to get that angle is so unnatural that Braum can't stop it, and that Wukong isn't in a position to stop it either. That is not a natural sequence. And now T1, they're the ones in position.
For Faker, Perfect's utilized in the previous fight.
This is so good.
Things are getting dark for the side
This
of
is so
KT.
good. Oh, things are getting real dark.
Back to
Yes.
the bottom lane to try to get vision of this area. They could not secure the third Drake, but they desperately want the soul point. They spot Faker on the flank. One more fumbled fight might just take them out of this game entirely.
Cuz is getting chunked, already took an arrow. Faker's looking to split the fight.
7k.
Okay. Faker looking to
Cuz
split
gonna
it.
have a hard time
Let's
healing
see.
back up that chip
Now remember, they have
damage.
Weaver's Wall and they have Poppy. Peter needs to not use his shield. Okay, they actually, they reset it. Faker, ooh, shoves in the mid wave, and it's a cannon too. And he gets it. Okay. Oh, Peter's taking a lot of damage. This is a big problem. Carrier goes in! Oh my god! Oh, the quickness! Rakan's not in the game, but he may as well be. Holy shit! Ah, Guma's dead. Fuck. Guma's dead, but they win the dragon, so they get the... Yeah, I mean, Guma just got 4 armor off that, by the way. He got 4 armor, and he got 3 MR. Like, these things are adding up. Oh, wow, Faker. Oh, my god. Because of the wave that was shoved in, they actually get mid-turret as well. Oh, my god, Perfect. He has flash. Perfect has flash. Perfect has flash. Okay, they're not going to chase. They're not going to chase. Okay. And also because of the way that Perfect itemized with the Leandres into the Zanyas, and because he's kind of feast or famined this game.
What an engage. Honestly, let's watch it again, guys.
As look at the combo here, and it's the immediate follow-up.
That was really fast by Keria. That was really well done. I mean, it was really nice by what BDD does to get the assassination onto Guma.
Again,
But
without
still.
that Wukong, without that front to back in these messy skirmishes, T1 is just reigning supreme.
The confidence in each other is what really makes this team elite here for T1. You said it, no hesitation from them. They all go in at the same moment. They all find the engage. They find the kills. And they find themselves almost 5,000 gold in the lead.
It's not just that. Look at the levels. Doran is 2 levels up. Our owner is 2 levels up. BDD is kind of okay, and indeed, as Kobe nicely points out to me, we already talked about it's 43-2, right? So BDD is the only one that's even because of the Roa, and now, as T1 does, they're going to start up this Baron.
And it's a terrifying position for KT because they know if a single member of their team makes a misstep, the fight very likely ends. The Braum was supposed to be the tool that stopped this dive from Doran, that stopped the dive from Owner from coming through. But if T1 are the ones to kick it off, it just has not been enough.
Seen this one before.
BDD has Realm Warp.
Go for it. We've seen this exact bait a million times. Obviously, Faker does a flash. If they try to arrow, could have made it out, but they don't want to go for it.
Yeah. Faker with his arm guard has a couple of ways to buy some time if you overextend going for the chase. But then you look at the mentality on the other side as KT, and you kind of have to go for one of these plays to pick someone off out of position. You have to hope that you're going to be able to surprise someone with an Ashe arrow and immediately...
Looks like Edge of Night's going to be the next item for Varus. The boots are all coming in. That's a lot of extra. That's a lot of extra HP in the fights for KT, even on their squishies. Zanya is finally complete, so Perfect gets the reactivation of the item.
Crucial for the next fight. The combo is
the issue is that T1 are very favored, and now also with like the Zanyas and the resistances that are present on 3 of their champions. I mean Poppy as well, getting the 10% increase by the mountains and stuff. If you're KT, the issue is that you want BDD to be able to split push, but he can't.
that helps.
Because they're behind on tempo, but pretty much across the map, they can't get any leverage over any of the lanes. And also because of how far behind Rumble is compared to Mbessa, she can't do anything in the sides. And so your Ryze is locked. Oh my god, wait.
Use the arm guard, extra shield coming in. Faker, stone cold as he holds the cooldown. Docdam starting to push forward, but he really doesn't
That was a lot of damage. I mean, you also just see, by the way, that Talia does not do damage to Ryze. She does not do damage to Ryze. Ryze will absolutely pop her in like a stationary fight.
And it was the resilience of KT that got them the win against Gen G. That game looked dire as well. TP comes in from Faker. Won't have his ult. Zona goes in.
Catch him out. Unbreakable used to kick off the fight. That's the ulti from Gumi.
Okay, Peter. Peter doesn't die. BDD flashes in because if they know if they kill Owner, then they get Baron. Oh my god. But it's a trade. It's a trade. Jungle for jungle. But now Perfect's been caught by Faker. But hold on, BDD's right there. Oh my god, he was hiding out of vision. Goes into Zanyas, tries to get the realm warp. Carry says, fuck you. Karibo, hello.
Right in time as KT are effortlessly dismantled. Doran dropping Perfect as well.
And they're going to at least get the shove. I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to play for the end, but not going to be the case. TP's toward the Baron, and T1 about to close out this game.
Yep, that's a T1 Baron, all right. Here's another look. Owner starts it out early, knowing that they have the rotation up from Faker as well. And so bottom side of the fight, you see Faker coming over while Owner, his ultimate actually expires, and they trade 1-for-1 on those junglers. But since Faker's able to section off the rest of the KT members here, Perfect has to flash, and BDD doesn't get.
Now they have the Baron. I mean, the Baron goes into the third grade. It's really difficult. It's very difficult for KD to be able to win this game. It's so hard for KD to be able to win this game.
Which meant that they were severely lacking damage there.
And again, Faker, perfect knowledge of his cooldowns in that extended fight. Waits for the Seraph, knows it'll save him. Still has access, crucially, to the Zanyas when BDD and Perfect try to go all in. But now, the Hail Mary, KT betting it all. 5 members strong, but it's a Baron buff empowering T1. As long as they buy time here, they're chipping away at that Red Bull Baron power play. Objective getting lower. Owner waiting over the wall to divide the team coming in from Faker. Denied a bit by Peter, and it's Owner now on the flank looking for Cuz. Not sure if he's found him.
Owner.
Owner instantaneously in the back line.
Perfect execution! And on the Cuz, Duckdown will go down! Dude, Perfect is doing nothing, by the way. Perfect is the opposite of Perfect in these fights. Oh my god, Guma, oh my god.
Sundering blow. KT pulling away.
Wait, why not just finish? Okay,
Perfect! Perfect! The Baron still backing him up. The dragon in their sights. T1
honestly, Perfect's play, he is perfect. He's perfect for all the T1 fans in this world.
Soul point because T1 took that Baron. Not going to end up working out. That's going to be triple.
So the Baron ends up securing them like a lot more gold. Obviously the XP coupled with the Atacon and stuff. Now they get third dragon. They're on soul point. That looked like it was actually dangerous. If Owner dies even just a little bit quicker, this fight turns out very different. This is so hard for BDD.
Look at the burst damage there.
Yeah.
As well at the
and then Perfect's not really doing anything. I mean, the realm warp needed to be a little bit quicker, but it just doesn't matter. Perfect's just not.
Well, the rest of the team escapes in the realm warp on the edge.
Okay.
And you can see there's so much damage from this KT top side, but I guarantee if we were to look at the healing, the Owner, that Sundered Sky is doing a ton of work. The shielding coming in from Doran, making it so impossible for KT, even when they spot that member isolated, even when they think that someone like Owner has overstepped, they just cannot finish these crucial kills. On top of that, their reliance on magic damage to burst through health bars being very heavily mitigated by the double Maw of Malmortius for Doran and Owner respectively.
In the moment that Doctom's taken out of the fight, Cuz alone can't really do enough AD damage. And guess what? He's been taken out every single time. As being Ashe against all these dive threats, T1, even though the very early skirmish didn't go their way, are now marching on KT's base.
Final wave of this Red Bull Baron power play. Brought in the mid lane from Faker. Wall to isolate the tower. They want to break open the space, limit the options for KT.
They don't have to look for the end of the game here. It really depends on if KT are going to try to pull the trigger on T1, if something like that's going to end up happening.
For T1, is Faker still fishing for the flick back, for the seismic shove. But KT running out of options fast. The damage has not been enough. The positioning, the setups just have not been good enough. And T1 have been more than happy to punish and tear apart this KT team.
So telling that KT is still stuck at 2 pedals, because ever since T1 is going to control
they haven't been able to play the game. They've just been locked out of objectives, locked out of lanes. And now it's hard to imagine a world where this game one can go their way. T1 with the resilience, the experience of this roster. Again, 4 of which were 1 game away from making it 5 Worlds Finals in a row.
Banshee's Veil on Faker. I'm not a really big fan of that. I would rather Verdant Barrier, but his logic is probably that he wants the inventory space for the control wards. Verdant Barrier is Banshee's Veil, and then if you allocate the difference in Verdant Barrier and Banshee's Veil gold towards another item, you end up being 50% towards that item. So I mean, yeah, that's why I don't like it. I would really like for him to have like even Leandri's in this game.
One of many defenses that they're going to need to fight their way back into this.
Maybe Shadow Flame is actually just better because Mbessa and Xin do get them like quite low. So the Cinder Bloom or whatever would end up proccing. I mean, that is the thing.
I don't even care about the pedal math anymore. All you need to know is it is a lot. It is a lot of lead.
Yeah, the pedal math is disgusting. 47 flowers.
For a misstep from the side of T1 to bring them back.
And you already kind of start to think about drafts for the rest of the series as well, as we are in Fearless.
Yeah, I mean, Galio is still open. The fact that T1 won with this draft is actually really fucking big.
Yeah, Keria, he had amazing Poppy ultimates this game. He had amazing engagements.
They gut a lot of what would be probably perceived as like key champions out of the draft. And then KT...
this player is just
like when you think about some of the champions that were banned away and the fact that like Galio is still existing and stuff for Faker, I mean, this is all very good. The fact that like Azir Ori are still here and a trade could maybe end up taking place, in which case obviously Faker is very happy to handshake that.
Why this player is held in such high regard, and a reminder to what a glow up in form he has had.
Cyrildas is there. Mortal Reminder, very well done by Duckdom. Deathcap is almost there for Ryze. So the Baron is going to be the one last chance that KT has. They're all item deficited, but they're all EXP deficited. But the problem is that the EXP deficit, the base stats in terms of like HP and resists, are almost negated by the boots, right? So in that regard, it's actually somewhat even, like HP and other stuff wise, but still, T1 with all the extra items and stuff, the extra 15% from the Mountain Drakes. Like, what is Varus' armor and MR right now? As like the squishiest champion on T1. I'm actually curious. Has he eclipsed 100?
Coming in for Cuz, 4th item for BDD, that death cap. Maybe now if they catch someone
showing the inhibitor clock, unfortunately. Baron's up. Yeah, I mean, they've controlled this so well. I mean, Xin can just start it. Doran's moving over. This is a very difficult approach. Basically, the only way that you can approach this is, realistically, I think, with Realm Warp because of the speed of it. So, let's see. Are they? Yeah, it has to be a big Realm Warp. Chronicler's saying, oh, it's over. Oh, it's so over. Yeah. Wow. Keria just takes fucking Cuz out. Holy shit.
It's not worth it. They decide they don't want it. Instead, they're going to turn.
There it is. Guma gets it again.
4 seconds. T1 already have secured the Baron on the back of the Keeper's verdict from Keria. Now they might just look to end it here.
Oh my god, Duckdom gets hit with Flash. That is crazy.
KT now chasing out as well. BDD trying to well more back.
Peter doesn't die. Oh, but BDD gets shoved out. I mean, oh my god. And then Keria uses the ranged auto. Oh my god, dude.
Coming through. Perfect and Cuz, the last 2 left standing.
It's over. Nice.
Put a TP
nice.
into the base to
Big
bring
wins.
back and seal the deal in game 1. T1. What a performance.
And Perfect running for the hills. I don't think his survival is gonna matter as Doran and Keria show a masterclass in this game 1. The lane for both, I think, looked a little precarious, but those team fights, man, that's a smile on the face of T1's top laner.
Doran was a heat-seeking missile in this game. He found Duckdom over and over and over. Analysts, how are you feeling about game number 1?
Well, Kobe, T1 is firing on all cylinders, stepping into this final, doing what they do best, honestly, performing in Worlds Finals and beating KT, Emily.
Wow, you really had to do me like that.
I did.
She did tell me before this she had a surprise because I was like, just come to me first and I'll just be like, this is looking a lot
The surprise is pain.
regular
All right, I really think that everything's looking good right now for T1. Everything's looking good.
Thank you for making me feel at home.
It's okay. Are you used to the feeling, though, that KT
Dude,
has such
honestly,
a great
these
early
outfits
game, but
that
then
like
drop the
Shocks
ball?
has, the outfit that Chrissy has, like all of it is so fucking
Sometimes I have it in
crazy.
him. I
like,
did
good.
really think that KT's early game started off very well. I was expecting the bot lane to be huge, right? And I actually did think the way they played specifically around Peter's Braum, linking up with Cuz, as you can see Cuz's early
Peter was
stats
great.
there. Yeah, exactly. I knew you'd agree with me because I'm also talking about your GOAT, but then it all went wrong, Azil.
It did, or it all went right for T1.
True.
And
All right,
every
let me
second
see what
counts
Reddit
thanks to
is.
reliable Cisco network. Owner turns the tides at Dragon. So I want to rewatch this team fight. A couple crazy things happened in this moment. As we'll pull this up and I'll do a telestrator for it. So it is 2.5K gold lead up at the top of the screen. It's 2 Dragons in a row. KT,
How do I do
early game
the
really
thing?
could not have
Wait,
gone better.
I do.
They're going to
boom,
find what looks
right?
to be a brilliant
Yeah,
engage on the T1.
So let me mute this. Let's look at where's game one? Where's game one? Okay. Okay. Where's this? Where is it? I'll just hit Rising, I guess. Okay. All right, game one discussion. Okay. KT strike first in this game. Peter was able to roam first and help Cuz, etc. It's not. Oh, it's not like a. Okay. The Krug Lord sends his regards. Yep. Delete that Mbessa champ. She's already dead though. So is Zinzhao, but both were there. That's true. What a statement game by Faker. 22 out of 25 kill participation. It's actually just so fucking crazy, by the way, how consistently Faker just shows up at internationals. Holy shit. My theory, by the way, on why T1 are able to do what they do at internationals is actually just because, like, okay, I'm going to use an analogy, okay? I'm not saying that they're genetically superior, okay? I'm going to use an analogy here. Obviously, there are certain fitness people that have better genetics, right? Like they have, you know, like one of the really famous ones of all time is like Ziz, right? ZYZZ or whatever. He had like really crazy genetics. There's other people that have just really crazy genetics. I think like someone that everyone knows has absolutely just nuts fucking genetics right now. That's one of the most famous people in the world is IShowSpeed. That guy has absolutely unfucking holy genetics, and there's no denying it. It's just what it is. Okay. I think that T1's players, right? So I'm talking about like the core that has stayed together for a long time. Owner, Keria, Guma, and Faker, right? I think that they are basically 4 of the most talented players to obviously ever play the game. And obviously, any pro player that is getting Worlds, right, is obviously talented, right? But I am talking about, I think that those 4 are sort of creme de la creme. Or that like amongst all genius is genius, right? They're a special type of player amongst the special types of players. So I think the fact that they've been together as long as they have, and what ends up happening is Worlds is very similar to Fitness Island. And Fitness Island is the example that I try to use to explain why the level in pro play has not really improved that much over the years, or it does so at a snail's pace. Fitness Island is, imagine in the middle of the ocean, there is a fictional island, and a helicopter comes and picks up people that are, you know, overweight, you know, slightly overweight, morbidly obese, you know, fit but not like jacked or something, etc. Helicopter comes and puts you on the island, okay? So it comes, it picks you up, and it puts you on this nice little island, all right? So here you are on your island, and you know you have like, I don't know, you have a tree. No, I can't really draw. All right, I'm not gonna draw. I'm not even gonna try to draw. Okay, so you have your tree, whatever. This is your island. Okay, and there's a bunch of water that obviously surround you. Okay, so you have an island. So the helicopter comes and it drops everyone off at Fitness Island. So this is Fitness Island. Okay, so we're gonna call this Fitness Island. Fitness Island. What ends up happening here is that for the next 30 days, or next 42 days, whatever, which is average what historically World's time was, you are only going to train, eat well, and do all these things on this island, okay? Whether you want to or not, because that's all that you're going to be doing on this island, naturally, your body is going to improve, okay? All of your, all your blood work is going to improve. You're going to start to get more jacked. You're going to start to get more lean. You're going to lose weight. Everything about it is just going to be good, okay? Now, because people were just simply picked up in a helicopter and put on Fitness Island, as soon as the helicopter comes back again and it picks them up and it brings them back to wherever they were, they're not going to keep doing what they did on Fitness Island. And almost every single participant on Fitness Island doesn't understand the science that goes into why the changes to their body happen the way that they do, right? And if you watch certain fitness YouTubers, there are certain ones that are science-based, and then there are ones that are just ripped, and they're jacked, and they're lean. And the other problem is that League of Legends esports as a scene and as a community accepts title and title and achievements and all these other things over just something that is demonstrable, right? So if someone comes along, like for instance, I don't know, let's say Natty Nat, okay? Or maybe not Natty Nat. Let's just use someone else, right? Someone comes along and says, hey, you can do this on this champion, and you can, you can path like this, or you can do this, or this is the reason to do this. They will look at the person, not engage with what the person's saying, not bother to understand whether what the person's saying is right or wrong, and they will evaluate the person simply based on whatever their title is or whatever their name is, right? And if that person just happens to criticize or point out an optimization that someone like Owner could do, the person would then say, or the mass majority, 99% of the scene, would say, Owner is a potential, 4-time world champion. Who the fuck are you? You're an idiot. You're wrong, blah, 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 blah. Because they, one, don't have discernibility to tell whether if Owner is correct or what the person is saying is accurate. And then two, the way that they arrive at conclusions is not through the previously aforementioned methods. So what ends up happening is that because the majority of the scene operates like this, and because there are a lot of non-experts who hire experts in the scene that can't vet for things like this, discern things like this, blah, 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 and because this is the main methodology that people use, what ends up happening is a lack of progression. Because people leave Fitness Island, and they go back, and they don't get why certain things are the way that they are, right? One really common example that you can witness in everyday life is people will say randomly that a food is healthy or unhealthy, right? Just simply based on what the generic surface level appearances of the food, right? And we know this by, YouTube videos that highlight common misconceptions or common misbeliefs, right? You can have this weird salad bowl that a restaurant sells, and people think, oh man, it's a salad, right? It has chicken in it. It's a salad. That's healthy. That's healthy. And then they break down the nutrition of what is actually in the salad, and it shows it as actually being more unhealthy than something that people would claim is unhealthy. Because people, again, don't understand the science of what actually is various nutrients, right? What is a calorie? What is a protein? What is a carbohydrate? What is a trans fat? What is a fat? What is, X calories from fat mean? All these other types of things, right? Most people don't know how many calories are in 1 gram of a protein, or that, protein actually is more difficult for the body to break down, and thus the digestion and the metabolism, etc., consumes more calories digesting protein than other sources that you would be eating, right? So if you eat, 150 grams of protein in a day, and someone else eats only 30 grams or 40 grams of protein in a day, but you both eat the same exact calories, right? And you can follow along here. The person that ate more protein actually just burns more calories through digestion alone, right? And that's a scientific way of viewing it. So it doesn't actually matter about the fitness guy that is just super ripped. And obviously, yes, if you listen to him, you're probably also going to get ripped too. But where the science people come in, or the science fitness influencers, or the science-based, personal trainers and all these other types of things, is they just factually do things better. Factually will get you results faster, factually can improve upon the foundation or base of even those really Jack guys better than the Jack guys can, and they can do all these other things better because, again, they're engaging with an aspect of the conversation that most people aren't engaging with. Let me actually see, sorry if we're not quite back in the game yet. So Fitness Island, which is the thing that I've used now for several years to try to describe this problem that is ever present in a lot of things, is a thing that sort of like plagues esports. This is why certain mistakes or certain misbeliefs end up existing. This is why people overreact or underreact to changes that happen on patch notes because they don't actually understand how to engage or read or interpret the things that they're reading. This is why, for instance, remember lane swap got changed several months ago, right? Everyone said lane swap was dead. There was very few people in the scene, myself included, the tweet exists, that actually said, actually lane swap isn't dead. You just have to, like, here is how the variables changed, and if you input the formula, lane swap's not dead. And it was easily apparent, and I actually have chat logs, which I'm not going to show on screen, laughing with Froxen that teams are just going to be slow to find it, but you guys didn't kill lane swaps, and all this other type of stuff, right? And I explained why. Similarly, I explained why inside of the tweet as well. But that's an example of engaging with the science versus engaging with either the emotions or the authorities that are just, saying everything's dead. So, for instance, when Redemption recently got nerfed, you guys might have noticed a lot of people were saying, oh, Redemption's super nerfed now. Oh, my God. I was literally listening in on certain things where people were saying to not build Redemption because it got nerfed. Okay. Here's why you build Redemption. Let me tell you why you build Redemption. You don't build Redemption because it's no longer healing you for 29 or, the difference I think goes up to like 77, right? That's not why. You're not building Redemption because you're no longer getting, 22 HP an earlier or mid-game fight where the Redemption heal was cast on you. That's not why you're building or not building Redemption. The reason that you're building Redemption is because it allows you to survive, whether through an additional auto attack, right, from a heavy physical damage user, or it allows you to survive an additional spell cast, okay? So unless the equation reads that the nerf or the change to the item now does not allow you to, in the mass majority of cases, survive the aforementioned spell cast or like big auto attack from like a heavy carry, etc., then it doesn't matter, you still build the item. Because the item is still functionally doing exactly what it's intended to do, and thus it's still broken. Because the reason that it's broken is because it allows you to survive or get around an additional spellcast. And an additional spellcast, depending on the champions and whatnot, or just anything in general, right, can be an abundance of things, right? It can be a big cooldown, right? It could be a 4 or 5 second cooldown, which means you have 4 to 5 more seconds of repositioning time, and you have all these other types of things. The other issue is that people that say these things get criticized if the person that is criticizing them thinks that they don't have the pedigree or the achievements or the status or the fucking title, whatever nonsense it is, because they lack the ability to just simply discern. Because a degree doesn't inherently make someone right or wrong. This is another analogy that I guess I can give. Every single medical doctor or lawyer, whatever in the country, they all have an equal degree. They are not all equal. We know that they're not all equal. We understand that just because someone has a degree, that he is not inherently equal to every other peer that has that same degree. It doesn't matter. Well, why doesn't it matter? Because ultimately we're appealing to authority, we're appealing to title, right? I mean, we're doing these types of things. Someone might then argue that, like, maybe we're in the game yet. Hold on. Are we? Are we in draft? I don't know why it's... This probably has to get, like, cut up or something. Okay, we're not in draft yet. Okay. So like Fitness Island, people like to appeal to titles and authorities and stuff like that. And it should also never be about title and authority. And I don't know how many times I've said this too. Just because I say something doesn't make it right or wrong, right? I say something because I think it's demonstrable. I think I can demonstrate it, right? And the demonstration is what I believe to be most accurate. Not inherently right, just most accurate, right? Because not an AI, right? Also not a prophet. So can't know with 110% accuracy, you know, that something is completely solved or correct, right? I just believe it to be most accurate based on something that is demonstrable, and it's demonstrable by following the formula or by putting in various, you know, variables, and then computing. But oftentimes what will end up happening is you'll be met with various types of fallacies. And we also know that if you go throughout history, people that had X title, it wouldn't necessarily mean that it means anything today, okay? You wouldn't listen to, you know, a former pro from Season 3 that hasn't done anything but, you know, was a former pro, but hasn't done anything in forever. If they comment about various things today, you wouldn't even value their title almost at that point, right? I mean, maybe some people would, but likewise, we also know that in the past, doctors and certain professional scientists, okay, astronomers, right? We used to think the world was flat, right? We used to think the Earth revolved around the sun. We used to think all these other types of things, right? And if you took the same exact logic that you appeal to the title instead of doing the science, well, then you end up like a complete moron. And again, at Fitness Island, people aren't learning why things happen the way that they do. They're mostly playing off of feelings and emotions. This workout feels good. This exercise feels good. This makes me do this, which is why typically throughout the progression of the tournament, you start seeing some things start to come together. Like, why does it take all year for Cull to start being built by ADCs? You know, all these other types of things, because as they start looking for micro edges and stuff, and then they leave Fitness Island, they forget everything, and that's pretty much it. So yeah, I mean, just like evolution is extremely slow and like other types of things, yeah, I mean, the progression in this game is also very slow, but I don't know, maybe we'll upload this. Who knows? I don't know. I'm excited to get fucking flamed, called a, you know, called a million things. Okay. Yeah, we're in draft.
Definitely can use that very effectively, and you know, get some early CS lead, get some early turret plates if they do it. So as expected, the sign goes to go down because of the Trundle ban, and then I'm already thinking of KT possible Rek'Sai there for perfect in answer to get his own kind of lane counter.
And Jarvan, to me, really goes up in value once both Poppy and Talia are out. Both of those are not available, so that does mean that it's a lot harder to immediately and easily punish this champion.
Definitely the case, but anytime, of course, the Sion is locked in, I'm keeping just in the back of my mind the potential.
Okay, Sion for T1.
Looking at that bot lane too.
I already think the game's over, man. Look, when you're having KT that are messing up the fights that badly now, trying to go into Nico and Vi and whatever else. I mean, I think that this is
but a champion that often has struggled to
problem.
find impact on the world stage. You can see 4 wins, 12 losses.
And you want to get a kill combo with that Vi for your mid laner here for BDD. Are they going to drop BDD's pick, or are they going to drop the top lane answer into Sion here? I guess you could say, perfect, just play a tank or something, and you don't necessarily have to go the Rek'Sai answer into it, and so they could invest in the other lane.
Oh, I thought I hit the button. I'm sorry. Oh, the button's not working. Oh, the button is not working for draft. I am so sorry.
And
I don't know what happened.
One thing that T1 does have to be careful about is that already they are looking to go towards a 2-carry composition, and that is something that I do think the Vi Nico specifically can punish really well, because Sion and Jarvan early game actually do bring out a surprising amount of damage. Jarvan is fine going later into the game, but when you have enough dive to guarantee that one of the 2 members will be taken out, you might struggle. That's why I like the Sivir pickup. Sivir is one of those
Sivir's getting picked up.
Hard to lock down. One of the picks that's good into
the thing obviously with Sion is that you can lane swap now any pick that would be good into the Sivir. You're able to just move Sion, and then everything about it is going to be totally good.
BDD with the Yone banned away, and we already have a support pick locked in for Peter. We mentioned it in game 1, and we should say it again. Bot lane 2v2, incredibly important for both these teams. We saw in game 1, KT with bot prio able to run the map for the first 15 minutes. The question is, can they set that same thing up again?
And there's also the fact that one of the best champions we've seen with
Okay.
Nico, one of the most impressive is
Yone.
Corki, where Sivir actually has a good matchup into Corki, which frees up a band
Yone
for
banned
T1,
away.
which most likely, okay, I
Kaisa
actually
banned
was
away.
gonna
The
thought-
thing
I
is
thought they were
like, you
gonna
don't want to
throw
pick
all
like
of it on
Draven
BDD, instead gonna take
in a
away
situation like this, and
Kaisa here
Caitlyn
from
was
Dr.
self-banned.
with Vi,
So,
with Rek'Sai, and with Nico, makes
with
a ton of
Sivir
sense.
getting
Yeah, it's just
taken,
too good of a Kaisa
I mean,
angle
you
there
could
for
try to
KT
rush dragons. You
dive,
could take
so
Corki and try to rush
deny
Drakes.
that
You
one
could
makes
you
a
could
lot
do
of
that,
sense.
right? Because Sivir is
Baker
she's very
Galio
heavy.
as
She
well
takes
gets
longer to
taken
come
off
online.
the board.
The
The
problem is that
protection
Jarvan and Sion
Question
function better
is,
with lower
how much
economy
emphasis do they
than
want
their
to put on
counterparts
getting
in
full
this
information
game.
to Carrier
And so
before he goes
there's a
for
bit
his
of a
counter pick?
mismatch
Obviously,
taking
you know what
place,
support
even though
you're
the
playing
Corki
against.
is definitely
You do
something
a
to
lot more
consider.
complicated than that.
Lulu blinded,
The
or not
option
blinded,
looks
sorry.
like to
Lulu
give that
Lulu
counter pick to
here.
Faker to make
Yeah,
sure
I mean,
that Lulu's
honestly,
set
it's
up
fine.
success,
It's
and
fine.
uses
It's fine against
Lulu
Nico, fine
for the
against
carry
Vi.
up to do whatever he
Also
wants.
really good against
And with
Rek'Sai. I
the
mean, yeah,
Lulu,
this
you
is
have
actually
extra
really
safety.
good.
One
The
of which
Lulu
is
here is
very
actually really
good
good.
again,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
It also
Ezreal is
can
a terrible
actually
pick.
be quite
Ezreal makes
aggressive,
literally no
particularly when
sense.
paired with something that shows
Doesn't
well.
doesn't exceptionally pressure the Sivir in any meaningful way. Doesn't actually have that much early game power to do anything against particularly Sion or Jarvan, and then gets dramatically outscaled by Sion, and then also Sivir. So like by the time Ezreal would come online, Sivir is easily online. Wow, Jesus, KT with a suicide draft.
With his counter pick.
Yeah, maybe the Victor, maybe the Mel that he has liked. Mel, maybe save that one actually later for later in Fearless. But some sort of control mage that does output a lot of damage like you're talking about, like the Victor. Only problem would be then that you would be very vulnerable to the dive that KT are showing.
And this is what I'm wondering about is, what are you going to pick here?
They
my
stole it
God.
away!
It actually is stolen. That's crazy to me because I was looking at something that pairs well with Vi. And I think the issue here is that a lot of champions who would want to go with Vi are things that dive as well. Like, think about the Akali, for example. But you can't really blind those at the risk of getting counterpicked. And instead, BDD says, give me the Mel, a pick that has been rising in prio this tournament. And I like Victor when it comes to a two-carry composition. But you do need to get to your items because the early game for this comp is not looking too hot.
And I think that we have to hope, or at the very least the KT fans have to hope, that BDD's first game on Mel isn't his first ever game, but just his first competitive game, as we did see with Owner and Mundo early on, and now you're against Faker's Silas. Front page of Reddit, we've watched him play 100 times, it was Medic last year, an incredible World Finals call. Faker stealing away that ultimate from Rakan to make an incredible game-winning play. And let me tell you, there are a lot of incredible ults for him to take once again.
And I'm definitely looking at the Nico.
I mean, Silas
for sure
also
too.
just goes.
If he
Silas
can
is
find
unkillable
Peter,
here
if
as
he can
well. I mean,
steal
it's just
the Nico
it's a completely unplayable draft. It's completely unplayable. KT just can't fucking. KT cannot win this
It really does help
draft
with the
at all.
early game issue that you otherwise might struggle with. Obviously, Silas also, once you are able to get on top of the Mel doesn't have the ability like she does against many others to kind of create space with her W. But I do think it makes the composition a little awkward. It patches your early game issue, but I do think now you have a composition that on one hand wants to play for the Sivir and really try to play that classic front to back, keep safe, absorb the initial dive that comes through, but Silas kind of does the opposite. So we'll see how T1 is able to navigate that, because I do think if they would have gone for the Victor, like the first item, spike or two, really doesn't feel that impressive to me.
And I feel like KT in the later stages of the draft actually drafted themselves some versatility here, since they indexed very heavily into range with both Ezreal
Wait,
and
my whole
Mel
stream
having
deck is
very
actually
long
dead.
range. They can
That's
try
so
and
weird.
go for some poke damage
Okay, my bad, guys.
early as well,
My whole stream deck's
and
dead.
try and force the shorter range T1 squad to do the engaging on them and look for a possible counter.
And as we get into game 2 here, remember to log in to your
my God, dude, I need
account,
Hextech Soul. I need
lawlesssports.com,
Hextech
and
Soul
watch
so
Worlds
bad right
Live,
now.
And watch Worlds Live to earn exclusive world emotes, icons, and capsules. But you might not have time.
Okay.
You might want to wait
Ooh,
until after
Carrier.
whatever is happening here continues to happen, because Carrier
Let me turn
running
off
for his life.
annotations, my bad.
Faker there to body block any potential follow-up damage.
Okay.
Standard comes down, gives enough information to know that KT is backed away, but KT making an aggressive level 1 play to seize control of this early jungle.
And we do see KT again going for a very aggressive invade. These level 1 plays in the early laning phase was something where KT was just straight up better in game number 1. So they're trying to leverage that again. Not really going to lean to anything meaningful this time around. Carry didn't have anything forced. He will be there with the main wave. So unfortunately for KT, no big advantage
So
found.
the scaling is on T1 side.
The scouting here, but they are on the ward, so
the scaling is on
either
T1
Faker
side.
or Owner is going to fall for anything.
The early game is also, I would argue,
We do have both
somewhat
from
on
the
T1
gap
side.
happening from that top side.
The mid game is on T1 side. Like, I just don't even know what the fuck this KT draft is. This is like, actually, this is crazy bad.
While everyone has stepped up with this lineup at Worlds, it was the mid jungle that really brought this team together, that got them across the finish line. And when you look at Cuz and BDD, right, these are guys who have played together for so damn long, and now anytime KT's backs are against the wall, these are the players that we look at to really make the difference and stand up.
Certainly so. Such a long history playing together, multiple teams, multiple years, and they really do trust each other and have talked about how much it means to them to be here on this stage.
And it's also recently a story of almost, right? As we're going in
Story
again.
of level 2 on the bottom side as well. Doctor and Peter getting aggressive. Ezreal, before that first back where he has to invest money in tier, can be so lethal as long as those Mystic shots are connecting.
They are there.
Let me try on
This
the
time
ceiling
it's
fan, one
Dokdom that actually wins the arm race, right? He's the one with teleport, and Gumayushi doesn't, because as Ezreal, you are given the liberty of doing so because your kit has a built-in escape. It's something that I think T1, even though it wasn't necessarily that flashy, did actually end up using very well. We saw them out macro KT once they got control, really applying a ton of pressure to the lanes. As right now, both junglers.
Ah, shit. I guess the
towards that bot side, and Guma not having flash
the
available.
fan actually goes
For
into the
something there,
mic.
because
That's
both
bad.
of them very strong early ganks as well.
Definitely true. Cuz continuing to clear out the red buff.
Fuck.
And really need to continue to keep our eyes on the bottom lane. The flash, of course, expended. The heal expended, so a potential vulnerable point. Meanwhile, on the top side, Perfect. A lot of sustain, but really hasn't been able to wrest control of the lane in terms of overall priority. Constantly, however, threatening the knockup just to stop Doran from forcing this wave all the way in.
Yeah, the sustain on Rek'Sai, so nice, and these tank matchups will eventually start to whittle him down and look for the extra pressure there. Meanwhile, speaking of pressure,
Owner wrapping around BDD.
Okay.
False sense
It's actually, I mean, this is a standard timing.
The jungler
Wow.
already there. Nice initial side
Holy,
step
I mean, they get the
Faker.
flash out.
Connects.
That's
Good
really
damage
nice
from
by
BDD, but he
BDD.
can't quite
He
finish
actually,
the
he
kill.
trades back
And the
really
flash
well.
expended means
Trades
advantage
back
to the side of
very
Team
well.
One.
He actually makes it so Faker has to. Oh wow, BDD's looking for him. Oh, he's not looking for him. Even though he had, he was able to feign Vi and Nico, and so he actually could have looked for
the
him.
critical part is that T1, they don't overextend the play because Cuz and Peter
is
were
Guma
all
just
the way
dead?
there. And now
He has
they're
barrier,
looking
but
at
like.
Guma. KT getting aggressive, just
Wait.
knocking down Gumayushi, taking first blood as Peter flawlessly
Yeah, I mean, the
turns into
cannon
a
stuff is like so
minion.
disgusting, by the way.
Countless tower
Like, I
We've seen
fucking
this so
like. When
many
is this getting
times,
packed, by
and
the way?
It actually does get old seeing that happen again. Nico turning into the cannon so you can get that passive.
I'm right there with you, Kobe. It does get old.
You can just keep tanking tower shots. This one wasn't too egregious because didn't have to take quite as many, but they pull off that play. And this was, again, Peter and Cuz playing together. They had linked up and they were looking to counter the mid play. Then after the mid play, they just turn their sights, wrap around towards bottom side of the map, and they find the value there.
Now T1 resetting, putting Guma on the top side, knowing that he needs a bit more time. This is one of the downsides of Sivir. We know her to be this wave clear machine. She can take control of mid. She can empower these dive threats, and she can be a late game carry. But early on, if she falls behind,
I mean, honestly,
she
all right. So Faker doesn't have
T1
any
trying to get some more
pots,
resources in Gumayushi's pocket,
so
trying to give him
feels
time
a
to
little
stack the
bit
coal so
not
that he can be
great,
relevant in the fights
but
to come.
And
BDD also goes
off to
Ionian
another
first
good
item.
start here, and for them, I imagine coming in, scores has told
Faker
them to.
looking for,
The
I
early
guess,
game
a
was
reset,
great.
but instead,
A
I
lot
mean,
of the
Cuz is
things
just
there
going to be
went
here to
well,
help
were able
him
to generate a lot of
escort
leads
the
across
wave
the
in, because
board.
he needs to get
Early
this wave
Dragon
in
stacking plus the
before he's
clubs,
allowed to do a
but it
reset.
was
I think he's
actually
healthy
following
enough
through
to
and
get
not
this
giving
in.
T1 any opportunities. We know how much
Gotta be a
resilience
little
this
bit
team
careful.
has.
Oh, nice.
We've
When he
seen them
dodges,
do it
when he dodges
again
this,
and again,
everything's
and
fine.
again at Worlds as
Okay.
a little bit of damage on the door.
Goran
but he's
taking a little
silent
bit of
in
damage. I mean, he
1v2,
has
so
a
he'll be
Bramble
fine.
Vest.
So
Doesn't really
for
matter.
KT, that's my test. The objectives early,
It's actually a
I trust that they
terrible
can get,
item.
but can they actually
There's
keep that
there's
pressure
basically
up?
like
And this is one of the
there
advantages
is like
of
virtually
design,
no
right?
healing on the enemy
No
team.
real hard since he
Bramble is a
interrupted the
terrible
decimating
fucking item
smash
this
here
game.
in that bottom
It
lane
reflects a
seems
little bit of
perfect. Maybe
damage
more
onto
at risk
Ezreal
when he
and
steps
Nico,
forward to
like
clear
if they're
it. Luckily for
harassing
him,
them in
however,
lane,
Gumayushi is
sure.
behind. There's not
But
a lot of
like
damage threat there.
the healing,
Peter
the healing reduct that
playing
this is
with
actually
fire,
doing is so
roaming into
negligible. I
T1
just
jungles,
can't even
giving
imagine.
perfect information
This is
to
like real.
Cuz
By the way,
owner.
this is a terrible
Might have a
invade
false
by
sense of
Cuz.
security
The
here,
reason
doesn't
that
have
this is
information
so
on
bad
Cuz.
is because they're even on jungle camps. Even
Q over
if
the wall,
you
the
get
wall breaker,
this,
immediate route to
which
follow,
they
but Owner
don't,
gonna
they
flash
actually
to
get the
safety,
flash out of
uses
Owner.
the
He
smite.
doesn't need to be where he is. They get the flash out of Owner. Even if you get that, it doesn't matter that much because you're forked in your own jungle and that your golems aren't up, and then all of Owner's camps are respawning at the same time. Right? So you have to go do your camp, and then Owner would end up getting Scuttle Crab regardless, even if he seeds it. It's actually a very, like, it's a factually bad engage that in, like, practice tool or something, you're able to just demonstrate. You're able to demonstrate that every single time it's bad because it helps the enemy jungler, and it puts you in a position where you have to seed something that's actually more valuable, and it stunts your ability to be on time for things. If in the event Cuz does his own golems and then moves towards Scuttle Crab with his teammates or something, then he's able to actually fight over the more valuable one. And then if Owner chooses to stick around doing that, then they're even on the deficit, right? On like the reset and everything. But now, because of the sequence that ended up, come on, please,
T1 doing a better job of not giving away too much control in this game too.
Oh my God, yes, we got some tension
in the aftermath, and now you also get your level 6 here for Owner, so we'll see if they can actually apply that pressure to the mid lane. They did burn BDD's flash, but look at it, it's almost back up here, a quarter of the way to go for BDD, and Cuz is doing the
we
work
need
to
Hex
get
Tech.
him some extra
We need
vision
Hex Tech,
around
third
mid
Drake,
lane,
please. Hex
and
Tech,
bridge
third
that
Drake.
extra little timer, the window where you would be vulnerable to a J4 ultimate.
Might have also been the reason why KT they really didn't want to commit to that fight, because if Owner just ults onto BDD and Faker gets on top of him, like, what do? There isn't really any counterplay for the Mel, who again likes to play at range, slowly stack up that passive.
Okay.
Ultimate is available for BDD.
There's also the call on Guma, which is not present on Duckdown, so that's nice, another little benefit. And obviously, like with the lane swap and stuff, this is just super free for T1. Again, they outscale so hard. So T1 are, I really feel like they're just going to be in their element. KT have to be the ones that coordinate and pull the trigger on so many things. Oh my God. Finds the real one. Found the real one. Gets the flash.
As well. And of course, while he's really far away from that ultimate, not having that for the fight when he finally does, that flash is going to be critical.
Yeah, double summoners off of the Nico, off of Peter could be very big. Is going to mean that KT will start up these grubs though, and Peter heals up off those honey fruit.
And Faker doesn't have his ultimate available, so that might be the reason why T1 is a little bit hesitant. And also this time, their skirmishing just isn't quite as strong, right? In the previous game, I think that they had so much power there.
BDD.
Not quite the case here.
Getting aggressive, access to the golden clips is there. Wants to reflect a bit of the damage back onto Faker, but not quite in kill range yet. Crucially though, Faker no flash because of the previous play. Cuz still does have access to that ulti as we hear the farm alarm on the top side. Doran there just in time to clear out the wave.
I like it. You know, we're
Ults
setting
up
up
into,
some of these
okay,
early fights.
so
are really, I wouldn't
1,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it's fair.
You know,
early fist fights, an absolute bloodbath.
Banu's also picked up on Sion. I mean, they have the first Drake. They do lose the Void Grubs, but this isn't a game where Void Grubs really do anything. I mean, there is pushing power in mid, but because BDD itemized the way that he did,
Oh, you will take Dragon? You will take Grubs.
he's more
That's
like
very nice.
utility-based on shoving and like moving than he is on trying to actually exert a ton of pressure. But Faker is actually quite down in CS. Like that is a big deal. That is actually a big deal. I am a little bit Owner.
Well,
okay,
there's
I mean,
possibilities
what?
elsewhere.
Nice side set from BDD.
See,
just
like,
barely
look,
able to
the
get
turret
away.
is
Vulgar
paid by
coming in for
T1, by
Cuz.
the way.
Opts not to
The
flash.
turret
The
is
turn back
completely
from
paid.
Owner is solid. Faker now on the way in himself, trying to use the golden clips.
Oh my God.
Going. The Ezreal
Oh my
the top. BDD
Jesus
grabbing one. Faker coming
Christ.
back, but he's under the tower, and it's Cuz to take him down.
And it's the subterfuge from KT. Cuz actually
That's really bad. 2K gold
that
deficit
Owner was
again.
there. So BDD
2K gold
let's go
deficit,
for the
BDD
play.
getting
He's
kill plus
ready to
assists.
make sure
They
that
also
Owner and
they
Faker
get
don't
feats
on
of
top
warfare.
him.
Like
and once they do, they're too close to the turret, and it's a big win for KT.
Yeah, nicely done by BDD, flashing under, and then
That's
roots
really
Faker
painful.
under the tower so that they can get the 2-for-1, get the 3 kills here. For
also
the
super
Feast
minor,
of
but
Warfare
Ezreal got an
in
assist,
the
which means on his
aftermath.
next
And this
reset
is
he gets
even with
boots,
the beginning of the play is actually
which
quite nice
does
from
help him
Owner 'cause
actually
he
get back to
uses
lane
his
considerably
unstoppable
faster.
from Jarvan ultimate to avoid the CC from Cuz as he comes back in.
Yeah,
but
the
Faker
R
into the tower range
just
and
puts him
BDD
into
is able
turret.
to
It's
at
just really
least root him
unfortunate.
before he goes down.
And it's BDD
That
starts
sucks.
it up with
That
a
really
two-man
sucks.
route, and then also is the one that secures it. And for me, nothing tells the story of these two players together more than Cuz like, BDD, I'll flash. It's fine. I'm going to set you up for that kill. I'm going to make sure you get your execute. and I'm going to make sure that we win this play.
2K gold deficit, but honestly, it's not the end of the world. A lot of it is on Vi, and her advantage, I don't think, converts. And what I mean by that is, I think Jarvan also has his item at the Dragon.
Started last game with a really
so I think that, like, by the time Drake spawns,
early money, got to the Trinity Force very early on, and it just came down to
everything would
be
fine.
Fights where T1 were able to turn around. This time around, though, since they're running the Sivir, and we do kind of project a longer term for T1's kind of attempts at the turnarounds, this probably should be KT with some really comfortable setup.
Sundered Sky plus boots. I mean, it's virtually similar. Yes, there is you know, steel-plated boot caps on Vi, but it's virtually a similar fight in terms of power. 12% on auto attacks. Like, what is Vi really going to take from auto attacks in the fight? 600. So she's going to save, you know, 70 HP. Basically, like, does save 70 HP in the fight, but still, yeah, I guess it's half a ruby. I mean, it's something, right? They get a plate. Faker has TP. He's going to have the rocket belt. I mean, BDD is actually exceptionally strong. That's a teleport coming out from top, so that actually should mean
Owner's flash available could be big in the coming fights.
Perfect could actually just start moving to Dragon, and then they could initiate a lane swap. Because there's not Void Grubs on T1, right? Yeah, that's what's happening, yeah. There's not Void Grubs on T1. Sion can't just get the entire turret. Okay, so this is a scary fight, because this is a fight where, okay, Ezreal does actually have more power than Sivir, I would argue, in this fight, because he has all the components. All right, Cuz gets... Wait, what is Doran doing? What? What the... Doran.
Here, but the Drake already down in favor of T1. No! Perfect tunneling out to safety. T1 got what they came for. They're going to make a hasty retreat. They don't want the 5v5. Content trading that ulti of Doran for the Drake.
We'll see if they're able to get anything out of it, or if that is just going to be it. KT don't expend any major cooldowns. I think BDD and Doctor, we're going to have to TP regardless. We'll get Doran's ult, but that's not really enough. The prio will continue with 2 Drakes early for T1. Definitely a big win.
Yeah, nice setup, and then, as you say, Doran coming down. Good ultimate from him to zone them off, secure it.
Ulti to cancel carry is reset. Doctor, I'm going to push one more wave. Likely has the Trinity Force in base, but just wants to deny a few more resources from Guma, who has done a good job of evening out what was an early game deficit. Has picked up the Essence Reaver, can essentially infinitely wave clear in mid if he's able to access that creep wave.
What do you see Duckdom shoving this wave? Looking for his base. Trinity Force will be ready for the Ezreal. 1 item spikes to come through for every member of KT. Close to
3,000 gold lead.
Really only waiting for Doran.
But
Minor support has that yet.
I really don't think it matters.
Fight, I think, going to be a big breaking point, and we'll see if T1 needs to fight out. Do again want to echo T1?
1,000 of it is on Vi, which I think is kind of fake.
I think it's fairly likely that they will.
Would be fun to watch for sure.
Okay.
Trinity Force fight for Doctum, definitely very big here. So
this is the proto belt. I think
KT to go set up towards that side of the map fairly quickly.
There's an Oblivion Orb on BDD again. Like, this is very fake. I don't know. I mean, BDD is able to AOE, so in theory he can actually get like Sundered Sky.
And then wait for Cuz to
he can reduce the Sundered Sky a bit, which is going to be so negligible. This Oblivion Orb actually just stunts its entire build. It's very painful.
Can provide. Luckily for them, at least, Guma has the red buff, a bit of extra sustain. The battle over mid-prio has begun. Remember, in Game 1, it was Guma on the lethality bars, infinitely pushing mid-waves that made so much of KT trying to advance that lead feel pretty impossible.
This time it's Doctum that can do it into 1v2, right? Being Ezreal, being really hard to punish. I also want to echo, last game it was the Poppy. This time for Keria, on the Lulu, offensively, he doesn't get to have nearly as much.
Okay, we're going to drop a World's Pass, the trial Twilight thingy that gives you the free act. Please only use this, by the way, if you have not purchased it in client. We're going to paste it in chat at 16 minutes in game. So I will do a countdown at 15:50, and then we will paste it, and then good luck to whoever gets it. You can use it in any region. It's whoever gets the pass.
Layering into CC a little bit off. BDD unstoppable for a brief moment, ready to use the
BDD?
ultimate. Faker is stolen, one away.
Oh!
The clips with the follow-up is there from Peter. Makes it 1-for-1. Vault breaker coming in.
Oh my god, they're just gonna kill. Yeah, it's just so much damage. My god.
Available in time is Cuz.
Still 3,000 gold lead.
T1's idea was to make the quick play before the Rift Herald fight.
I mean, teleport coming in from Sion because they want to prevent the feats of strength again. But I don't think. I mean, you can't. Yeah, you can't. Okay, that's feats again, by the way, for KT.
To kill Doran, but at least zoning him away as they set their sights on the objective. Herald already started. Cuz will secure it uncontested.
I did get tricked by Peter being Mel there. I'm like, oh, a good amount of... No, they don't have damage. The play still works out, though, very nicely for KT. They get Doran's TP. They're able to get topside turret. And Herald, this time there's no Talia in the game. That mid lane turret feels like it's sure to fall. And whereas last time, KT wasn't able to actually break the game, it feels like this time they're closer than they were able to in game one, as this turnaround and the reinforcements for KT were beautiful.
Again, T1, they want to go after BDD. They want to take down the star player there for KT. But it is the rest of the team that assembles and they get there in time. T1 knew that KT were trying to do vision setup work over by the Rift Herald. So they knew they had to make that play really quickly. But being unable to do so means that not only do they lose the extra kill, but
you already
they
pasted it, right?
also lost the objective. So now Rift Herald eyeball in Cuz's
I didn't do the countdown intentionally.
KT to really press this lead. That thing basically is going to guarantee you another tower.
I wanted to keep the suspense.
Open up this
people were like, because people would start typing, oh, you forgot the countdown, and then not realize that it got pasted, and then, you know.
Has been really solid on the Mel. The use
Happy
of
Halloween.
to buy time has made what should be an easy kill combo of this Jarvan
Chemtech
paired with the
Drake
Sylas
coming up.
really just take far too long to finish off what should be a very vulnerable control mage.
And when Faker and Owner are trying to attack him and they dive these towers, he's getting roots off on them under tower aggro.
Of course, Cuz is the big beneficiary when it comes to those kills, though. 1.2k individual lead, BDD from the assists.
Okay.
And a bit of a farm advantage, holding on to a decent lead of his own, has opted for a bit of healing reduction. Going to make things that much harder for Owner and Faker as the charge comes through.
And last time, this was the point where T1 turned the game. The lead this time is bigger for KT, but I think T1 don't want to let them get this dragon, want to get soul point themselves.
Faker's ulti available. Needs to hijack the ulti of Peter. Chip really starting to hurt.
It's a lot of damage on Dora. Oh my god! They got Cuz! They got Cuz! Big! This is what I mean, by the way, with KT, like, them pulling the trigger and organizing to pull the trigger versus T1.
Perfect. Spots them in the darkness. The Tremor Sense showing him what he needs to see, but they've stopped moving or have moved out of range. He can't be certain now.
Oh my god!
Moving in. Peter still
but he got it!
Ulti. It's a goal!
But Doran's in passive. Doran's in passive! The polymorph!
in game 2, but T1 are unconcerned.
Oh my god. Oh, triple kill though for BDD. Oh my god, Mel. Oh my god. Oh my god, Guma.
BDD trying to buy her back, but it's Guma Yushi.
Oh, Guma! Guma!
Tearing through the
yes!
KT. Guma with the moves at the end. He gets the
oh
extra
my
kill.
god, he's got the moves.
T1. And Carrier, I think he got the timing there on the
That was just crazy, by the way. The fact that, dude, the fact that Faker finds the fucking pick again, by the way. Holy shit, man.
Most important members on KT are still alive.
I mean, Doran is actually win trading, by the way. The setup is legitimately win trade levels of like badness, but it's fine. I mean, the knockup was also crazy. What the fuck was the flash though? Did he mess up?
Which allows BDD to dish damage. But watch here, Owner's low. And Perfect can't use his ult. If he stays alive, if he's able to get the execute, maybe that could have been enough.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't get the polymorph off onto Rek'Sai, that's also crazy that Sivir doesn't crit there. Brother! Oh my god, Owner missed! Oh my god, Owner missed his flag, Cuz was dead. Oh my god, he missed his EQ. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, he Elyoya'd.
But this man is a team-fighting demon. The dragon.
Oh my god, oh my god, wait, but Faker onto Duck Out, wait, Faker. Oh my god, he got him!
Cataclysm across the top. Perfectly cancels
canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. But Guma might be enough. Perfect. Gets the bite. Tears right through him. And
Oh
now
my
it's Honor
god.
picked
Oh my
off as
god.
well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing.
Wait.
Crucially, the extra damage. Doran set
pull a
to
muscle? I'm
fall.
not even
A
kidding.
double kill
Wait.
for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the
Did I just pull a
Mel.
muscle?
Stays
Wait.
alive
I
through it
can't.
all. And that is going to be the Otacon.
No, I didn't. Okay. I
BDD
think I just
said
pinched.
in the trailer that he was inspired to become
Wait,
a mid
did I?
laner
Wait.
by
Did I?
Faker's play, and he was inspired to pick Mel in this game by Faker, and he's
Oh, fuck, it really
dominating
hurts.
on the Mel.
Oh my god.
Clutches it
Holy
back up,
shit.
and it's after a huge play from Faker, but BDD is able to use
Am I
the
getting
ultimate
old?
to
Like,
snipe him
that's
at the
actually
end.
crazy, by
And
the way.
it's an
That is so
overplay
crazy
here.
that they lose
T1
the
tried
follow-up of the
force
fight.
hand
Cuz
the
is
way
even
they did
getting,
in game
dude.
one, but
Cuz
they're not
actually gets
able
to
get on top of
safety, and then
BDD, flashes over the pit, and then Peter ensures that perfect can
This
get
is really
on
bad.
top
Chemtech
of
Drake
Guma,
picked up
and
for
all the while
KT.
BDD just stacking up the passive,
Okay.
getting the damage down, and this is a really crucial team fight win here for KT.
Okay.
The funniest part to me is that while BDD was chasing down the last of those kills, Cuz was actually just doing blue buff.
He was almost
He
dead.
was like, you guys got this. He's going to steal away the blue buff.
You got it, buddy.
Yep, they also
Okay.
grab the dragon in
Atacon
the
also getting
aftermath, so
taken. It's a 10
KT
flower advantage right now.
retaking
The
this
thing is Sivir
team
is still
fight.
scaling, right?
Really is
Sivir's not
meaningful.
at her
They're
strongest
top to the
point yet.
T1 dragon stacking.
Silas also still has the Zhonya's active. Sion's not yet at 2 items. The feats are very good.
It's really hard for
Okay,
Guma to
there
get
it
in
is.
position
There's
to
the Chain
follow,
Lace
to chase
Crushers
down here.
for the
He has so many
Rek'Sai.
members of this team
Although
to
it's
work
magic
through.
resistance
T1,
again. I mean,
despite the deficit, have been
you can
fighting
understand
very well,
that. I
but
guess he
KT
wants.
clearly upping their
Yeah, I
game
guess he wants
in this
tenacity
draft and in
against
this
Lulu.
performance in game
But
2.
like, you can just get
And that's
tenacity
one
by
of the
getting
issues that we did
Sterix.
see with the Silas, right? Because
He
you have this hyper carry.
goes
in
this, and
Gumayushi,
it
he
has
the
such.
backup
Well, I
bundle
mean,
as
I guess
well.
there's
With
magic damage
Faker,
from
he is
Sunfire
very
and
cooldown
Thorn
gated,
Mail,
and
and
he has been falling
it's giving you a
behind
little
thus
bit.
far,
It's
has
not
been
as much
going
value
for the
as
plays,
obviously
as
he'd
we all
like.
know, Faker ain't no
It's good
coward,
against
so they keep
Faker,
going
for
those
sure.
plays. But he does need to line up with the rest of his team, and I think that his role, particularly as we get deeper into the game, needs to be one of a little bit more restrained, because the damage from Doran and Owner is going to become less and less relevant as the game goes on.
Gumayushi, the hope for T1 to carry a lot of the DPS for later on. I still think some of these looks from Faker have been good looks as far as the initial pick, but the counterplay from KT has been so good, especially in that last one, grabbing the extra kills. And now you're looking at BDD over a 2,000 individual gold lead and trying to create his death cap right now. As soon as BDD gets death cap, this Mel is already obliterating people. It is just going to delete members of T1.
Already has that XP advantage too. And this is something that it's just going to make the game so difficult for T1 because, yes, diving on the Mel is good, but if you make one mistake, we've seen he's already able to turn
The Chemtech Drake is also
and that number's
really good.
going up.
We're also seeing the lack of
Because
mid-lane turret
these
actually being
fights-
really rough for T1, right? You need to play so much safer.
Outside of Sivir,
especially
everything is very
your support
burst-centric for
Lulu.
T1,
You know
so
we have the ability
getting up
to
to the
just
soul
go
is really good.
face check,
That's the other thing,
very
too,
easily re-get
is that you have the
through
added tenacity
bodyguard.
from the Dragon that
Someone
you're
to
also
make
getting.
sure. And this is for me also a great opportunity to
Also,
really
even the
shout out
feat shields
Perfect,
are all
because I
increased
think
by,
this
you know, a
Rek'Sai,
minor
as we
amount, but it does
highlighted
go up
on
to
the game,
24.
Rek'Sai has
Well,
been
I mean, once it gets to
great
24%,
and very
I mean,
mediocre, right?
24%
Thus
increased
far,
heal and
has been able to
shield,
find the back
plus
maxes as Cousin
feats,
Faker wants
plus
teammates
level
going
lead
to
from
take
Atacon and
advantage of
everything,
one
like, it's
another.
very difficult to
Nothing's gonna
win.
happen now, but
Ayaj is
Otacon
almost there.
already taken by KT. Their next site's going to be on either the Baron in a
Ayaj
minute
almost there on
or
Sivir.
that Dragon
That is the
second drink for
real
them.
big point
Coming up at about 2
for
minutes.
T1.
Either
That's
side
where
has
the
quite yet, although
tide
T1
shifts for
certainly would
T1
love
at that point in the
to be
game.
set up for it, especially with that Sivir just
Owner's only down
to
about
scale.
he's down about half a level. The Atacon's not that painful.
43
Right?
seconds.
The real
Trying to
issue
push in this
is
wave.
that KT are getting a lot of
damage,
gold
finish that
inside of
tower
these
up, and
turrets.
now
You can see they're up to
makes it
3-0.
pretty easy.
And without, I mean,
Such a
the Baron gold swing
One
will
of
be
this fight,
massive
it
if
just
T1
tunnels
managed
away.
to win the
I
fight.
just hope that Jungle Rek'Sai doesn't get nerfed for all this top lane Rek'Sai.
This is what you have to
That
accept.
was
It's-
seeing from the pros.
It's collateral damage,
Be
Kobe.
happy that she's played, okay? Having a great time,
I am.
No, no, no.
tunneling away, getting the turrets.
minutes.
That's how Kobe felt about Volibear, and then look what they did to Volibear. It got nerfed.
Oh, you want to talk about it?
I do
No.
not. What I want to talk about is what you guys brought up earlier, and it is the supporting cast for BDD on this team, because it is so heartwarming hearing the interviews from all of the KT members talking about how they want to perform well for BDD so that he can shine the brightest. Peter especially talking about he really wants it for BDD because BDD deserves it. And so we've seen a lot of, the Nico play, him still just getting off Nico ultimate as he's about to die, trying to get these setup plays. Those double roots between him and BDD have been very critical. Now, though, Doran is looking at Doctom.
Doctom, unaware of the Scion, but knows that he has relative safety. Has to be careful about walking forward towards that brush.
Oh!
Doran,
yes!
Placed and
Big!
Doctom, far too confident.
Doran lying in wait.
Oh, they see. It's not big enough, actually, though, sadly.
Walks into the charged up Q. And that is the
God.
Such a good sell there as well, but
what?
KT, they're turning the tables on them.
Quiet.
Start.
Did they sniff it?
Sneak.
Oh, they see the ward. Nice. Oh, thank God. Oh, my Lord.
Now they spot it, but how quickly are they taking it? It's a Mel with a death cap.
We don't know. Look at where
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Mel, dude.
But still,
Mel.
Cuz continues to hit the target. BDD ready to clear the wave. Doran not afraid to walk up. He knows they don't really have the damage to finish the kill.
Doran smells it.
Cuz 9K, but he is determined to take this objective. The blast shield keeping him relatively healthy. BDD poking off to the side. Gumayushi for now uncontested.
Doctom's still dead. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, this is like low-key borderline grief.
Has the TP.
Okay.
I actually love this stall from KT. They're able to deny the soul point.
Yep.
Pulling away T1 from
that was actually really good.
For now.
The Baron, even though they're very slow on it, it's very hard for Baron to deal damage to the Vi because of her passive and stuff. It looks like also T1 are going to seed the Drake, so they're going to give over one dragon because Sivir gets IE.
It makes sense that T1 gives it up because looking at the spikes, Guma didn't have his IE, just now finishes it, and BDD did have his death cap. So fighting just before.
So yeah, these are really good. These are really good timings. I mean,
definitely
Owner trying to make his way towards Guardian Angel.
KT to say, hey, you killed Doctom, that's fine. We're going to put some pressures. He finishes.
And now also, yeah, I mean, no one's there to respond in top, so we're going to get some gold back for T1.
A ton of value.
And now we get to see the critical point.
Missed the cannon.
Can
-1, guys.
Sivir
-1.
With 3 items outplay this KT, dive plus Mel damage because Mel has very long range. Sivir, while she does do well in team fights later on and can ricochet and make use of Lulu very well, sometimes it is hard to play around longer range champions like Mel poke damage and Ezreal poke damage here. So have to be cognizant both of the engages from the Nico as well as dodging a lot of skill shots.
And again, we're looking at Guma to be the difference. Doctom has really been kind of silenced by the attention that T1 have paid to him, by his own misstep in the mid lane. At 3 items, matching Sivir isn't really where you want to be on the Ezreal. Has gone for the Serpent's Fang, but in the face of crit itemization, it's going to be so hard to match the damage that Sivir is bringing to the table.
Everyone holding their breath for the next team fight to see if KT can turn this gold lead into a team fight victory for one of these critical objectives. Baron is on the map. Scuttle Crabs have transformed. They can pop this and then immediately clear out the rest of the vision and then try and draw T1 over.
I love it when, we talk about these players. We're like, oh, man, they're doing so. And then you look at the demo charts and like, yeah, that tracks. This, to me, is a breaking point for the world's title. If KT are unable to actually take this game, you're going down 0-2 against the most successful org of all time. That's perfect. Will get spotted, but is Rek'Sai, so should be okay for now. But for KT, they haven't been able to really break the game. This gold lead has, I think it was the highest, like maybe 4.5K. It's kind of been stymied, and it will all just come down to do you kill Guma, yes or no? And with both sums up, with a Scion, with a maybe defensive ult from Faker, if he can get that Nico ult, and Keria, it's going to be easier said than done.
Absolutely. Game 1, it felt like 2 to 3K gold lead. This game, 4.5. As you said, if that's not enough to close, you start to wonder if any lead
all right, I mean,
is.
All right, Last Whisper
have not played flawlessly. Faker and Owner over pushing a bit. It's what's given BDD this massive
is
lead
picked
on
up.
Top of,
5 minutes to Doom fucking sucks, guys. It does, doesn't it? 5 minutes to Doom really sucks.
He has the tools. He has the
BDD needs to free up inventory space. This is also where Ezreal is really starting to get hurt. Although I will say that the Serpent's Fang does keep him in it a little bit more this game because of how much value it fucking has against so many other champions. But yeah, I mean,
for League of Legends.
Faker's almost 16. I think he actually gets it off this wave, doesn't he?
Currently, I
Does he
believe
get it?
we're just awaiting
Yeah.
the Guardian Angel completions. It
He
should
gets
be
16
very
off the
similar
wave.
for both Owner
And the
as well
Atacon
as
is almost like it doesn't exist. And I think KT are going to, you know, let me fucking, honestly, let me fucking tweet that KT are about to win. Honestly, so cool, calm, and collected
someone is able to maneuver
by
his vision around the Baron. He's got a lot of tunnels.
Amazing play by them in game 2 here.
Nothing gonna happen
And
for now.
surely,
And maybe both teams don't want to run the
and
risk
they
of just
will
starting Baron,
inevitably
right, with the amount of
tie
damage available on either
up
side.
the series
KT
in a
though,
few moments.
Definitely going to play for vision here, and their damage.
Looking
And BDD
rough
is there
for
with
T1
the W
now.
from Cuz. Definitely can do a lot of denting to that Baron.
TP up. towards the
And
mid
I
lane,
hit
coming
tweet,
in
so.
from Doran. T1 seemingly ready and willing to force the fight here. They have bot push in their favor.
It's
They
like
have must
if
respond.
anyone's
They
seen
have
that
a brief
Netflix
window of
series, The
opportunity to
Rain,
take control
it's
of
like the
pit.
Black
Interesting
Mist.
break point too, because Cuz finished this Guardian Angel, but Owner did not. So they have one extra life here
Yes.
for KT for
Yes.
the moment. Doesn't look like T1 are going to give them much just yet.
And because of the lack of soul point, both teams can actually just go for Baron. If the other one over-invests onto a Camtech soul, I do think that this is one of those games where particularly T1 will get a crazy amount of value out of it. Both the shielding and the amount of help that's available. The healing
Cuz gets the blue.
walks in. We'll just steal away that
That's
buff.
kind of big because the blue buff persists 16, 17 seconds, I think, into the duration of the next dragon. Pretty bad Ezreal ultimate. doesn't do anything to the wave. Clips only one. Maybe Ezreal liked that one. Keria actually did lose some health. Didn't go back onto the fountain to heal it. Although, with the home guards being removed from Keria, I actually think it would have been faster for Keria to just wait on fountain, get the home guard, and run out of the base. I actually think so.
For KT getting that TP out of Doran, holding
Maybe
on
I'm
to
wrong.
perfect TP for themselves, but they need to get more if they want to be favored in this fight.
GA's done. For Faker also has a stopwatch BDD. Not a full completion quite yet.
I don't know why this happens. It only happens in Korea.
About setting up this dragon. Ooh, the Lord Doms just got completed by Gula as well. Big power boost here. 4 item Sivir. Sneaking in. On the buff. They know.
Oh, God.
T1 now turning to Baron. They don't want to risk a contest here. Owner's starting the objective. As you get into the fight, keep your eyes on the key carries. Kuma and
18%. I mean, Cuz, oh my God. Oh my God.
BDD. If either one falls, their team very likely.
Oh
to
my
win the
God,
fight.
dude.
They're
Oh,
up there.
Sion
The
is
Baron not
half
very
health.
quick. Chemtech Drake
Wow.
down. Soul point there. Might just come down to the
to leave.
50-50. Cuz on the way. T1 tried to make the counterplay, but walk away empty-handed.
The poke damage is really good from KT. The double range advantage we talk about with Ezreal, with the Mel here, finding a lot of success.
The Serpent's Fang as well. And KT just called their bluff. They're like, normal teams, they see T1 start Baron, like, okay, we
Soul
have
point
to, because
is
you know they'll
so
commit.
gross. And
But
honestly, I
KT,
mean, KT are
all of a
playing.
sudden,
They
the amount of damage
truthfully
that
are
T1
playing
has,
correct, by the way.
and it's
There's
simply
endlessly
not
waiting
enough
for these dragons to come up because there's no
the
response,
soul
and then
point of
also
this Camtech
there's no
soul
way to
power secure for
respond
KT.
to
Really
Rek'Sai
double
in the
value
side
out
lane
of that, because not only do
because
they call
Rek'Sai
T1's
just beat
bluff, but
Silas
also
in the
they
one
put some pressure down
one versus
on the
one.
opposite side of the
So
map, and
it's a
this
very
is
big
the map
problem.
play that we saw from KT in the early game of game
Basically,
one.
Guma. I mean, Guma has 100% crit. There is that. Guma is at 100% crit with Lord Danny's regards.
One
So
tiny mistake, they're looking to pounce.
T1 now looking to pounce. Docked him in the river, but he is Ezreal.
Doc Dom, pass over the wall. Peter looking
There.
to make a play. Lockdown on
Wait,
to
what?
Faker, looking to turn it back. Root is connected
Wait,
as well.
Faker's
Faker's
just
been
dead,
caught,
I
buys a
think.
brief
He has
moment
flash,
with the
but I
Seekers.
think
The
he's
rest
dead,
of T1
yeah.
retreating. Perfect bind of involved space, and the tunnel over the wall. It's a heist. He buys the time to take Faker down. Doran with a decimating Peter on the chase.
Doran
They'll
is
only
dead now
connect
too.
onto
Yeah,
one,
that's Baron.
but it's enough to start the
Oh
fight in their
God,
favor.
wow, so much
Kuma
damage
Yushi
as well.
untouched,
Oh my
but he's
God,
also
Carry is
not
just
able
dead.
to
It's
do
just
any
over, isn't it?
damage.
Wait, it's
Cuz
actually just
keeping
over.
it
What the
going.
fuck?
KT pushing into the jungle of T1, zoning them away from the Baron as they set their sights
That
on that
really
Red Bull
sucks
Baron
that
power
they get a
play.
pick.
They win.
They get such a
critical
clean
fight.
pick
They
onto
find Faker.
Faker
They get the
without having to
advantage.
expend
And
anything,
Perfect is able
and then
to
in doing
escape.
so.
Wait a second.
What?
Flash. Doran forced to flash back over the wall. Sidestep
Oh,
with
he's
the
dead.
decimating
Doran's
smash.
just
Peter
dead.
there to cover. Guma can't push for anything else.
Oh, he's dead.
Doran
Yeah, he
getting
got it.
chunked down. That's
Wow.
the ulti to seal it. BDD going godlike.
Oh,
Guma
Mel
alone in the mid
is
lane.
so fucking disgusting.
Objectives
And Owner's
alone.
trying to find a way in, but he
Owner
can't.
zoned off. Perfect
Perfect's
there
got
with
him.
the
Yeah.
knockup. Needs to lock it down. Owner's not going to have a chance. KT, it takes some time, but they take down the Baron.
In the last game, KT went for a couple of team fights. They didn't go their way, and they didn't get to play the video game. This time, it's restraint.
This time, yeah. I mean, they're on Crypt Bloom, or Crypt Bloom for Mel. They're on Soul Point. They have Baron. Now they have Power Overwhelming. Because also they just got a couple of kills and stuff, so they get the extra, Otacon flowers too. So even more, you know, insult to injury. Now they're just going to put the salt in the wound. This is actually crazy, by the way. What was this all a byproduct of? I guess it's all a byproduct of the shenanigans that happened in top and mid. Like they completely began to lose control and tempo over it. They lost feats. And then also they lost the ability to get any sort of chip on any of the turrets, and so they fell a lot behind in gold because all the turrets falling. And so there was an accelerant, but I really do think that T1 was ahead at the 3-item point, but they were a little off timing on it. Memory serves correct.
KT can bring with the Ezreal, with Mel from BDD, 11, 3, and 3. 3,000 individual gold lead. His first competitive game looking damn good. Faker going golden. The second the chains miss, he doesn't want to push for anything else. Ball break over the wall from Cuz, ready to go.
Maybe I actually just grossly underestimate Mel in this game.
Taking their sweet time with this
my perception of the draft is
to turn this back in their favor.
It's just Guma.
Holistically wrong because I misunderstand Mel too much.
KT doesn't give him the opportunity to do any damage.
Perfect.
Maybe that's actually just how it is. Maybe Mel doesn't have a response.
So many Rek'Sais haven't been able to find this level of performance, but Perfect has been a nightmare for T1 to manage.
In terms of like what is favored, right? Because I'm like thinking about like how egregious was T1's actual mistake, where the mid lane thing, snowballing into all the side lane thing, is it really irrecoverable? Given the Sivir and given the draft and like Ezreal's inability to do anything at 2 items versus Sion and Sivir. Like, should that really be the case, or is Mel actually able to just band-aid everything? And I'm just wrong on that. I think it's more likely that I'm wrong than...
Looks like instead they're going to base. They still have perfect timing here on the Baron. That sets up for the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, I mean, the Chemtech Soul is like the real prize here. Silas, I don't know if he can actually get to Death Cap. Can he? Death Cap's obviously a massive spike with how much AP he has.
Again, Perfect to me has been playing on the edge.
He does have TP. Sting's level 18.
So nicely this entire
the level leads actually aren't as painful.
Peter's ultimate in the previous fight.
Like supports are somehow totally even. 80 carry is like almost even. Wait, Faker. Wait. Oh wow.
Wow. That Mega Blast Cone keeping him healthy.
Yeah, Faker can't have Death Cap for the fight. It's really brutal. Yeah, I guess Mel is just fucking impossible to interact with. Holy shit, dude. That's an interesting blast cone.
2 members of T1 over the wall. KT retreating back down to the bottom lane.
Side. I mean, Mel has to be protected. Wow. What a beautiful champion, actually.
On the flank. Perfect not going to give him the angle. KT starting to retreat.
Doran's gonna R. I mean, BDD doesn't have flash, but he missed. Guma gets picked. Yeah, it's over. Even though they kill Mel, it doesn't matter because Guma died. Yeah, it's Cloud Soul. Or Chemtech Soul. Yeah. Owner can't get in.
And he cannot stop the Soul.
Okay, perfect. Instant TP into mid. I guess they're calling for the ending. BDD didn't have flash, and so they actually had a chance, but Guma getting caught and dying, because they had to commit both Doran and Owner to try to kill BDD, so there's no one to really peel, you know? There's 4v3.
Doctum on the way. Doran giving everything to clear the waves. Owner and Carrier here. Surely the Ezreal is enough, but the creeps are falling back. Doran remains standing. T1 are not
I guess it's not technically over yet.
Doctum needs more, and he cannot get it. Guma's up in 10 seconds.
Guma's up in 10. Yeah, the game's not over. The game's not over. Rek'Sai has desecrated the base, but
no Baron up minions means that KT, even with the damage dealers dead, does not get the opportunity to actually end. And T1 battered, but they'll get one more shot to try and deny KT a chance to equalize the series.
The roller coaster keeps going up. So look at BDD trying to kite Owner and
you can see what Faker was trying to do. He was trying to follow in, and then he just tries to eviscerate Doctom, but he doesn't have the damage for it, because again, he's missing Death Cap in this fight, so kind of painful there.
Really, the only one is Faker, and he was caught by that counter engage. And with even BDD going down, doesn't matter if you don't have your own damage dealers, as in about a minute, the Baron will come up, 2 inhibs are down, and KT looking to equalize the series here as Doctom hits full items.
Full build there. Full build for Guma. Now has the lifesteal. 100% crit chance. If he has the space to work, he can do the necessary damage. Deathcap's still a little bit of a ways away for Faker. Likely he recalls and finishes it here. But in the previous fight, did have the Pot Blossom, but couldn't find that big angle, couldn't find that big moment to shift the fight in the favor of T1.
And the timer is great for KT because it's the bot lane inhib that is still down for another 3.5 minutes. Mid lane not that valuable, especially against the Sivir, but that bot lane needs to be answered or it can just straight up end the game.
Patience, the name of the game for KT. They don't need to take any risks. We've seen the players, they've gotten over-eager in game one. They've made some of those fumbles. Dom getting caught in the mid lane just
The
earlier
gold
this
isn't
game.
what's important at this stage of the game. It's really the damage reduction and the 24% increased shield and heal on
walking into the jungle. This time
all of their boots.
Doran won't be able to find the blind decimating
And then
smash.
also,
With the
like,
ulti to kick things off, he connects onto the wall.
even
Perfect waiting on the
Sundered,
back line. Doc
right?
untouched.
Maul
BDD
Malmortius,
untouched.
like these things.
Straying way too far
Doran,
forward in
yeah,
a moment of
it's over.
miscommunication. Down goes the top laner of T1. KT start the
They
Baron.
can't do anything. I mean, okay, I really do think that maybe
Baron,
I just
boys.
grossly underestimate Mel.
It was always going to be
sake.
a Hail Mary from T1 if they wanted to get back in this game, but that one
Yeah, they needed a Hail
does
Mary.
not hit the mark. That's Baron, the second one for KT.
When we talk about T1 hitting a wall, I didn't expect it to be so literal. As KT now push on the top side.
You got him good there.
18 out of 20 for that one.
Something really big, though.
Perfect score,
Really
some
big.
would say.
Really
Perfect
big,
himself, of course,
following
has
the
random
conclusion of this
available,
game.
Or doesn't have it available, but has the slow. The crit damage reduction
Absolutely.
makes him such a nightmare for Guma to deal with, even with the armor penetration from the Lord Dominic's. KT again in this position where they keep that long-range siege going.
They have the Baron. I mean, they're playing the
not
game
showing on
super
vision
correctly.
yet.
So
Last
that's nice to
inhib
see by
tower
KT.
falling
They didn't
down.
actually ever have to do
Inhibitors
like a team fight skirmishy
following
type thing
after.
because I guess I just again
T1,
grossly
a last desperate
misunder
hold here in game two. If they can turn it
represent
back
Mel's
and take
power
the
inside
match
of the
point,
draft.
but KT set to even up the
or
series
misread it, I should
in
say.
the 2025 World Finals.
I guess that just also
Doran isolating
has to
Cuz.
do with the
Peter
lack
going
of awareness
forward,
of
finds three with the
the intricacies of the
knockout.
champion.
Perfect
Oh my
Faker
god.
turns it right back and knocks down Peter.
They killed
Doc
Peter.
Dom-
Oh my god, yes!
Still
Wait!
standing, but
Yes!
He's shredding through
Fuck.
everybody. The
Fuck.
Sivir
Damage reduction. Fuck.
finally allowed to take over the fight, but they managed to take him. Faker still alive in the scrappy fight.
Faker's
The
still
extra
alive,
healing is
but-
making all the difference. Doc Dom doesn't quite have
Oh,
the
he
damage
missed.
that he
It's over,
needs.
it's over.
KT holding on for
I think
dear
it's over
life.
now.
Doc
Yeah.
Dom able to find the kill. Perfect. Cuz Doc Dom falls. A final
Alright, they got it.
hold
They
for
got it.
T1
Okay.
and all
Nice
almost
last
turns
stand.
in
Nice
their
last stand.
favor.
But still.
Perfect.
Even
It's
by the way,
going to
even
end
if
the
they
game.
kill them there,
Guma dies, and
because
so
of the
does
super minions, the
T1.
2 from each lane, they can't even push. They
even
can't
up
do
the
anything.
series.
They would need to win that fight. Then, after a minute, the bleeding from the double supers would end, and then they would need to win Elder.
Deals the damage, and with the
So-
alpaca thumbs up, brings KT to 1-1.
KT resilient on this stage. They bounce back in game number 2. They create such a lead, but it still seems so difficult, you know, brick by brick, piece of gold by piece of gold. KT, they have defeated T1 in the second game to even up the series.
It's incredible, incredible stuff. But before we talk about that game and what's ahead in the series, we saw him in the opening ceremony. Now let's check out the world debut of Zahan. Take a look.
Alright, here we fucking go. Here we go. Dude, so basically, the TLDR of Zahen is that he's a Frankenstein of all of the existing Darkin, plus Pantheon, plus Xin Zhao. So, he has Pantheon's R with old Aatrox R. He has Xin Zhao's knock-up on Q. He has Xin Zhao's Wind Becomes Lightning meets Aatrox's Infernal Trains. Then his E is Rost's or Kane's Q. And then his passive is old Aatrox Revive. And then also he has a dash. Oh, I forgot about that. He also has a dash. So he has Kane's Q on E. He has Xin Zhao's W as well as Aatrox's W on W as like a combo kind of that like pulls you in. He has Pantheon's R on R with old Aatrox R. He has old Aatrox Passive Revive as a passive, as well as the massive AD steroid that he gets. Champion's absolutely nuts.
Incredible!
And
Thank you, Zahin just made
the
his
YouTube
mark
video
on the League of
is
Legends
up.
universe. And joining me right now is Paul Beleza, executive producer for League of Legends.
What's up?
Welcome.
Thank you.
I feel like it's our yearly catch-up.
Yeah, it's our one-on-one here.
How are you doing?
I'm great.
Yeah.
That match was incredible.
I know.
They're both in it. We're having a series. It's going to be
All right,
great.
let me go to the
So you
bathroom
had
really
to
quick.
witness what a
I'll be right
fan
back.
is
1 sec.
live. Talking about what we've seen so far, the stage looks sick, the finals is sick. What did you think about the opening ceremony?
I thought it was incredible. I mean, like, there was just everything kind of came together, right? And then the music and just the storytelling that we've been building up all year is fucking cool.
All right, Paul, tell me, what was the vision behind the newest champion that we just
So, you know, as you can kind of see, right, this whole theme's been building towards sacrifice and this kind of doing the right thing, this kind of moment where you have to be brave. And so that's very much a human moment. I think Zahin and Zin kind of coming together for that is all about this transformation. And we really wanted to create something that was awe-inspiring and just kind of get you in the feels. And we're just humbled to be able to debut that to everybody here.
I love hearing this. One of the big questions, though, whenever a champion is going to be released, is the speculations online. Where is it going to be played? What is the goal for this champion? Tell me more about the kid.
So this guy's a top laner. He's a fighter. He's a bruiser. And he's really all about auto-attacking. So the more he's auto-attacking, the more that damage is going to increase, the more he's going to be able to sustain. And that's very much of a Darkin. He's a kind of good guy Darkin. So he's still good, dangerous. And the more he gets up and close to you, the more he has chances to stay alive. He has a revive. So we're really excited about that. I think he's going to be a lot of fun and just bring something new to the space.
When is it dropping live?
PBE tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we're going to have him out on 25/23. 25.23.
Exciting. Now, Paul, thank you for joining me. Before I let you go, do you have any closing thoughts for the fans here in the arena? And also maybe venturing a prediction. 1-1 right now. What do you expect?
I want 5 games.
All right.
I want 5 games. I want to see KT stay hungry, right? Keep it calm, keep it cool, and then do what they got to do. But, you know, if T1 does what they do, we'll be fine with that too. But, you know, it's always nice to see some fresh faces do good work.
Closing thoughts for the fans here who are watching finals?
This has been such an incredible world. I've met so many players here in China, and they're so passionate and lovely, and just like we're all bonded by this League of Legends experience. It's been humbling. I love it.
Paul, it was amazing catching up with you again. Enjoy this Telecom War, and thank you so much. And that's all for us here for now. We will be right back for Game 3 in just a couple minutes. The Telecom War is on. Let's see what happens.
The Dragon starting to fall. Turn back from Faker as he catches out Doc Dom. Cuz there to try and peel, but it is too late. Owner moving in. The Cataclysm across the top side. Perfectly canceled. BDD flashing over the wall. Gumayushi still living. Perfect on the chase. Peter wants to fire back. Cuz running for the hills. 2 down on the side of T1. Maguma might be enough. Perfect. Gets the bite. Tears right through him, and now it's Owner picked off as well. KT fighting for their lives. BDD still standing, crucially. The extra damage. Doran set to fall. A double kill for the KT mid laner.
And BDD stands supreme on the mill.
For your lives, the rest of T1 begin his collapse. Faker's gonna fall. And Faker still stands. He has a killable. Hey, everybody! Demacia, now and forever.
there. If I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm curious to see how the Zahen TikTok will do. Actually. Or like the short. Actually, what does the short even look like? Is it? Wait. Where is it? Where's the... Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Wait, why can't I hear it? Oh, grant him stacks of determination, gaining bonus AD, and when filled with determination, Zahan gains increased AD as well as the ability to revive. Yes, just like old Atrox. Q, the Dark Englaive, he's able to slash twice on his next attack, dealing bonus damage, and he also heals himself. Zahan can then recast the ability to have his next attack deal even more damage, and then also knock up his target, sort of an ode to Xin Zhao. W, Dreaded Return, is a combination between Nautilus Q and Atrox W. It's a very thin projectile, but it's able to hit multiple enemies, not just one. If he does end up hitting it, he pulls them towards him. His E is Aureate Rush, which just allows him to dash to a target location, and then he slices around himself. Finally, his R, Grim Deliverance, is he rises up and then stabs downward. This ends up looking like a Pantheon ultimate, except upon landing, it damages all enemies in the area, and then heals himself for a portion of the damage dealt. Champion ends up looking like a combination of Bruiser meets Juggernaut, and combined with his passive, just seems like this is going to be an extremely oppressive champion when ahead, but because of how much utility he has inside of his kit, it just seems like it's going to be a nightmare. Riot just made another 200 years champion, except it's more like... What? His Resurrect is absolutely disgusting, I don't know.
So medicinal, gets me high just thinking about it. Get even higher when the two of us are in the same room. I wanna love that's horticulture.
The first Atrox? Yeah. Yep. By the way, we gotta have a conversation. By the way, Riot, listen. Let me full cam for this one. Hold on. Riot, we need to have a listen. What? Actually, full cam isn't even full cam. Also, why is my hair scuffed? What's going on here? Honestly, it's a little weird.
KT,
so, apparently, Zahen... Actually, no, I'm not even going to full cam. I'll top right. Okay, so apparently, Zahen is pronounced Zahen. Okay, which makes no fucking sense, because how much inconsistency are we going to have in Darkin's names? Okay? They say Atrox. Okay? They say Rost. Okay. Then they say Varus. Okay. Now, it's also Naafiri. Naafiri. Not Naafiri. Also, in all the other languages, despite the languages having the phonetics to pronounce the English version of the word, they opt for the correct version based on linguistics, because Shurima is derived from Egypt. Okay? And Egypt, or like Middle East, etc., Farsi, the A is written with the fucking circle over it. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You guys know what A I'm talking about? I'm talking about this A. This fucking... I guess I'd you know this A? Oh, fuck. Boom. A. Oop, shit. You know this A? Like, this one, or whatever the fuck it is? This is always A. Like the A in father. Okay? And then when you Romanize it, or whatever, it ends up becoming double A. So, this pisses me off. This pissed me off so much on LCK that I contacted a linguistics professor, okay, to ask, who gave me that answer that I read on the LCK broadcast once upon a time. But anyways, yeah. So apparently they have said that Zahen, or Zahen, whatever, is pronounced Z, okay, like Zug Zug. And that, let me delete the A. Why is the A here? What? Why is that? Okay. So, Zahen is Z, and then Atrox is apparently A, Varus is A, and then Rost is Ra, and then Nefiri is fucking, I don't even know. Like, what other Darkin are there? Are there other Darkin? Am I missing any Darkin? No, this is all the Darkin right now, right? There's no other Darkin. So, what is going on? And then Zolani, fucking goddamn it. Dude, can Riot please be consistent? Can Riot please be consistent? I gotta make this black background. Okay. Whoa! What the hell did I just do? Oh, God damn it. Oh my god. Did I completely... I just completely deleted... Yep, I did. Oh my god. Alright, you know what? Fuck it, I'll just make a tweet. I'll just make a fucking tweet. I need to ask Riot, like, what's going on. Oh my god. Zahen hits PvE tomorrow. Excellent. I shall play him. Regards to... Fred... Uh... One second, guys. One second. Okay. All right, we're almost in the next game. We're good.
Piece as far as affecting both jungle and top lane champion choices, and he's been really good on that. For Owner, you've got some of the specialty picks like the Nocturne as well, and you can get some of these engage picks with the Cover of Darkness with Nocturne and having full send compositions. So very interesting that T1 pick.
Wait, read what I wrote.
Into Fearless. Usually
Oh
games
my
like 4
God.
and 5. Teams might start to pick red side because the power picks have dropped out due to Fearless, but still on game number 3, they feel very comfortable with what is up to go blue for the first pick.
Yone remains banned. T1 will ban the Trundle, just as KT did on the blue side. And of course, Bard, not something you want to give to
All right, here we go.
A lesson
T1 on blue.
A lot of teams have had to learn and sadly relearn. Not one, though, the KT won a second crack at.
Yeah, I feel like we, in the LCK, learned that lesson better soon, as the Pantheon also going to get taken away, so Cuz getting a lot of respect here.
Oriana first pick, potentially, on the table.
I'm looking at Renekton as well. Both his top laners.
Bard and
known for it.
Azir,
not
both banned.
As a B1, but definitely as a high prio pick. Doesn't have a lot of bad matchup, at least for what we've seen thus far. Yunara.
All right, Yunara B1.
Will just get picked straight up.
Not a very big fan of Yunara B1, but is what it is.
A lot of players don't have a ton of competitive games on because it is so frequently banned. But now the
Mundo
being brought out for Cuz.
Mundo blind is really fucking weird.
Compositions really can just take over, and it's going to make it a lot harder for T1.
That's really weird. That is genuinely, like,
it seems pretty clear to me
that's
that
confusing.
Rakan
Rakan comes in as a response to the Alistar. I think this is totally fine. I don't know why Owner looks a little agitated, but I doubt that's the case because we saw how they were acting in Game 5 of potentially getting eliminated versus AL.
You do want to see right there that bot lane priority for T1 has resulted in some very, very powerful picks for them. I'm very interested to see where KT go from this super tanky front line, though. Mundo has been such a funny story at this Worlds, and all of the success that champion has had. We'll see about possible counters for jungle later on, and you get Doran with the Renekton that you talk about. This is also a very good takeaway from Perfect.
Well, I was kind of wondering whether they wanted to give Perfect the Ornn, which is one of the counter picks we've seen into Renekton, where obviously early lane, you don't really have a lot to say, but with
Renekton on B3, Corki now. R3 response. I'm not actually a really big fan of it. However, their logic might be that Corki is very potent at 1, 2, and 3 items, and so it really does also help Mundo continue to curve. The Mundo, in theory, is also a flex potential champion, right? So it's not even like it just has to be jungle. I don't think that's the case.
Prior to finals, where he looked nigh untouchable, versus in the finals thus far, Ezreal. A couple of those ults not quite calibrated, so I think Corki is one of those champions where you have a lot of power and you have a lot of safety.
Yeah, and Corki not the most contested AD, but the one that we see the most often in the context of this tournament, and it is a really night and day difference between the great Corkis and the fine Corkis. How you use that first Trinity Force power spike can really define the game, and as we enter the second ban phase, we see the Lilia taken away from Owner. Obviously a champion who can really just kind of dance around the Mundo. If you don't hit a cleaver, she's just going to run you down.
It's also that Renekton Lilia combo, we're really now getting towards the, not just the OP picks, we're getting towards
No one is allowed to go to sleep. Everyone has to be awake.
It's getting personal. We're really going into the target bans here.
Yeah, some of the BDD specialties there. Interesting too with the Lilia ban. Are we going to see more since Yone is still up and available? Okay, never mind. Yone was one of the first bans, so they can't do any more of those AP options.
I do like the Galio ban here for Faker because that Rakan-Galio combo, even if you're Corki, that's going to be hard to play into.
Also the Galio early to mid, right, the semi-global presence, but just the taunt is so much value for protecting an AD carry. It means any potential dive option that KT want to go to, even if the Yone is taken away, really just struggles against a champion like the Galio. Now the Cassio as well. You highlighted the target bans. BDD, you said it, it's getting personal.
And it makes sense as well with Rakan, Renekton already both locked in. Even though the mid-jungle 2v2 of Mundo Cassio doesn't necessarily inspire that much confidence, it is something that can be quite devastating.
Well, the Galio bend away. Cassio's Zoe. I guess the Zoe is just because BDD comfort.
That's perfect. Looking for another.
I really don't like the Cassante. If you're just going to answer the Renekton, there's other picks that you can do it with. You can even, like, Malphite is disturbingly underrepresented, and he's also, like, buffed. So
Taking his time.
Super minor, but still, I mean, you'll take what you can get.
Some of these early prio picks, like the Yunara, but you ensure that last pick, counter pick. Faker in the previous game didn't opt for the Victor. This time around, seems like he just wants something safe, something solid in the mid lane. Knows that this is kind of set up to really be the Guma show. When you have a champion like Yunara, even though Guma all-time is 1 and 2 on it, there's a reason it's so high priority. It really
Victor's okay, but the problem is like, if KT, if they go like Ziggs, if they go like Ziggs right now, or even like Anivia, or like these types of champions, this is a fucking problem. But also, I mean, there's even like, no one's gonna do it, right? But like, even like Fizz and things like that. Viego.
And they add even more damage on
Okay,
top of it.
Syndra. Okay, yeah, Syndra, same school of thought as Ziggs. But a little bit more volatile, because Syndra is a lot more susceptible to getting insta-picked off, and then she's also a lot heavier. It does give them a lot of scaling, but there's also quite a bit of scaling on T1, so I mean, I do think that it's kind of balanced.
One of the best Viegos we've had in the LCK. BDD earlier this year had the best Syndra play that I've ever seen, hit a 4-man scatter, and he will be locking it in here.
BDD Syndra. Now, this is also, a scaling champion nowadays, stacking up the splinters, so Mundo will be scaling, Syndra will be scaling as well. This one is going to be such an impressive clash of team fights.
These two team comps are explosive as well. Both the burst of the Syndra, the Viego resets with that Renekton. It's going to be fireworks.
Absolutely is. T1 and KT 1-1. Match point on the line for both sides, and a lot of new champions being brought into the fold, courtesy of the Fearless Draft. The Viego, I'm looking at the Mundo, the Syndra. So much to keep our eyes on in this game 3.
And there was a lot of content around Owner's first Mundo pick, but remember that the Mundo that Cuz played in this tournament was also
It's
his
a pretty
first
balanced
draft
on both sides.
all of the junglers really
So
forced to pick
it
up
is a
that
little
champion.
weird. The issue is there's crazy possession targets. Everyone on fucking KT is a possession target. That's really frightening. The fact that you have so many champions that can just be possessed by Viego and just causes immediate issues for you, I think is very frightening.
It always felt like T1 might just find the angle to fight it back, regardless of what happened in the early game. Will this finally be the game to buck the trend? Will T1 pull ahead for the first time this series, or KT set to run away with yet another early game?
It feels like this is the draft to do it for T1. There's Renekton, there's Viego, and there is that Rakan.
Let me also make sure that I'm like caught up. Okay, I guess I am. Holy shit, thank God there was no Drake bet with Forest this game.
This time they basically have 4, especially when it comes to those early game fights. And we're going to have to see how KT deal with, I think, having the weaker early game comp.
And one of those carries is Yunara, super power pick on the patch that has not been given over very frequently. Faker on the run from the early move here from KT, though.
Backing away. And as we have a moment to reset, right, a moment to breathe before I'm sure inevitably fist fightings happens, I want to remind people that both of these lineups have made swaps this year. Despite the fact that they are in the World Finals, it has not been smooth sailing for either team. Guma, of course, subbed out. Doran coming in for Zeus this year. And when you look at this lineup for KT, players swapped in and out. Peter multiple times, perfect on the top side, doubted. And it's such a testament to the tenacity of these players that they have come all the way to the World Finals.
Because there was a lot of hype behind Wei coming in after basically doing the Challengers equivalent of Golden Roading. And it, in the end, ends up being Peter that is here at the World's Finals. And I already talked about it in game number 2. It has to be said, because this man was the most often talked about weak point on this roster. And thus far, he's had a, frankly, incredible tournament, particularly those isolated deaths. I can't really overstate how big of an improvement that is and how reliable he's become. And KT have clearly been leaning on him.
And even in the game that they lost, his Rumble very good as well. So perfect, really showing up here for KT as the entire team has. Pushing up on the Yunara with the Q charge, so they can use that priority.
Heal coming in for Carrier, of course. Level 1 for Peter on this Alistair, notoriously very weak. Carrier and Guma, also the access to the Quill on the Rakan means they'll be able to keep their health relatively topped up. See how long they're able to secure pressure as we take a look at the entire map. Doran push on the top side. Mid lane relatively even. BDD, of course, can do a lot of damage in those short trades. Very easy to land those Dark Spheres when no one has boots, but has to be careful about taking return damage.
Yeah, multiple pushing lanes here for T1 with top side and bottom side. And then Owner has Viego into Mundo at the moment, so definitely looking to
Also,
see if he
Blue
can
Smite
actually
across Blue Smite versus Blue Smite is a little interesting. Dude, Faker is actually fucking doing so good on the trades. Faker is doing really good. Also, fun fact, Syndra versus non-tier 2 boots actually is impossible to miscue if you aim it correctly. That's a nice little fun fact. I wish I remembered the YouTube channel of the guy that found stuff like this, like what skill shots are truly undodgeable and like whatnot. But
we'll see.
yeah.
Ward should spot him out if he actually makes the play, but I think he's just going to go for Crab.
Yep, hug the side, and then the play here from
I think you need like 360 MS to be able to dodge Syndra Q. Otherwise, it's always in Syndra's control, something like that.
On Mundo. And Owner down here.
If it's aimed correctly.
Will be known, so they're going to survive.
Yeah, I mean, Faker's in a pretty okay position right now.
And I want to draw attention to actually the early laning phase for Faker has been really, really solid. Actually able to dodge most of these spheres. BDD with the phase rush. Still able to CS well, but has been pushed in for most of it.
And T1, since Owner got bottom side Scuttle Crab, communicating, all right, Doran, go in, get your ward timing here for the respawn of these Krugs, the second clear.
BDD also at some point forced to burn Flash. Didn't catch it at the time, but that is a massive cooldown to lose out on. Again, Syndra, one of the biggest weaknesses of this champion across countless times we've seen her in Pro is that yeah, it's easy to stay ahead. It's easy to stay at arm's length. But once you lose that flash, you're incredibly vulnerable to these early ganks.
In the Viego versus Mundo matchup, something.
All right, Doran's going to get a plate. I mean, this is obviously nice. Everything's going to be relatively slow. Syndra doesn't really start to gain any sort of control in the lane until future resets. She also needs the evolved Q, but her stacks right now are only 23, so she's actually not landing too much on Faker. She's only landed 3 combos on Faker, which, oh my god, she missed there too. Yeah, she's only landed. Oh no, actually no, she hasn't landed. She's only landed 1 combo. Oh no, two combos on Faker. Two combos because cannons.
Sometimes that can be hard if you have multiple lanes getting pushed in, but on the reset here from supports, both junglers will meet up with their supports and combining for some mid lane push.
And for now in the early game, T1 holding on to a relatively small gold lead. Again, it's mostly Doran on the top side. Although some of that can be mitigated as that wave is caught, and Gumayushi with a small lead over Dogdom on top of
Faker is gonna let the spellcasters.
Always quite terrifying.
Yeah, and I mean, and BD doesn't have a TP, so this is actually interesting because now Faker can pile. Please, man, please. The Drake,
They were able to get
reinforce. Come on.
Game, but it's about the lanes, right?
Oh man!
They got those Drakes. It did feel like KT.
I hope the next Drake that spawns is Infernal or Cloud.
Maybe doing some poking, but I don't think an actual contest.
All right, so first Drake goes the way of T1.
He's not too worried. Hex Drake.
Son of a bitch!
The CC layering is there. Dogdom on the way, but he's only level 4. Owner now running for his life. Forced to flash away. Ulti comes out from Faker. He doesn't have a lot of mana left. The Dark Sphere hitting, slowing Faker down.
Faker?
The chase
He still has
coming
flash.
through, but they really don't have what they
there's
need.
the R.
Ulti there.
Wow.
His power
Oh my! Wait, what is he doing?
Scattered.
What?
And first blood for KT.
BDD Syndra finds it, and they do get the first blood. Dogdom
he gets a kill.
does take the actual kill and gets the money into the Corki to fund his Trinity Force.
And the Syndra is a BDD classic for a reason. He's been known for mastery on this champion for a very long time, and I'm kind of shocked. I really did not think that KT necessarily had the angle there, but it's the confidence they've shown so far. Now T1
not so
going
sad.
to be too.
They had such an advantage.
By this. We do have Doran immediately trying to apply
They had
pressure.
such an advantage, and they just completely lost it.
Kill. Not the end of the
Also,
world.
the fact that BDD was actually like somewhat stunted on Syndra in the lane because she wasn't landing any combos, and now she gets rewarded with a Dark Seal, and then in addition to the Dark Seal, she also gets the takedown. Takedown. Oh, that was. Wow, he tried to barrier to stop it, and he failed. Wow.
Shopping. Panic
Oh my God, that's really bad. Corki actually misses a lot off of this.
But
okay, it's fine. It's fine.
Oh, it was a little bit too late.
Well, also the Fury from Renekton eats the shield. So Awkward situation for Dr. Will be down the barrier. Of course, not the most important summoner spell, but does mean he needs to be a bit more careful when he does reset to this top side. Guma and Keria starting to poke, looking to get control of this lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually quite a bit of EXP in CS that Dr. just completely fucking misses. Faker's still doing a really good job. I guess the one thing he does have is he does still have his flash. So there is that, right? Misses the E.
Crocodile doing? Going for the proxy here. You want to get
Oh,
your
he's
extra
going.
30
He's trying to
seconds,
proxy,
well,
but
move
like
up and
Cuz is
catch
actually
the
like.
wave before it joins up with the opponents. Is going to mean Cuz has an inside
Cuz is
route
checking if he's
and
actually
access
spotted.
to the alligator though.
Oh
That's
shit.
Mundo with red buff.
Yeah, I don't.
Syndra's coming.
Doran has to
He's
TP.
just dead. You only have one piece of
No, he
CC.
can't TP. What? I just realized that he can't TP.
He's going where
And
he
BDD
pleases,
is.
Doran. I think this might
So
not have
what
been
actually
he
happens here?
wanted.
Syndra misses
BDD
a
on the way, hoping
wave
to
and
get
a
this donated.
plate,
Doran, I
right?
think,
Oh well, actually wait.
Stalling.
He
Barnott might
doesn't
be in the
get
game,
the
but
wave.
This is certainly a magical journey for Doran as
Wait. Cuz is actually having to R. This
Trying
is.
for the
Wait.
execute. It's all he can do, but not gonna
Oh my god. I mean, okay.
Wow.
So he got one of the waves. If he got the second wave, it would have been big. Cuz actually does lose a lot of time. He gets a kill and he gets EXP as well because Doran's higher level. So the fact that Doran's level 8 there and Cuz is level 7, so Cuz gets the bonus EXP, that's actually kind of big. T1 is one away from feats of monster slaying. Syndra also did miss some stuff, so it's not like super terrible, but then perfect, but then also likewise, I mean, Doran still loses a wave, gives away a turret plate.
Very confident to make a judgment call like that, but Doran has often missed the fight, both in a very positive sense and sometimes in a more questionable sense. So, but we joke, obviously, the Mundo getting ahead is not great, but he did actually get a lot for this, right? With the grubs going over, it did feel like it was just unnecessary because I think the first proxy was great, but the second one...
Perfect.
Oh?
Top laners versus junglers. Who comes out on top? Perfect not quite able to pull Owner out over the wall. W coming in there from the Yunara. Perfect waiting for a bit more time because they don't want to fully commit here.
Almost, I mean, it's almost just going to be TP for TP in mid. Teleport comes down by Peter. He actually loses quite a bit of HP.
Touches the Slurkle, and we will be seeing Perfect make his way towards the top lane.
Or the slowing circle,
yeah.
I assume. Okay, got it.
Max lives on.
He does.
I don't love it, but, you know, we're an LCK versus LCK match.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's good.
Oh, Perfect actually going for the 4 mil first. There is a lot of healing on the enemy team. We'll get a decent amount of value of that.
Yeah, and we just saw Perfect had to respect the possibility of an Owner execute play, you know, down there on the bottom side.
Hold lead still in T1's favor. They're one away from monster slaying, so that's obviously really good.
Because of the arrival of Guma, had to respect it and back off from the extra possible damage there. So we remain very calm here. And you can kind of look at it as T1 have paid for each objective with 1 kill worth of gold.
Perfect already has the Thornmail as his first item, okay.
Pathmaker.
Mid lane, oddly, Faker is actually ahead in mid. I don't even understand exactly how this is happening.
This is the flash out. Happy to have that small advantage. You highlighted it.
Gets level 9. I mean, obviously there's a byproduct.
I don't think you're too bothered.
Chaos Storm, but Syndra has flash, so. Oh, can she miss the cannon? Oh, that's actually Peppa. Yes, she does. She misses the cannon. That's very nice. That's very nice. A lot of gold and EXP as well as the Syndra stack. Oh, Cuz is trying to cheese this. Oh my god. Okay.
Continuing to do
Wait.
decent damage. Infernal, good
Wait.
damage as well. Lock up there, but Owner going is unstoppable. Peter caught out for a brief moment.
Peter exhausts the. Oh my god. Peter exhausts the wrong person and then flashes incorrectly. There's no Chaos Storm either, and Syndra has R. Guma trying to move over. I mean, Corki, he just has a tier. Guma 1v1, but remember, no bear. Oh. Oh my god. Guma actually got caught. Knock up onto BD. Oh!
To turn it back. Owner taking over.
Yes! Yes! Throw your balls on him, Owner! Throw your balls!
Perfect is finally here.
Oh my god! Oh god!
Means he gets to back away, but the health bars are low across all of T1.
Okay, Cuz really does not want to see this because this is feats.
Lower.
Oh my god, Cuz!
Unstoppable for Perfect. Gets a bit more space. Keria still living. Ducked him on the way in.
Guma.
Guma set the fall. Down goes the 80.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Cuz Mundo. Mundo has flash. Oh my god, BDD.
To start free firing. T1 thought they had the edge, but in the end, it's KT who take the Drake and the play.
They take the Drake. They prevent the feats.
Mundo! He steals the objective. He chases down the the kills, the hero that KT needed.
At
Cuz
first,
actually outsmited. Oh my god, that's actually so sick. So this was
BDD
really weird. So owner goes back in, gets the possession on Syndra.
Syndra's down, Flash is gone.
And this was,
and then,
okay,
as Peter
doesn't
does that,
have
watch
an
what
assist.
Dom is able to do here.
And then here,
Because
they don't
he
have to keep on the
over
Drake
and
because they
over,
know that Syndra
firing
has
these rockets.
TP.
The poke just keeps connecting, and then Perfect goes in, and all he needs to do is buy time and buy space for his Corki to Gatling gun his way through T1.
Huge, huge moment there. Corki doing work. Cuz hits the cleaver, flashes in to finish off the kill as well, and BDD comes back in time to claim the kill on Faker himself.
In the back for KT, erupting with joy. It looks like T1 had taken it. The steal started to feel like it was going to balance out, but in the overall extended fight,
The gold
KT
score is
just
relatively
keep
even
on
because you
doubling
do have to
down.
remember
And
that
folks, I'm starting to think the Mundo might be a problem.
Yeah, that's
everything leading up to it was T1 favored. So
damage. That's a little silly.
the other thing is that Mundo actually hit his heart still kind of early, so he is actually getting quite a bit of HP that he otherwise should not have.
Uh-oh, Gumayushi has not decided to ult. Doctor might be in trouble here. Knockup does not
doesn't
connect.
get hit by the knockup, and now Cuz is here.
On the
Oh my
way
god.
in. All of T1 forced to retreat. Maximum dosage
Wait.
popped. Just
BDD does not have flash, so he is dead.
Multiple pieces of CC stunned. Initial lockup into Owner is decent. BDD trying to turn back. Sidestep does
He tries to do what he can to live, but this is
the
going to be
hard
the big
parts
problem, by the way.
about
Syndra is a very, now it is BDD on Syndra, but like still, Syndra is an ungodly strong champion. The problem is in pro play is if you make any fucking mistake on her, it is such a problem.
Like
Look, she's so stunted. She's missing so much EXP, and she's also missing cannons, and she's missing passives. She's only at 60 at 14. This is a problem for Syndra. She died during a cannon.
And it's going to be BDD and Doctom who have these targets.
I think she's actually zoned out of 3 cannons or 4 cannons this game.
But BDD who's flashless, Doctom who's flashless. Really
Which actually means that she sometimes gets an evolve potentially like 3 minutes later, depending on, you know, skill order and stuff. Also interesting as well is that she goes phase rush instead of first strike to get the skill work tonic. So she's actually a lot weaker in the later stages of the game than she would otherwise be. And then she doesn't have the free boot, so everything takes a little bit longer
too. It's going to
too.
be really hard to play out for KT. BDD's position is going to be paramount in these fights. As in the last fight, he flashed forward, didn't find the kill, and it was the rest of the team that kind of bailed him out. Then got picked there as Cuz walks forward with no fear.
Yeah, he has to let his front line do the work that they are built to do. Peter, Cuz, and Perfect. Let's see if they can actually bring it together. The teleport is ready for Perfect as well, and he is now proxying Doran, but he knows that there's nobody else that's going to come and gank him.
There's no Mundo on the enemy team. Scryer's Bloom used as well just to confirm that fact. Pressure in the mid lane in favor of KT means that they're going to get first setup on the Herald. Now there is still vision here from T1 if they do opt to contest.
Oh, there's the TP, there's the flank!
TP from behind, flashing forward, Carrie's going to find the knock on the Doctor, but Peter beautifully stopping the initial
Okay,
engage. Doran from behind.
Nice, they got him. Nice, they got the possess. This is what I think is going to be the problem. Mundo is a problem. Don't get me wrong. Mundo's a problem, but fucking Viego has 5 possession targets.
Taking him out as
Viego is
start the objective.
a P word that I can't say, that League of Legends really likes to use as an adjective. Okay?
Just a good play. Nice flank
like, and obviously I mean plague, guys, plague. You know, think about it.
Trying to look
but
for a kill on
like,
the opposite end, but with any of these
this is going to be a really big problem. Amazing teleport flank in.
As Carrier sets up the play here.
Carrier sets up the play again. Mundo is strong. The issue is if Viego doesn't go down at the start of the fight, 5 fucking possession targets. All of them are so crazy valuable in the fights. Like sometimes you have Viego and like he has some champions that just aren't possession targets. Like he gets a Sejuani, fucking so what? Or like in some team comps, right? He gets a Sedge, who fucking cares? You know? He gets a Lulu. Sometimes it's like who cares? You know? Like sometimes it's like whatever. And then other times it's like fucking crazy.
Right up into Doctom's face, even in the face of that Trinity Force.
And Dragon is going to be picked up here by KT. Camtech definitely high value.
Camtech is a fucking good Drake, by the way, for Mundo Cassante. It's actually a really good Drake.
Larger and larger as Carrier not sitting.
I mean, they're not going to do anything. I don't even know why they're actually... I don't know why they're even staring at them taking it. That doesn't make any sense. Like, you're obviously giving it. Owner's in topside jungle. Faker's pushing top tier 2.
His team is playing the cross map. Not really a reason to.
Now, also
try and
Feats.
fish there.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Casters are saying.
Not gonna work.
Wow, Cuz is really on point with these Qs.
Hitting like a truck. Doran very likely to just have to concede this tower. So
Feats has already been taken. Doran? Wait, what?
Used as well, and it's on Doran to instantly delete this wave. It's working out well so far. But can he keep his life? TP's coming in from the side of T1, but it's just Faker and Guma off to the side.
So fucking weird. I like just.
KT going to respond.
They have 4 people bottom, by the way, which means if they share a wave, they basically like get 25% effectiveness. Just summon Rift Herald, steal their camps on top side, crash Rift Herald into mid, get wave in top, because Doran's going to get the wave. He can suicide for the wave if he wants, or he should just leave. It's not a big deal.
Nicely done.
Super weird, super bizarre play by T1.
They've got Cuz, they've got Mundo. He can tank up that tower. They go for the dive. They make the play very nicely and very quickly.
And we do see the gold lead has now evaporated. Basically reduced to nothing. Was 2K just a little bit ago, and I don't want to see a Mundo and Cassante with Chemtech Soul. That's too much, man.
That truly will be too tanky to take down. Honestly, though, Keria, like you were talking about, sniffing around the dragon, and KT actually turned that pick onto him into a lot of value here. A nice little bit of ballooning of the gold. See if they can actually push it forward, though. Faker in the side lane, trying to keep the pressure up.
And it's really interesting me looking at scaling in this game, because I think the Yunara, the Victor obviously scale great. But when you look at the raw 5v5 power of particularly that Mundo,
Also, I mean, Faker was building really well. He's going Blackfire, and then he'll get Leandres, and then he'll have Oblivion Orb. And that's exactly what he needs.
I think this comp can always win fights, right?
I think it's really painful that Mundo did not get steel plated.
Particularly with this build from Owner,
but it's okay.
That early execute, because he has so much
Also, Owner
available,
is going crit on Viego,
front to back,
which is really crazy. He has Mortal fucking Reminder already. Like, Owner is actually hurting. Like, Cassante and Mundo can just die. Like, he's dealing damage. Kraken Slayer also really good against all the squishies. So, like, well, I guess Corki's not really a squishy. Kraken Slayer's pretty good against non-ultimate Alistar and then, obviously, Syndra. Actually, maybe Kraken's not really that good. Even though it synergizes so well with him. Actually, maybe Blade of the Ruined King is just better in this game. Because Mundo Cassante. Oh yeah, actually maybe Blade is just better. But obviously the movement speed and everything that you get from Kraken's really good. Okay, Owner gets the Mercury Treads, really good. Has the added resists on them as well.
Can't quite find an angle as easily as he did in the last one. So
items here definitely fucking favor T1. For this Atacon fight, if you look at the items, the inventory, the components across the board, like Haunting Guys plus the fact that there's Faded, which it's not doing Leandres. Okay, this is terrible by Owner. What is going on, by the way? He must have, like, no resists.
Owner, though, is taking a significant amount of damage from the Otacon.
Yeah, I don't... What the fuck was that? They just wasted... Wait, what is going on?
KT will have to respect Doran. You highlighted it.
And now Doran, I mean, he gets the wave into top. Okay. Meanwhile, on minimap, okay. Faker, he's playing back in the lane, not trying to get picked or anything. Okay, they start Atacon. Owner, I mean, walks forward to Qs. All right, there's a blue trinket. Both top laners have TP. Oh my god, I just saw, by the way, that Jack Show, the protein shake. Oh, another cannon gets zoned away. Jack Show is there for Cassante, which I assume means that Doran has his item in base. Doran dead? That's... Okay, that was Atacon, by the way, if he died.
But he walks away ultless.
He actually got the W there on the Renekton Ruthless Predator. I'm pretty
They're pretty even in gold, right? Yeah, I mean, this must mean that Doran has item in base, surely, right? Yeah, okay, Sterix. So big. So fucking big. So big. If you win Atacon, you also win the Dragon. Sterix is also a crazy fucking item in this game. It can get up to 18% increase from the Chemtech Drakes. Dude, KT are actually... This is really bad, by the way. Mundo's getting none of his camps. They have all just been sitting there. And this let Owner really recover so much. Mundo just wasted so much time. And he's sitting there doing nothing.
was so much healing.
Kuma's coming off a reset, also has executioners, so there's multiple people that can afflict. Leandri's complete for Faker. This is the best timing for T1 to fight. And I mean, likewise, Shadow Flame is there too for Syndra. So it's not like, you know, there's not things that are on KT. It's just, it's scary. And this is a game-ending fight, by the way. But again, Owner, he has 5 possession targets. That's what's so frightening. Oh, really lucky Scryer. Really lucky Scryer plant. Oh my god, Faker. His poke is so dangerous for KT because of the Leandres and the Blackfire. Owner's on the right-hand side, perfect. They spot him. They spot perfect. They stun him. Yeah, you see what I mean? Owner does real damage, even to Cassante. Oh my god. BDD losing a lot of HP. Oh my lord, BDD. That's a heavy fucking cooldown.
At this point in the game, perfect over the wall with the blast cone. Knocks back Guma. Redemption going down. Cuz holding on to the maximum dosage as long as he can.
If one position, Faker does lose bone plating. There's a big one on Duck Dom.
Eyes on Peter, the Alistair to make the play as Faker
that's a
tries to
baddie. Oh my, what the fuck is this? McAfee, no!
But the fall damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker, and Carrier tries to turn it back, but he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line. KT managed to find the initial kill. Perfect.
Oh my
god. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake.
They got the oh Guma, no!
It pushes into the wall, and that might be the Otacon going over to KT.
Cuz continuing.
Oh my god, what just happened? Dude, I actually miss it because McAfee.
The tier 1
my
tower
god.
starting to fall. Otacon already getting started by the remaining members of T1. Peter waiting as well.
A critical team fight for KT. They don't care about losing that dragon because they get the gold and they get the Otacon in the aftermath. I think that was critical that T1 made split calls here. Look, they don't have Viego damage with their dive. So Owner finishes the dragon, but look at Carrier. He goes with Doran. So Carrier and Doran dive the backline, both Doctum and BDD, but
that was really bad. That was really bad. Owner is cut off from who they're trying to assassinate, so if Owner is just there to get the assassination...
So you have to
yeah, I mean, Faker getting caught like that is just, that's really egregious.
That's the right call.
If Owner is there and they get a possession, everything is fine, but they were so split. They get the dragon, but like, still sucks. Losing the Atacon, not super painful. It's only a 5-flower difference, but still.
Like a breakout performance, no doubt. The highest level we've ever seen him at. And the big thing is here, by winning that Otacon, you get more XP, you get those flowers, which is so crucial for this Syndra, who's crossed the 100-mark threshold on those splinters, getting closer to 120. You get some every time you level up, so that level advantage for BDD just pays double.
For T1, though, look at the cooldowns that you got. I'm looking at Dokdom's flash. Any fight that T1 can start with the amount of burst that they have, if they can single out any target that isn't perfect, I think you have a good opportunity. And okay, let's be real. Cuz also is about it. It's getting close to level 16. Not feeling too good about that one, but Dokdom, BDD,
still 2 minutes away from Mundo 16. But I mean, they do have ways to kill him. So that, I mean, that's not, you know, I don't think that's really the main worry. They do need to get Mortal Reminder on Yunara.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right before it happened, but Peter, the engage, the setup onto Faker, followed by the scatter the weak. Nice little opening for them. You have to be on the same page in these team fights. Both of these teams have indexed so heavily and found so much success because of their team fighting.
And I think pressure just continues to be on Guma, right? Had the Sivir game, they couldn't quite get it over the line. On Yunara, the strongest AD on the patch. Doctum again. Learn from the previous game. Will not wander into the fog of war, whether it's Renekton or Sion. The lesson has been learned.
He has flash, though. He has flash. Okay. Peter looking maybe for a re-engage. Peter doesn't use his R, now uses his R. Oh my god, Faker almost goes down. Redemption comes in. Chaos Storm is big. Still on Cuz.
Peter, what a psychopath!
Cuz still has R. Cuz is very disciplined on this R.
KT, they're looking for the chase.
Cuz connecting the cleaver, still has access to the maximum dosage, zoning all of T1 away. Faker just barely able to make it out.
Oh my god, dude.
TP
if Faker gets caught there.
He can get back to this fight. If KT tried to force the
Syndra also has the execute now for this fight. She doesn't have Transcendence, but if she gets a level up in the fight and she gets a takedown, I mean, she gets Transcendence. She gets a takedown and a level up in the fight. She gets Transcendence. Oh my god, Doran does.
But it's Doran caught out. BDD unleashing his power. Cuz using the maximum dosage.
This isn't real, man. This actually just isn't fucking real.
He's helpless. There's nothing he can do. Mundo pushing further
BDD right onto Renekton as he's trying to go through the wall. BDD stuns him as he dashes, and the reward might be Baron.
There is still the opportunity for steal. Owners there. He doesn't.
Wow, KT have gone up 2-1.
If they don't steal this, KT might set up for a soul point as well.
Teleport. Coming in from BDD, well called. Potential 50-50. The Mundo damage. The auto carrier trying to zone. Peter on the way and wants to knock them out of the fight. The objective getting lower and lower, but off T1! Deleted! In the blink of an eye, KT take everything!
And the scatter from BDD will not let them pass.
Dude, I'm actually like low-key speechless right now. I'm actually low-key speechless. I am legitimately low-key speechless.
Listen to that crowd. They are riding the roller coaster. KT with
am
the
so
advantage.
sad. Fuck. Oh my god.
When we look back at this fight again, Doran caught out the scatter to deny
I mean,
his path.
Doran is like...
And it's Peter even there on a really deep flank angle, and Faker on this Victor
Oh my
trying to
God.
make the flank work as they just don't have the tools to deal with this Mundo. He's just not taking any damage.
And then they know to start up the Baron, draw T1 to them. The desperate play from T1.
I mean, they
flash
tried
in,
to
try
instantly
burst down
delete
Duck
Duck
Dam,
Dom,
but
and then the
peel
logic is that Viego gets to
there.
possess Valkyries
Duck
over the
Dam does
wall,
not
and then he can
fall.
also R back in,
And
or like something like that.
KT, they've got Baron. They've got a 4,000 gold lead. They also have the Otacon buff still in their favor.
And almost the entire year, T1 have dominated.
Yeah, I
this
don't
KT
think
lineup.
T1 can win from this
Before it
point.
feels like the first time. in
Even though they had
countless
feats, they
years,
had
it's
everything like
KT
going
who
their
have
way.
T1 on the back foot. KT
The
once
overextension
again
in
have a goal
Infernal,
lead, this time not
and
from
then
snowballing early,
the
but
disconnect
fighting
at
incredibly in the
the
mid
last
to late
dragon
game.
was just really bad. And Viego's also still very squishy. He doesn't have a shield bow. Carry is just losing so much to this Mundo. And also, Mundo having Atacon plus Baron, a lot of accelerant to his ability to hit 16.
KT, can they do it?
We saw it in the previous game. T1 was almost able to find their way back. Kuma doesn't have a third on him yet, though. That execution is not quite there. And trying to play a pick comp from behind is known to be an exercise in futility. Look at Perfect. He's not afraid.
T1 have to be careful. A single scatter connects, and it all could fall apart.
And also, like, everything is pretty balanced at this point in terms of, like, scaling. Like, yes, the 5 different possession targets is still, like, a real thing if Viego gets it. Faker going for Crypt Bloom, I think that's totally correct, because you want ability haste, because you're lacking it with everything that you currently have.
Carrier with a good combo, Faker with a good ulti. You can see
They don't lose an inhibitor, so we're still going to have, like, another team fight that T1 can try to fight through, but component leads are really painful. Also, BDD can even actually get Mage Eyes because it's already active. The movement speed's actually quite nice.
As this bot lane inhib certain to fall, you see T1 as well. They're accepting it. Doran maybe trying to trade an inner in top.
Yeah.
Cuz just getting a crab for his efforts, as now the free item spikes have been hit for Faker. For Owner
I mean,
and
red
for
is
Guma.
up. Peter, he gets
KT
hit.
waiting off to the
Nothing's
side.
really gonna happen, I don't think.
T1 see an opportunity.
Yeah, I
Doran
mean, they're not
continues to
gonna
push the top lane.
chase.
T1 wanna just keep
I mean, red is
KT
up. They know
around
about
for
that.
90%.
Looks like
There's
Renekton's
no
gonna
real
try and
major
get it.
example. Faker
Faker
out
gets
by
hit.
Peter. Cuz
Alright,
on the way
gravity
in, but nothing's
field.
gonna come from it. Ulti
That's
goes
a
from Faker,
weird
and Peter's
chaos
just going
storm.
to walk away.
But the
Again,
cooldown
no
is
major
low enough
objective, so
that
it's not a big deal,
it's gonna
but
be up before
T1
the next
has
fight.
to be careful.
I think that's
He'll use
okay.
there by Peter. Doesn't want to go down, and T1,
It's
if they
okay,
have
it's
a
okay.
flank ward,
I
if
guess
they
they're
had
just
the bot
continuing to
lane
chase
turret
because they
taken
have the
down,
wave in mid,
maybe there's an
and by
opportunity,
continuing to
but that one is
chase,
still standing
their
41
on-field
minutes
combat
in.
stats are superior to KT, so in the event of a fight, things actually aren't that bad. But then also they get to simultaneously get a turret in bottom, get some gold back for themselves, and they get to push back against these super minions.
So a little bit of gold back in their favor, but KT, they stand just 2 minutes away from a Dragon Soul arrival. That fight will be critical.
Yeah, that's Cuz level 16, and that's a Cassante. That's
You didn't want to add anything?
too much
You didn't want to add
power.
anything?
No,
It was just Cassante?
no. I did need to add more. You guys both know.
Yeah, refer to Showmaker.
Yeah.
All right, Owner
For the rest of the
is trying to get his
description of
boots.
that champion.
Has the
And
shield bow.
honestly, that is the immense tanky front line that KT have to their advantage. Those two champions that you mentioned, plus Peter's possible engages here with the Alistar that KT are going to try and use once they draw T1 over to the Dragon Soul fight.
Oh,
and we keep repeating it because I think it's the only way, barring a colossal mistake from KT, that they win. They need to find a pick on BDD or Dokdom. These are your two main targets. BDD's flash will almost be up. BDD and his team also have the benefit of getting to choose. They can just play for Baron. They don't have to care about the Dragon, so it'll just be Soul Point. But with Guma approaching his 4th item, maybe this Yunara can do some magic. T1 have found themselves.
I mean, Yunara has to really do some magic in a fucking fight. This is Chemtech Soul, like.
JDG looked like they had them on the ropes, and they found the comeback as the TP comes in.
TP from behind, they want to catch out Perfect. Perfect can try and use Doran as an escape route. Keria has to be careful, but Pathmaker already used means that Perfect is in trouble.
They're not calling. Oh my god, Perfect found a way out. Perfect actually found a way out. Owner's there. Can they kill?
Looking to collapse. Eyes on Faker and Doran as Perfect flashes
Oh
out to
god,
safety.
dude. They invested so much.
KT pulling back,
They need it.
Perfect alive.
Oh god.
Oh
yes! Oh, but wait, what? What?
Making it happen. Guma fails the flash. It stops the fight from going through. Doran getting whittled down.
What the fuck was that?
Again.
What just happened?
Peter with the CC. I cannot believe it. KT holding
Please,
on.
please kill Mundo. Please kill Mundo.
In the end, might finally get to the moon. No.
Who comes out ahead? The scrap. Faker trying to chase down the extra kill, but so
What just happened to Viego?
Is work out better for KT here. Look, the jungler for KT is up because he is unbothered. He's about to secure them. That Chemtech Soul.
7-0 and 6.
What just happened? What just happened to Viego?
Fourth fight, it felt like that T1 magic was coming through.
Boom.
So they get the flash stuns.
Oh my
get
god,
the
he
burst
couldn't
damage
get
on
it.
Chronicler. But this fight gets so scrappy as you see the carries that are still left up. Dokdom finishes off of Doran, but then
I thought he was in. I thought he was in. Whatchamacallit? I thought he was in Viego. Like
in a normal situation, that catch just ends it. BDD will get caught as the Baron is surely.
That was so
in the
crazy,
eyes
by the way.
of KT on the
That was so
precipice of
crazy.
match
That was
If
really
those
well done by
fights are
KT.
coming down to that low of health bars, now with a Chemtech Soul, so difficult here.
Chemtech Soul,
for T1
it's
to
just
finish
fucking
off
over, by
kills
the way. It's
this
just so
time
over.
around.
It's so over.
Let's see it. The setup though, BDD throws the Scuttle Crab away. He knows it's a little bit dangerous at the moment.
Not a single flash available on the Rift. Any misstep.
They also have Void Scuttle, so they're going to clear out all the wards. This is so brutal.
On the precipice
That
of
was such a heavy fight with all the summoners and
T1
stuff.
not out of this yet,
This
no matter
Mundo
how
just goes where he
strong
fucking
Cuz
pleases
looks.
at this point. Like,
all of T1 though forced to retreat. Again, the power of this Chemtech with the
wow, that's
Cassante
so crazy,
and
by the way, that
Mundo
Perfect
is a
like gets the angle that he did.
terrifying prospect
If he just
for
got
T1
caught
to
there,
contend with.
and then a follow-up
I think
fight
they
takes
see it
place,
via
and you know,
It's gonna be
they would
really
get
difficult
Chemtech
for them to
Drake,
buy the time for him
so it'd
to
be
actually
even
get
on
that
Soul
because
Point.
KT can just threaten this Baron. You keep the map dark, you threaten T1 constantly, don't allow Gumayushi any time to farm.
They
to
can just
catch
do
up.
it, by the way, without Mundo. Mundo doesn't need to be there. Yeah.
They spot it now.
Okay.
Baron getting lower.
Oh,
T1 can't
oh,
afford to let
Peter
this get away from them.
uses
Peter's
Hex
just using
Flash.
the Hex Flash as all of T1
A
starts
Faker,
to move
he's
in.
going to be so
Double
careful, like trying to
randoms
move in.
slowly approach
BDD,
T1
really good
if they
position.
need it.
Carry,
Might come
holy
down to the
shit.
50.
Carrier's almost dead,
Peter
by the
trying
way.
to spot Owner to
Carrier,
force him out of
if
the
he
pit.
fucks up
No
and
Smite
Syndra
Breeze supporting
gets
with the spell
QER,
as
wait,
T1
cuz
getting forced
he R?
backwards.
He didn't even
Maximum
R.
dosage still there for Cuz, crucially. Picks up the canister. Guma really starting to hurt, but it's not enough damage.
Dude, and then they have the honey fruit there too.
T1 taking a little bit too much poke. We'll
Yeah.
see if KT actually want to pull the trigger on this or set up a bait. Eventually, T1's
still have
gonna run out of
redemption
resources,
on
but they do know with
Rakan.
that ward.
Bot wave pushing in the favor of KT. Crucially, if T1 take a fight and
Bot
lose,
wave,
KT will
yeah, I mean that bot
immediately
wave also
end
gets the
game.
inhibitor too.
T1, the pressure point is on them. KT have baited them into the trap.
Doran's dead
Peter
again.
from the darkness, finding Doran, but not the ideal carry as Guma and Faker are still untouched for now. Grab the field to lock them up. Maximum dosage. Cuz getting lower, but still
They don't have it. They don't have the damage. Yep, Mundo, press start. Yep.
And Gumayushi drops. KT taking it across the finish line. Faker forced back. The bot lane open. The TP there for BDD. KT.
I need a breather. I need a
moving
breather.
To match
I need a quick break, guys.
The KT roster coaster keeps going up and up.
We're still not done. KT about to go up match point in the telecom war in the world's final.
A story at this tournament of dominance when it started, and people doubted the quality of their opposition, and then they beat Gen G. And now they're taking T1 to match point. KT monstrous in Worlds 2025. Let's see what the AD has to say about it.
KT saying 1 is all you get, just like Gen G. We will take that match point, and they walk past the cup thinking we're gonna be back for it very, very soon. What an incredible game, and what an incredible roller coaster, I just have to say it, that we are on.
I mean, it's just incredible at Worlds for KT to be the team that's coming up big in these small moments where it's usually T1 that are always rising to the occasion. To me, this game came down to a couple of small moments, mistakes and outplays, and it was KT making the big ones.
The magic of the World Championship is it gives the opportunity for players to shine. And for KT to perform like they are today is what we love to see at the World Championship. What a phenomenal performance. And I really want to dive into talking about these players.
I want to listen to Emily first. How are you doing?
I think the most, how am I doing? We'll leave that for later.
Okay.
I think the most important thing to me, though, is that it's not like KT have been flawless, right? They have made mistakes. It's more about how they then deal with it. How, like, especially like Peter makes a mistake on the L-Star, then he ends up being super clutch in a later fight. I feel like every single person on KT has kind of taken turns really stepping up in a lot of places, and that has made a difference.
Yeah, their early games have been great overall, and we got to talk about this Mundo. We have to talk about it, right? I think it's become one of the most contentious and important picks in all of the World Championship.
I absolutely agree. I think it was a great pick in this game. Cuz played it excellently. You could see in the later stages, they just had no answer for it.
Yeah, they had no answer for it, and one thing I did want to point out, despite the fact that T1 did have the early lead in this specific game, we'd previously covered KT's early games, KT has been scrapping a lot early. That was the 100% warfare stat was the feat of warfare, and I love to see this coming out of KT, just that kind of aggression.
I do as well, and Azale, we were talking about it before, but this is the World Championship final. This is when people make the mistakes they usually wouldn't, and this is where people step up where you usually wouldn't expect it, and I gotta say, this last fight we're going to see, where T1 could turn the game. Guma fails to flash. Maybe it looks different.
Yeah, no, it absolutely can be a series-deciding thing. I think it was a game-deciding play as we can watch this. Eyes on Gumayushi in this play. Faker got such a good chunk onto Dokdom, and they committed a lot onto Perfect. Dorian decides, you know what, we're going to go for it. He flashes over the wall. They get this great engage. They do get the shutdown, but look at Guma here. Steps back, then tries the flash over the wall, doesn't get over, and as a result, he is out of the fight for such a long time. The ulti is expiring. Imagine if he is there with all these low health bars. T1 probably get that kill, probably take the dragon, and delay the soul.
The beauty of this fight is it showcases not only the resilience of T1, the fact that in these environments, they still constantly look for opportunities, constantly look for ways to flip the games, but the fact that KT weathers that pressure, and while it is in conjunction with key mistakes that we're seeing from T1, the fact that KT is able to find these opportunities and punish the mistakes is a testament to how well they've been playing.
It absolutely is, and teams haven't been able to do it for 3 years. How is it KT that's doing it, Emily?
I don't know. I mean, they haven't won yet. I'll just say KT's MO is to kind of bring you up to the point where you're like, okay, maybe they can do it, and then they just, you know.
That's
they
what you told me for the semis. That's what you told me for the quarters.
And that's what I'm telling you right now.
And they are getting closer and closer. You have to give them the credit. They're playing incredible.
I believe. There's a lot of stats so that we have to look at, because Emily is saying that because there is such a long history of it not going the way of KT in those telecom wars specifically, right? And not just losses, often like a reverse sweep or pushing you out of Worlds contention. They all hurt so much.
Yeah, and speaking of resiliency, I don't think there is a team that's more resilient than SK Telecom, now T1, over the years, as we kind of see the Telecom War finals history, because it's only the 4th time
they look rattled. I'm just going to say it. Some of them look rattled. It doesn't feel the way it did last year.
I mean, well, this is the thing, because I just can never count T1 out in these positions, because as you rightly said, they've been in this position many times before. Even at this World Championship against AL, they've been pushed to the brink, but T1 are 6-1 when down 1-2 at
Yeah,
Worlds.
but Mundo was up.
I mean,
Mundo is
no
gone.
secret Mundo for Ona this time around. But for me, like, Cuz has been such a superstar in this series, and I can't do anything more than sing his praises for how spectacular he's been.
I mean, no one can argue the history obviously is in T1's favor. They have won so many times in Telecom Wars. They've showed up in these big moments so many times, but it just feels different because KT does feel like they have the magic on their side this time around. It only has to happen once. The history doesn't matter.
No, you take them all. You don't care if you win the World Championship here, specifically for these players, right, Emily? And that's how I want to kind of go into this break and go into the next match for a player like Perfect, who everybody counted out, a player like Peter, who had a bad start and then completely turned it around. They are rising to the occasion.
Yeah, I think the tag of like Band of Misfits is very appropriate for this team, right? Like, no one expected them to do particularly well at Worlds. Like, I didn't think they were going to be incredibly bad, but I also definitely did not expect them to make it this far. And a lot of that was because of so many players we did not expect to be performing as well as they are. Perfect. I want to shout out Peter as well. Those two stepping up in this game. Also to get here has been fantastic.
They have it in the palm of their hand, but we saw someone on screen a second ago who's heard that phrase before uttered about his enemies, his nemesis on the other side. It is 1 and 2 down for T1, but you can never, ever count Faker out. I hope we're going to a game 5, but maybe KT just do it.
They'll have to earn it.
Play as Faker tries to zone away. KT, it's Peter in the clutch. Scatter the fall, but the fall damage is not there. Exhausted is Faker, and Carrier tries to turn it back, but he's all by his lonesome. Doran cannot get into the back line. KT managed to find the initial kill as Perfect starts to pop off. Guma missing completely. They get the Drake, but it might cost T1 everything.
He flushes into the wall, and that might be the Otacon going over to KT.
Cuz continuing to go where he damn well pleases. T1 forced back.
Hey players, you know a lot of you have been asking about the winter map and why we haven't been able to do it, and I'll tell you, it's really difficult. Our tech and tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself is a lot of effort, and not to mention there's gameplay clarity. And can we just talk about how even though it's winter in the northern hemisphere, in the southern hemisphere it's summer? And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New Zealand, right? So I don't know if we're gonna be able to pull it off. But you know what? Because you really asked for it, we're just gonna do it anyways. Winter map is coming back, everyone. Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
The greatest players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll forward by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
It will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work, and Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누구 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Locking down the Drake is now Doran. Decent position, double. Break down my walls, but I won't rise again.
'Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in. Becker flashes in, and down goes Knight.
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with League of Legends Esports to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No one can stop me but me. Too bad. On fire, rewired, go higher, go harder. You wanna? I got it all, you'll see it. Stars across the night of a shower. Ain't no time to be it. I'll take anything you throw at me. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over. No one can even come close, nah. Counting up money, collecting bodies like Tata. Picture you trying to catch it to me like, ha ha. Better stop playing with your one life you got, Stars across the night of a shoulder. Ain't no time to be it. I'll take anything you throw at me. You can't take me down. I'll go higher. Our future is now. World's on fire. Set it up all night over. Singing me on my shore. You can't take me down. I'll go higher.
Welcome back to Worlds 2025. We're here, you see the League of Legends Carnival taking place here in Chengdu, where 1.8 million fans have passed through over the course of the weekend and are watching now as KT, against a lot of expectations, almost all of them, I think it's safe to say, take us in to match point.
They have been playing so incredibly well this tournament. They have still only lost 2 games the entire tournament. 1 to Gen G and 1 to T1. KT playing so well. It's inspiring.
But we have seen teams be in this 2-1 position before and not be able to close it out. T1 themselves have found themselves 1-2 down and bounced back in the most pressure situations. But after that game, number 3 in particular, it does really feel like KT, their meta read seems so on point, and the level of gameplay in particular is, again, having watched this team just go through a rotating door of, we had Potter come in, we had Wei at the beginning of the year, we had Casting, and yet here we are, 2-1 up against the greatest League of Legends organization of all time.
And I have so much respect for players that are able to work their way through difficult times, complete an arduous journey, and make it back to the very top. So with this roster, can KT actually eliminate T1? As you said, T1 are notoriously hard to eliminate from Worlds. They have been there before with their backs against the wall in must-win games. And now into the draft, T1 once again on blue side here for game number 4 of Fearless Draft.
Pantheon Ziggs taken off the table. As you said, T1 on blue side, mid lane prio picks also off the board alongside Carius Bard.
So Galio, Nocturne combinations, maybe a Camille in there as well. Some of these T1 champions that you have seen them use create dive comps. That could be a tool that they use very aggressively. Okay, they're gonna start out with bot lane.
And now we have, for the second game in a row, despite the struggles on Yunara in the previous game, T1 doubling down, tripling down on Gumayushi, being the center of their early draft strategy. Yunara did not work out for them. It was not enough. The Kalista, an incredibly oppressive champion at early stages of the game, set up for an explosive bot lane matchup, but the Trundle is there for Cuz.
Huge.
I'm known Trundle blind. I don't want to say hater because that's too much, but I don't love it. We'll see though. Cuz thus far has earned the confidence in this tournament and is really good into Kalista, being able to slow her down and make sure that she doesn't get the space that she so desperately needs in fights. This is also, again, there's a layer to this, right? There is the fact that Docdom had a great Kalista game against Gen G, but he might now be picking up the Caitlyn here to try and fight for that bot lane prio.
And this is a very powerful siege combination. Trundle pillars with Caitlyn pushing early, assuming that Peter is actually going to play a bully support. Sometimes they have actually, for KT, they did like Caitlyn Braum. They didn't necessarily fully index into a Caitlyn Lux or Morgana or Karma type lane. And so they definitely have some options still open to them. But I do really like siege comps and an extra range there with Trundle because you can make use of that pillar. But here's the Nocturne that we were talking about earlier. Does get locked in for T1. And I really do think those
no, dude, Kalista Renata. Oh my god. And now Caitlyn. Oh, and Caitlyn gets her pick of the litter. You can even just blitz right now. What?
But Renata,
you can even just blitz.
Get punished. Obviously, the 2v2 is absolutely devastating.
Oh my god.
And that's where T1, I think, have really struggled in this series. It feels like KT's early game has been better. Almost all of the times is BDD going to be blinding Cassio or playing Cassio into what is already such a short-range composition. Is going to be feeling impeccable. And it was this pick that got KT over the line against Gen G.
It was, and now against an immobile support like the Renata, luckily has the Kalista to bail her out, but the pillar is a massive threat to any immobile champion, something that has to be respected. With the Caitlyn, with the Cassio, getting grounded by that miasma, having a pillar placed behind you means there is no chance for escape, but T1 bringing out a lot of comfort, bringing out a lot of power here in the first phase.
And you can protection ban the Galio because you third pick this Cassio on red side. There you go, and you can whittle down on even the few
Cassiopeia taking on R3.
Those
I mean,
that we're talking about for the Camille, Galio, Nocturne,
the thing is if T1,
there.
so Victor's gone, Victor would be like the pick here, which is like, that's what's really sad. They might just force, I mean, okay, I was going to say, they might just try to force Galio and Camille and stuff like that.
What you want to do into Cassio's outrange her, right? Go for something like the Wei, which we've seen a decent amount of. And I think it's okay, but it doesn't really synergize that well with the Nocturne, right? You'd rather play something that can actually dive deep, that can go in aggressively, but trying to play any dive into Cassio, into Trundle, into Caitlyn just doesn't feel great. And there you go. KT, they say, we're not even going to take that gamble. We don't care about the comp mismatch. We want to protect BDD with 2 bans towards Faker. 4 in total here, setting BDD up for success.
And we knew in a world of Fearless, depth of champion pool was going to be incredibly.
Hui is also another. Yeah, I mean, Hui is the same school of thought of Victor. So when this is happening, what are they even actually going to take? I mean, you have Anivia, but they're not going to do it. They want something that pairs with fucking Nocturne, but like, I hope to God that they don't fucking Annie, man. Please don't Annie.
Really has relied on him over years and years as
There's
player,
Blitz.
as coach,
There's Blitz,
and
just
he's
like we
setting them up
fucking said.
again.
Yep.
Oh my goodness, is it going to be the crank?
The Blitz. I don't like the Nautilus matchup into Renata. Feels nigh unplayable, but Blitz is a different story altogether. Peter.
What? Tom.
Okay. And
oh wow.
Into the power that this Nocturne can bring.
And Renata doesn't have potency to flex, so it's not even like you can, like, you know, go Renata top or mid, or she's not one of the enchanters that can do it. And so the Tom Kench is actually a problem. Tom Kench is a really big problem for Nocturne, because this Nocturne is looking like it's useless. Oh my god. Dude, if that's a blind Gragas,
one of the
Atrox. Oh!
I was thinking about this.
Nivea! Yes!
Locked in. Obviously a champion against champions like Trundle and the Tom.
Anivia is Thanos this game, by the way. Anivia is actually Thanos. So here, you can't take Gragas. You can't take Gragas. You cannot do it. It's perceived to be good against Tom Kench, but you would just run into fucking Atrox, and Atrox would have so much fun time. What is he actually? He's gonna do Gnar or something. He's gonna do something fucking stupid like, oh my god, dude! It's gonna get hit by GP or Atrox. It's gonna be hit by GP or Atrox or even fucking Set. Hail!
And they get counter.
Okay, let's all take a breath.
No, we're not gonna get baited by Oliver.
No way. Is it?
No.
Mord's good. Mord is very good. Mord is really good.
He's gonna lock in here. Perfect.
It's funny that the strongest champions that end up morphing the entire meta at Worlds are the ones that are brought by the Western teams weird.
So I do like it, even when T1 have ways to attack side lanes. With Nocturne and other people joining, it is something that can still always have threat there due to the Mordekaiser ultimate.
I will also just say, in terms of ease of execution, there's almost no reliable hard CC on the entirety of this KT lineup. They're really going to need to have full map control, be better on the setup, because on the opposite side, you have these walls that can catch people out that matches the one piece of CC that feels like could do something for KT, which is the pillar. You've got the stuns, you've got the Renata, the Gragas to potentially set up these plays. Huge, I think, burden on Doran to be the guy who can make this happen.
And it was 2023 Spring Finals where Doran had.
Dude, KT has a monster fucking draft, by the way.
Truly majestic performance
KT
on the
has
Gragas.
monster draft edge.
That was back then into T1, to which this day in the LCK there is a discussion as to whether or not he was robbed from MVP for how good his Gragas was, and that is with match point.
This is
for KT.
Really bad.
What T1 decides to trust him with.
KT on the cusp of winning their first trophy in their first finals after their first semi-finals. An unprecedented run, but they are going up against T1, the greatest to ever do it. A team hungry to find redemption for Faker. 2015, 2016, denied in 2017. This roster wants to be the first to make the three-peat happen.
Okay.
The ever-elusive three-peat. And as you say it, Keria flashes the Faker emotes.
Okay.
See if they can actually...
No Gathering Storm on Anivia.
T1, of course, they have to approach this as one game at a time. Every single game
he's going cut down instead of presence of mind.
Every play critical,
Wait,
including the level ones.
Faker trying to move away. Good damage going down on Owner, forcing that early flash
So
out.
this doesn't matter that much. This doesn't matter that much. Nocturne losing flash does not actually matter.
Yeah, Trundle definitely.
Not when it's like done at 40 seconds. It just doesn't matter. Realistically, he's going to have flash for when he needs it. The only way that this matters is if there's an early 2v2 or an early 3v3, which I don't think is like very fast.
A little bit of a trip down memory lane. T1, as we keep saying, in case maybe you just tune in, maybe you're like, what's all the ruckus about? have had so many ups and downs, and in this modern era, it's been the four-man core of Owner, Faker, Guma, and Keria. We've had Kana originally in 2021. We've had Zeus in 22, 23, and 24, and now Doran.
Come on, guys. Come on. We need this. T1, we need. I mean,
How fitting is it
look, I need to start cheering for T1. That way they fucking, you know, because the curse is opposite today. That's what's going on here.
That went over them to go get.
Need to cheer for KT.
World's title. See if they can do it. Okay, Owner, no flash, but it doesn't matter. He can still clear as Nocturne. You want a full clear at least 2 times.
He can beat the jungle camps.
Yeah, and then
he doesn't need flash.
Yeah, just clear in peace, and then your flash will be up in no time. That's how you look at it.
Definitely a good luck is BDD is going to be the first to get to level 2. Neither one wants to be too aggressive with their cooldowns. Obviously, if a single Noxious Blast connects, potential for BDD to just run Faker down is very real. Nice handshake coming in. Immediate barrier coming out from Docdom. Gumayusi using a barrier of his own just in case the tower shot does come through. So super dominant 2v2 here already from the side of T1.
And I do think you kind of know that when the Kench gets locked in, you're just not going to have the laning pressure. This is really a pick that is expected to have pressure as you go deeper into the series, right? As you, or rather into the game, when the dive will inevitably follow.
Okay.
I gotta say though, Kench into Anivia and Gragas really doesn't feel quite as good. I think the Nocturne and the all-in from Guma and Keria feels good to play into, but Anivia really makes it hard for you to actually reliably protect your carry, get W's off, and Gragas kind of self-explanatory. His ability to create space. Keria!
Flash away. Keria tries to get him with the Q flash. Docdom quick on the reaction.
Keria looking for
lethal. That is a flash down in the laning phase. Again, while Owner is flashless, may
so
still be in a position come
Owner
level
is
6,
flashless,
really
and the way that
Peter
all
has
these
access
lanes
to that
are
ultimate.
going right now is it looks like Struggle Crab could maybe be a they're trying to counter game. They think that, oh, this is weird. Interesting. Okay.
It is going to mean guaranteed
Cuz positions for a counter gank. Okay, so it's gonna be Scuttle Crab for Owner. And so yeah, I mean when this ends up happening, everything's fine. Owner doesn't have to use Smite.
So they'll know that this time
just gonna reset.
has done the same thing he did last time.
I think.
Where he
what the fuck's
did
going on?
The clear
This is so weird.
This
is actually so weird. Oh, I guess they're threatening a dive. Oh, but they saw it.
Isn't necessarily like the #1 dive champion. All the precautions
they saw it though. Yeah. So it's just gonna be a
play
play for Guma and Keria.
Of the dive on the first
Not bad. Also some
Docdom's
EXP advantage.
Behind, though, force the base.
Now Cuz,
In the
I
early
mean,
game,
left-hand side, he's going to get spotted out.
In this 4th game.
Kind of double value when you're able to shut down that Caitlyn early game that so often is incredibly impressive. Now, though, on the top side, Doran may have to be careful. Good awareness, though.
They should
and
know.
See the potential gank coming, knowing that there's really no play on the bottom side to be had for KT.
Early stages of Mordekaiser versus Gragas, not too big. Plenty of sustain on the Gragas, no problem. So just a farm fest up there as both junglers will go into their second re-clears. It's going to be a little bit quicker, of course, for Owner because of Cuz's little altered path where he goes for the quick recall there. And we'll see once again when the Nocturne does end up towards the bottom side of the map. Currently, though, Keria and Guma at least hovering into the fog of war, then going for pretty deep recalls.
Are seeing Faker taking not the best of trades, but not really bought it. Has his egg still available. We'll see if Cuz can make something happen. Might look here. Has his Raptors just now done. Making his way over. Even getting a summoner or getting the egg would be big.
Faker grounded. Cuz on the way in. Good wall to force the disengage, but BDD full committing even though he has no mana. They do manage to get the
Faker gets
out of
wait.
Faker. Cuz full
Peter's
committing.
there too.
Peter on the way. The tongue lash there. They want to give the kill to BDD, but it'll go to Cuz in the end.
And what
so bad.
could be the deciding game, KT, they send all resources again towards the mid lane to BDD to make it happen.
Oh, God.
But it's Cuz that gets the kill again. Now we saw how
he
it
has
benefited
TP.
them. As T1 wanting to look for the punish here.
He's going tier 2. Owner. What the fuck? It actually worked. Oh my God.
Is Peter barely able to make it out alive. Good recovery from T1.
And he flashes for that. He's like, no, trust me. I got this. Takes the wheel and finds the 50-50 steal.
Sometimes you need inspiration when your team
Oh my God, he failed wall.
You just lost out first blood mid. You have to come up with
first blood
really
isn't as painful,
plays.
so you know,
And
that's okay. Kappa.
Throwing it there, throwing the flash for the flip.
Did Faker just miss cannon? He did.
It
Oh my god.
for Owner.
Okay.
T1 get the objective.
Everything's
now.
fine.
They set up Doc Dom in the mid lane, but Peter,
Dude, feats are also so big in this game. Feats are so fucking important.
It's so difficult for Doc Dom. If a wall
Okay.
had appeared
Feats
just a
are
little
so
bit more
important.
behind
Feats are
him,
so
he very
important.
likely would have
Doc Dom,
died like the
okay.
one we're seeing here. Luckily, Peter is there to cover.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Knockup will not connect. Nice initial stun
Okay.
from Faker. Procs the
Q
phase
doesn't
rush.
connect
Will
either.
back
Phase
away.
rush.
Doesn't have any
Oh, he's
damage
building
under his
tier
belt yet,
again.
or that could have
Oh
been a
my
lot
God.
more concerning for the side of KT.
It's nice, you know, you get a little indicator for where you need to throw your stun. As Cuz will be able to.
Fire V2 has a really
this
good
lead.
post on Twitter
Next
for anyone that
got
wants to
Owner
know
about
about like
10-6
why
though.
tier is so
And
bad.
that is going to be when he comes online is perfect.
Perfect. Flash away. Doesn't want to risk going into the death realm just to come out a
Okay.
few seconds later on the wrong side of a wall from Faker.
So he does flash. I mean, they're going to share some EXP.
And I do really love
Lane
when
swaps
people
are
play
initiated.
these
They want to be in
very
position for
high
Void Grubs. I mean, Faker has a nice little freeze going here. Getting the flash out of Mordekaiser is really good.
All right, so
Because it
much
does
tension,
mean that
so
it's
much
probably going to be
grinding
near
on
impossible
this
for him
game,
to
and
kill anyone in Death
we
Realm.
get the swaps back out, and KT opting to send Caitlyn up to the top side of the map, whereas Guma and Keria have full priority here, trying to push in on BDD's Cassio.
And looking at how the early game setups are going to go, it feels like who gets to the objective first, right? If you're able to use the priority in your lanes, use the priority of this Guma Keria lane with the Kalista Renata, you're
Okay,
able
got
to
that
turn
one.
it into vision, and you're able to pick off
Okay.
members from KT as they rotate over. Because the big potential is amazing. Turn off the lights, displace them either with the wall
Oh, I'm
or
actually
with
so
the
stressed.
Gragas.
Oh my god, I'm
There's a
actually
lot
so
of
fucking
damage
stressed,
available
dude.
early on to take down these targets for KT. Again, it feels like it's
Okay.
going to come down to
They're going to come
what
over
can
and
you
get
find
Void
in the team
Grubs.
fight.
Yeah,
This is
an
nice.
excellent lane assignment from T1 again. Faker easily
Surprised that
able to
Faker
wave
didn't
clear even in
R
the face
sooner.
of the
That way he
Caitlyn
gets
Tom Kent.
like the 10 gold from
Good
the
lane, mid lane control
little
from Keria and
Void
Gumayushi,
Might
and now
things.
Owner
So now they're at
walks his
2 on
way
Monster
up topside,
Slaying.
immediate
The Void
free
Grubs are
grub
actually very
secure.
important for getting plates because T1 do get outscaled. Like that is not that's not really that arguable in this fucking game. They do get outscaled. The only champion that doesn't get outscaled, Anivia takes on the role that like BDD's Mel took on in that one game.
And want to keep that pressure on.
Hey, they got the first dragon as well. You know, the way in which they did it was high risk, but ended up
All
working
planned.
out. All planned. Oh, I mean, Owner knew, you know. Otherwise, you're a Nocturne that uses his flash for no reason, but he trusted his smite button.
And they know that they are going to need to continue to stack those objectives. So we'll see if the emphasis on the earlier Dragon Soul for them does come to fruition. Kalista, of course, looking to be a snowball.
Ooh, and I do love that it's Docton playing that Caitlyn skin from DRX. The last time that T1 lost in the finals, it was against that team. As Faker should be fine here, but his prio is continuously maintained. And look at the top side. T1 keeping these waves shoved in, and plates will be their rewards.
And this feels like the
Plates
first
going their
game where
way.
T1 are able to build such a
Ooh, does the
clear
cannon go down?
advantage
Does the cannon
in
go
the
down?
early stages.
Yes!
BDD has a
Very
small
good.
gold lead, but Gumayushi
Micro wins,
essentially
micro wins.
no
We
one
take
can
these.
Stop this man from pushing in, from building
Oh
a
my
greater
God.
advantage. And you
Okay.
already talked about Drake stacking, right? Kalista, a champion who
Oh my god, we're gonna actually
very
get silver stripes,
effortlessly
please.
can contest the big smites of the game. And when Owner and Guma are working together, it feels pretty impossible for KT to stop an objective. that T1
Ooh,
started.
Faker. Ooh, BDD, no TP.
Dragons as well.
Has been known
Ooh,
for
this
that.
is a little
He has
frightening for
stolen
BDD.
even at this tournament.
Oh, that's frightening. Ooh, Faker with some good lane manipulation.
Very champions.
And he
This
needs
time
to do it
around,
too. I
though,
mean,
continue the
oh, he's gonna
Vaughn best,
instantly,
my
wait, what?
friends.
Nice.
Okay.
Love it.
Yeah, I mean, if BDD had stayed, he
Now
would have
it's
gotten the
bringing
wave,
the
but now a
LA
wave
to
just
the
goes into the
winner's
void.
way.
Good lane manip.
We didn't get a little, the
Pretty much
appropriate
across
pace.
the board here.
Obviously,
Guma with
good lane
with an
issues
EXP
normally
lead.
go completely off topic.
Baker, even
Sure, we're not gonna
with
do that
what
here.
happened,
No.
he's still actually behind.
Professional.
BDD,
Yeah,
because he's
obviously.
forced to
There's a
recall
X-plate
and
now
not be
done
able to
here
stay,
for
he actually
Owner.
doesn't have his Rod of
All of
Ages
that
at 10
available
minutes.
going into
That's
the
a
first fight.
fucking big
Looks like
deal.
double Roa
Because it means that his
as well.
Roa won't tick
20
for
seconds.
Atacon.
BDD
That's
close to
what
his.
this does. He basically needs
This
to
stage,
instant
however,
shove
feels like T1
the
just
wave
ahead
and then
in
look
terms
for
of
reset
overall
for
pile.
Roa.
Yes, BDD has mid lane push, but
But
really
maybe he
has to
doesn't
be
have the
careful about
gold?
wandering into fog when
Does he have the
Owner
gold?
has
I don't
access
know.
to that ultimate.
Does he have the gold?
Cuz has finished the Sundered Sky, not
I can't
opting
tell.
for a Trinity Force, knowing he might need a bit more sustain. Carry a bit of poke onto Peter, and T1 with this bot lane push, very likely set up to be first to the Drake.
Owner's there, trying to, I think, scout out, and this time T1, if they can set up again, trying to regain control into Renata, into
Okay.
Anivia, kind of a nightmare. We haven't really talked about it too much, but the Engage from KT.
This is weird. Owner takes a lot of damage here. Oh, he heals up some of it. Okay. It actually gets the W out of Cuz. That's quite good. But Faker walks on a lot of miasma. Gets the flash out. Oh, the wall is bad. The wall is bad. Otherwise, you get the flash out of BDD, I think.
Set up now. For the
Teleport
side
now
of T1,
coming. Oh my god.
KT want to claim it for a bit more. Ulti coming out from the side of Carrier. Drake down. The backline of KT berserk as they look if they can turn it back. But again, they don't have the tools to keep the fight going. Unless Peter wants to flash tongue lash. But that's all their CC. Perfect fighting off to the side, dragging Faker into the death realm. In the meantime, BDD starting to walk forward. Doran potentially caught out.
Whoa, what a crazy art!
BDD showing he can be clutch in the moments to count. Turning it again. KT were losing the fight as they lost the objective. Gumayushi will not be able to make the bailout work. The Drake to T1, the fight to KT.
Oh, Doran's gonna want that one back. The big whiff on the Gragas engage there.
Peter knock up a bit too far. The thick skin, yeah, it's
What is
not
Peter
gonna
doing?
save you.
What the fuck is Peter doing?
The moment, Faker gonna get one back.
Yeah, getting a little bit ahead of themselves there. The roller coaster, sometimes a bit of a bumpy ride. But as we highlighted, it's BDD that takes this fight into his own hands. That you see KT, they at first very respectful of the amount of disengage available on T1. And it's not until this pillar comes through that they're really ready to commit.
Yeah, and they try and pincer them against. Then Doran goes for the big play, but he's left in the middle.
The R is actually just so crazy. It's just so hard because they're down on summoners, or not summoners. They're down on key ultimates, and Faker prior to the fight taking place misses the wall that would have been very key against BDD.
Faker, we can see there the BDD topping those damage charts, and Faker he was just hitting a Mordekaiser.
Nothing you could do, Guma. BDD, the points of pressure that we look at for both teams. Gumayushi does go down in the end, giving a lot of that gold back to Docdom, crucially for this KT lineup. And BDD now with the Roa fully stacked, even as Faker struggles to complete his, is in an excellent position in the fights to come. Again, 1 minute and 30 seconds now until that Herald is available. Top side still close, mid lane still very much dominated by Guma. T1 would really like to have that prio advantage ahead of this next objective.
Yeah. They made the call. Just try and go for Docdom. You know, Doran getting in there for the knockback, but they didn't have the damage to follow it back up. And so the extra kills here for KT, but T1 preemptively got the Dragon. So that plan of stacking the Drakes is still there.
Ooh, and this is a game where I think Ocean's are actually going to get a ton of value. It makes your side laning so oppressive. There are a ton of champions on either side that have a good amount of sustain. Going to become even more annoying when you become basically an immovable object in that side. And a lot of champions that, even with the Roas, even with the Sarah,
Ocean Soul is also not particularly great, but it's also not that bad.
Right now, KT,
because a lot of the fights are like continuous, so you do keep getting the refreshes. Also, there's no one that really builds Grievous Wounds that well on the side of KT, outside of like Cassio.
A whole whopping 2 plants as well.
And remember the context of all of KT's kills. It is a lot of flashes, it is a lot of full committals with very long cooldown sums and abilities. T1 still have a much easier time setting up fights, setting up picks, and because they've secured those
I mean, a lot of it does just come down to Anivia. She got her Roa so late. It's 2 minutes behind Cassiopeia, which is a really big deal for Adicon. He does technically get potentially 2/3 of a wave extra benefit, depending on how the next 9 minutes for him goes in terms of EXP gain.
The extra range. KT
a little bit weird, but
speaking of Siege, with the 4-1, but T1 are able to take control of it. They've got control and access to the Rift Herald as well, so they can continue to stack these neutral objectives. And that's the way that they're going to apply this pressure to KT and not allow them a lot of extra time in the game.
Early objective stacking going the way of T1. Convincingly.
Piece of monster slaying is picked up, and also with that, they should be able to, in theory, get fucking feats of foundation, so first turret. Doran needs to find a way to clear this entire wave. He might R it? Yep, he's gonna R immediately.
Full commit now going down. Owner turning off the lights. All of KT immediately pulling back. Peter isolated, caught out.
What is that R by Owner?
With a thick skin. Will Abyssal dive away as
That was
Faker
really
takes down
weird.
the top
The turn
tier
off
one,
the
and
lights
again,
is also
this is
too
the
early.
struggle of the KT
Ooh, that would have been
composition.
really
So
good.
hard
Okay,
to
so
force
Faker
anything,
gets
and T1
the top turret. That's
continue to
really
trade
big, by
up.
the way.
And T1
The ability
read them
haste
like
that
a book.
Anivia
The
is going to fucking
5-man
have this
rotation
game,
gets
she's
punished
actually
heavily.
is
They're
going to
ready
be
keep
ejaculating
Doran safe
snowballs.
this time around. That Gragas will not
I'm
be
not quite sure how a
taken
female
down,
bird
and
does
then on
that,
the
but
cross
she
map,
can.
The topside turret falls.
Okay. This is like
Now they're in perfect
Alien versus
position to
Predator.
contest this
All
next
right,
Drake. Good
we got a
news inside of
xenomorph.
KT is at least
True.
Dogcom finally has that collector, is able to chip away at Guma.
All right,
She's
Drake
so
is
far.
coming up.
Blade of the Rune King and a red buff. Guma supposed to be reckoned with.
Mordekaiser
KT poking
still
at this,
has
they
his
don't
Death
really
Realm.
have the vision, but they do have
I
a
mean,
warlock
I actually
flank
think Gragas is
to find
stronger
his
at this
way
fight. There's no paranoia, though, which is fucking frightening.
more conventional path
Faker is the
in
most
lane,
important
however.
member of this entire
at
fight. All right, they
flanking
kill
Doran
one
here,
of the wards.
trying to
Carry is
hide
missing a
there
little bit of
on the
HP,
Ocean Rift,
but
looking
Renata,
for a big displacement.
such a good angle, though, for Cassio.
Herald summoned in the mid lane.
It really comes down to Faker.
5v5 at the
And I
pit.
think that Perfect is
Flash
gunning
ulti
for
available
Faker,
BDD
too.
If he wants to try and find it. Perfect isolated off
Yep.
to the side. Hostile
Yep.
takeover stops Peter from going any further. Docdam completely isolated.
Faker's just trying to run around. He has the phase rush. He's almost out.
Taking it. Docdam isolated. And Perfect trying
Okay.
to force a fight with
Oh
Faker.
my
Gets
Faker!
out.
Yes! He
Ball comes in
finally
to interrupt.
gets
Back on the
something,
wall.
but
The
fuck,
ulti from
without
BDD,
Anivia in
he
these
might get a
fights,
couple
it's so
more kills,
hard,
but
man.
again, the objective
What is Doran
belongs
doing?
to KT.
Oh, I guess he can't.
Even as T1 begin to fall, Faker and Carry are ready to turn it. But have they overcommitted
Oh
the wall?
my
They're
God,
trying
and the
to
wall
engage
is not
Carry. Faker
correct,
running
too.
into the pinch, obliterate, connecting for full
Oh
damage.
my God,
cuts
the shield.
on the chase, waiting a few
Oh my
seconds for
God.
the pillar.
Oh
With
my
the stun,
dude,
clutch,
Faker's ability haste though is so
disengage
high.
on the side of
I mean,
T1.
Owner. Okay, so they actually don't get the turret in mid, which is really sad. And then because they don't get the turret in mid, KT actually also get the wave. So it ends up being a 3 for nil.
T1, I think it's
but
still good because they can still
it's
keep up
okay,
their
like-
timeline for Dragon Soul.
I think you take it because of the double steal that comes through, right? Because they're unable to get this dragon. Owner gets to secure again, and I want to look at the amount of flashes that are blown here for KT as Dogdam gets taken down, completely focused by Guma, who stays alive until BDD gets on top of him. But the stalling here is a big deal, and the trades aren't that bad when it comes to kills here for T1. And with that objective going their way, so many summoners were blown there for KT.
That was really close.
And I think the big thing that I'm looking at is the effectiveness of this Tahm Kench. This is a moment where across this series it's felt like Peter, Docdam have been doing well even when Docdam's been getting caught out. But you saw there the disconnect. Peter flashes in to try to devour Docdam. Docdam flashes over the wall. They can't get the angle. And those moments of miscoordination are effortless for T1 to punish. And this is something they cannot afford because they're already falling behind in terms of map pressure. Even if they have a kill advantage, they're behind in gold. Single mistakes like that could cost them everything.
And I'm looking at Owner's smite button.
Oh yeah.
Inspect that thing. This guy is cold as hell, man. Keeps on getting these dragons. Started out the game with a flash to go steal it. Can he do one more?
500
Does he
gold
have
lead.
one
They want
more
that
in
turret
him?
for
And
sure.
started off the
I mean,
game without
T1
a
are
flash
actually,
to
they're
speak
still,
of. When it
if
comes
they
off
get
cooldown,
Ocean
he
Soul, I
flashes to
actually
steal it
think they'll
again.
win.
This is the
Especially
member that
because
was heralded
Perfect
on this
has been
T1 lineup
infected
as
by
the
Whippo's
most
build.
consistent
So his build is
point.
actually
Being
really
clutch
fucking
around
bad
these objectives is
against
crucial because
T1
now
because
you
he
see the
loses
runway, you
damage.
see the path
He just
to
loses.
victory,
By the way,
icon,
I want
the
everyone to play the
standing in
minigame.
front of
I didn't do this on stream, but I did this off stream to like further fucking drive the needle against the people's points during that experimental argument on Twitter versus Rocket Belt, right? Watch how many autos Mord actually does in Death Realm. Even when he presses R. Just watch how many autos versus how many Qs landed and also Darkness Rises. Just fucking watch.
Yeah, certainly.
It's the craziest fucking thing.
Absolutely not. For anyone concerned.
Because again, it's a practicality
5
argument, right?
flashes have been blown by KT. And that does mean
You have
that
6 seconds to
I
kill targets that are
expect
building
T1 to
all
maintain
HP. Like, it's just
prio
not
in
real.
these
Just
lanes.
please build
Because not having
Leandres and
flash means that
Rylai's.
you're
Like,
much more susceptible to a Nocturne showing up and taking your lunch money as owner. We've seen him and Gumayushi often be the deciding factor together. As KT, they might just fool send
Alright, so
an Otacon.
this is bizarre because everyone doesn't have Roa. Alright, here we go. I mean, I guess. Like, what the fuck? Dude, frail and unworthy. Like, how crazy is it, dude? Cuz must be, like, dude, Cuz is just gonna pop, by the way. Wait, what?
Ready to get them away. The ulti not stacked up. Perfect going forward just a little bit longer. The Death Realm to come out. Owner going to respond with an ulti of his own, turning off the lights on this team fight between both lineups. Gumayushi and Perfect in the
just
Death
dies,
Realm.
by the
And
way.
Guma takes those.
And now
T1
everyone else is
focusing
frail
on the
and
objective.
unworthy.
Cleanse used from Carrier. Heal on the way. Faker finding a bit more damage. BDD isolated. Hostile takeover going to connect onto BDD. It won't have much effect as Cuz tries to chase Faker out.
What the fuck?
Take Carrier, but it's T1 taking the
the Otacon. Guma securing the objective.
And there it is, the a second smite for T1. Strikes again as Otacon goes their way.
Oh man, that was a tense one. You can tell the call from KT, I think at the beginning, is have Mordekaiser just run at Owner and try and ult Owner. But look at Perfect getting kited in. Nivea does so much work keeping him at bay. Keria as well, trying to help, trying to delay. And then as the ult goes down there, they kite it back out. Otacon resetting. They put so many spears into this Otacon.
And I cannot think of a worse champion to pull into Death Round 1v1 than a Kalista that has been accelerated. Unfortunate from the side of KT. Yeah. You see that they have the damage, that they have the items. They just cannot put it
What just happened?
where it counts, and ultimately that just means that T1 are even further ahead. 23-9 the score in terms of the petals, 1,000 gold advantage, and 20 seconds until T1 are set up to take the soul.
It's going to have to be a miraculous team fight here from KT, as they are second to the objective. And if this soul goes over, barring an Elder flip, T1's got to be feeling real good.
Doran isolated for a moment. The Maya's
Nice,
a little bit late.
nice, nice!
Good damage onto Perfect to kick things
Okay,
off.
here we go, Ocean Soul.
Cuz still eating a bit of damage.
KT, come on, KT, come on.
Tough to deal with. You can see the pierce that lands on the Doc Dom.
Wait, what? No, wait, no, I didn't mean it. Wait, I did not mean it. Wait.
Isolate Owner, Redemption
Dude.
Heal Faker right back up. That's almost every single cooldown
What?
burn. It's on
Oh
BDD,
my
trying to bring it
God.
back, but it's a split fight. T1 coming from multiple sides, collapsing as Owner moves in on top of Perfect. Dorn has been isolated in the death round, but he'll manage to make it over. Flashback absolutely jukes him. And now it's Perfect caught in a 1v1 with Faker right as he comes out. He is stunned, but he won't be taken down. All of T1 in the pit. The spears stacked.
Faker has TP.
Smites
Faker has TP.
available.
Owner's taking a lot of damage. He does have flash though. I mean, they also do have Ocean Drake that is doing some stuff. Oh, BDD's gonna go over and hit the. Oh my God, that shield is so fucking thick. Oh, Owner's dead. Oh, he's not dead.
But they don't need to face him yet. The turn on to Faker isn't enough. 3K, Cuz in the pit.
Oh my God, Cuz got it, right? Oh no, he didn't.
To get the soul. KT
Come on,
might be able
come
to
on.
fight, but there's too many
Yes.
of T1.
Yes. I'm gonna fucking come. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord, thank the Lord. Dude, Nivea is doing so much in this fucking game. Holy shit.
T1 stand up, get the Ocean Soul, and they have made every person in this stadium stand up as well. Doctum gets hit with the Keria ultimate immediately.
Dude, that Tom Kent shield is hilarious. It's like 600, by the way. It's 600 at rank 1. What? It's 600 at rank 1.
They try and kite back into the pit. Meanwhile, on the top side, BDD was
I thought Cuz got it because I saw the HP thing go up, and I thought like I completely forgot that Trundle just has to be a contributor. Dude, Anivia is fucking Thanos, is she not? By the way, is she not? But earlier this year, when me and Vigar V2 said that Anivia was really good, everyone flamed us when I put Anivia Z tier counter in the mid lane tier list. Okay, for several times, past few years.
And there was a moment where the Mordekaiser was
and Caps plays it. Fucking everyone sees Nivea as like disgusting, and now also we're watching the fucking game. Weird. Weird how that works. Actually weird.
The kiting here that he's able to pull off really created so much space.
And T1 seemed to perfectly understand their strengths in comparison to KT's weaknesses. We've mentioned it countless times. We saw it in draft, and we've seen it be the bane of KT this entire game. They do
Owner
not
my fucking
have
go. I
good
agree.
tools to force picks. So T1 get to stay in these fights at 20%.
Dude, I have a
30% health.
yeah,
Because once
dude.
they see that pillar go down, they know there's no way anyone else is getting on top of them in the back line. Now, Soul in their favor, Flowers in their favor, 5K gold lead, and they're set up to take the first Baron of the game.
And it's again costly when it comes to summoners for KT.
Starting the Baron is
call the T1 Baron.
interesting.
Gold leads there. Ocean Soul
Oh, KT
is
are actually kind of slow to this, but T1 aren't quick to it either because they don't have Leandri's on Anivia.
T1 have secured every single objective this game.
Cuz taking a lot of damage, doesn't have flash, doesn't have
zone
flash.
away,
Oh!
but
Oh! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Berserk now
Yes! Oh, fuck!
has to ulti.
Subjugate. Ah, wall misses. Wait, what is going on? But everyone look at Mord! Everyone look at Mord! Everyone look at Darkness Rises, by the way. Imagine he had AP. Weird. Yeah, nice, by the way. By the way, nice. Fucking assholes on Twitter. Nice. Fucking jackasses.
To get anything. They've
D-bags.
already lost their top laner. The game rapidly slipping away.
They're trying their best to not let this game go to 5 as Doran still searching.
No
T1.
flash. for BDD, that crucial piece of CC and exhaust there. But Faker just waiting in the darkness. Guma stacking up the spears, the wall to zone KT away. Flash not there for Cuz either. BDD off on the side is going to use the ultimate. W in from Peter does absolutely nothing. T1, they see a vulnerable opponent. They know what they can do as they start to rip them to shreds. KT
One more!
is not going to take a bear.
I mean,
reminding us.
Let me tweet, by the way, that T1's going to win, obviously, because the fucking curse is opposite today.
In a world final.
The T1 ensure that we are going the distance. We are getting our full value out of this series as KT just cannot close the gap to T1's backline.
The turn off of Baron to grab the kills, and now they will secure the objective. Here's another look at it. So Duran had just body slammed at BDD, and BDD used Cassiopeia ultimate. The rest of them can then chase through the river here. As you see, even with the Tahm Kench trying to eat him up, Noctam still has nowhere to go.
The KT feel forced into trying to contest. Know that
dude,
if Baron goes down,
he's Thanos.
Game is as good as lost.
Dude, Anivia, dude, I really wish that I could learn Anivia. I just fucking hate her. But honestly, now that my LPP is activated and I have every skin in the game, maybe I can find a skin that makes me like the bird.
We knew it was a gamble. And that, plus the blind Cassio, I think really getting punished so nicely by T1 in this game.
Yeah.
So the Baron converts into Elder. I'll love to see it.
Found a lot of value. He's getting kited a lot. And hasn't had very high value ultimates either. So we'll see as we progress in this series. If we progress, because T1 still have not done it yet. They've got the Dragon Soul and a 9,000 gold lead though.
Yeah.
So they definitely should be able to.
20 pedal lead. They have Grubs. We haven't taken a turret yet, Kobe.
They got more items. They got more money. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's looking like a hard road for the side of KT. And now,
but it's good news for us.
When a comeback happens, if KT can make it happen, then it's something to be considered. Maybe a miracle flash, but it will take that miracle. And for KT, it's so important not to lose sight of the bigger picture. This is a game you could afford to lose because of what you won earlier. It might come down to a best of one, but you need to be at your best form for that matchup because this game is looking done and dusted. Owner pushing in the mid lane. KT can't really afford to split as that tower falls. The threat of T1 diving into their backline, a very real threat.
BDD found a big play on his Yone in game 1 against Gen G.
He's not finding a big play here. There is no big play. There is no big play. True. Two inhibitors are going down right before the Elder is coming up. There is a wave in top. The only fucking way that KT could win this game is somehow stealing Elder. Somehow stealing Elder.
Hoping to catch out a member
and then winning the fight. But it wouldn't actually win them the game because look how many turrets are still remaining on the map. So KT would basically, they would have to chew through everything,
Again,
right?
This is the problem. No matter who TP's in, it's so effortless for T1 to just walk away.
Yeah, they're trying to clear out the waves. I mean, the wave up in top lane is also. Oh my god! Oh, I'm sorry. Did Anivia just press R? Oh, or it's not even R. It's a basic ability call.
Decent carry, wants to turn it back with the hostile
takeover. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God for Ocean Soul. Oh, thank God. Mordekaiser has. Oh, my God.
Enough in the face of this T1 lineup. The triple.
Holy shit, dude. BDD was about to turn into a fucking Banshee, like.
Guma lives the engage, and T1's hopes live in the grand finals.
And the telecom war has never been this insane.
This is actually such a fucking crazy. We're going to game 5. Holy shit. This is good.
A back and forth.
All right, let me throw away my coffees. 1 sec.
Dominance in game 4, though. The story for T1 as we get ready for game 5. Let's send it back over to the analyst desk.
They're on it again, Dracos. That's what's happening. I cannot believe what's happening in front of my eyes. The fact that at every single objective, they look like they could lose the game, but somehow they secure it and somehow they stay ahead despite everything KT threw at them.
I can absolutely believe it because I've seen this happen at Worlds several times and I've seen it happen to my team so many times back in the LCK and in OGN Champions. I don't think it was louder in this building than when Faker absolutely popped off on Anivia and they showed the damage numbers at 8,568. This entire place was cheering just for that graphic alone.
We see Koma there. He's deep in thought. He, of course, has said before that 2017 is something I regret, right? Let's look at this.
I mean, the players have got to stay locked in. We see them reviewing in that moment. And here is one of those critical plays. Carrier pops out of the brush, catches Docdom, and even with Peter there to save him initially, that is kind of the fight, it felt like, decided in a lot of ways.
Okay.
It was
okay.
so many.
This was the big fight. I mean, this was really big.
That T1 just kept getting
this was an interesting one for sure.
If they just swung slightly the way of KT,
but like really, okay. So if we look at like the early, let's look at the early fight, right? Is this it? Okay. So this is the lead up. By the way, if like literally this game is actually different if Owner doesn't steal what he did. Okay. So this is the first one that's an error, right? Not an error, but like I guess like so Faker wants to R here, and then you can see that this is also going into the wall. So he wants to W this, and then he also wants to place his R further over here, so that you get the flash out of BDD or you get the ultimate out of BDD if he panics, right? So that's what you want to do here. I think there's a sicko fucking world where there might even be a way to angle the W and pin Cassio to force your flash, but that's like for Anivia OTPs or like super specialists that sit in practice duel for 1,000 hours. I don't know. But like, so this is one of the first things. Then Faker goes over and he starts hitting this. And the reason that he hits this is because he wants to be able to potentially just go back into mid lane. But in doing so, because he doesn't move over with his team, you get a teleport on the left-hand side, and now we're divided. And so because we're divided, the R comes out. Faker doesn't have that much damage. I mean, he doesn't have damage. It's just base damage right now, right? And then Doran and Faker are separated, and Perfect has R. So this is like a difficult fight that shouldn't be a difficult fight. If Faker and Doran are all just with the team and you're able to kite into Anivia's R and stuff, this ends up being like a complete fucking wipe, right? It ends up being T1. So like right here, okay? If Faker doesn't kill the control ward and he just moves with his team, okay, and then teleport in from Doran is with his team, KT cannot kite into Anivia. Just can't do it.
So the objective set up now for the side of T1. Double TP.
But anyways, game 5, right? A banana for Faker, getting that potassium.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think they're going to be regretting giving that man Anivia. Because Faker, it seemed like he played way better than he did last time on the pick, but also, we were talking about it in draft, Eddie and I were talking through, hey, if you're going to blind Cassio, you really do need to ban the Anivia. Instead, they elected to take away the Galio and the Hwei, which are comfort picks for Faker. With Faker, there's always going to be something up, but man, Anivia was crazy in this game.
And while we look at the faces of T1, focused, calm, getting ready for the next game, we know that this is a situation where they've been in multiple times before, even just last year against BLG. For KT, I can't imagine the pressure that they must feel, the stress, given that you could be a single game away from lifting a World's Trophy, or it could be done and dusted just like that.
I mean, it's basically going to be the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life, right? And it's coming in 30 minutes. And we heard interviews from both of the bot laners from T1 where they're talking about the advantage that they have is the experience. They have been here before. Carrier said, I wanted it too much. I was dying to get it. And I think KT is going to be as well.
Yes, they are absolutely dying to get it. We'll get some time to talk on the other end of the break about this man, Emily, but also about the chances of KT. We'll be right back before Game 5.
The fight just continues to go. 6K getting lower. Docdom trying to get a bit of poke. Hops will take over, connecting. They don't have a cleanse. Devour from Peter is good, but it might not matter. Cuz continuing to move in. BDD waiting over the wall.
Let me go to the bathroom right before the next game.
There, but they don't need to face him yet. The turn on to Faker isn't enough. 3K. Cuz in the pit. At the end of the day, it does not matter because it is Doran to get the soul. KT might be able to get the fight, but there's too many members of T1 standing. Ocean Soul to T1 as everybody on KT falls.
By the way, I'm actually look at this. I have a unicorn jersey. I have a unicorn jersey. Let me show you guys. What I mean by unicorn is I have the only jersey, or like not jersey, jacket. I have the only jacket that has white print. I'm the only person that has white print on the jacket. It's actually kind of cool. I low-key like it. I like that it's a one of. But also, you can't even get your name printed on it anymore. They removed it from being possible. Okay.
How could it end any other way than a Game 5 in this telecom war for the ages between KT and T1 with their eyes set on the Summoners Cup? We have been blessed with the series so far, but now comes, Azael, the most important game of KT's career.
Absolutely. I mean, you can really say for a lot of these players, their entire life has built to this one moment. There's so much pressure on being able to perform in this moment. This is one of those things where you are going to be thinking about this as I said before, the best moment of your life or the worst moment of your life. And it all comes down to how you perform in this next game.
And that's why I really did like what BDD said to Cuz, right? Where he was like, it's just one more match. That's what it has to be for them. They have to be able to shrug off the pressure and play like it's just one more match, as we see their friendship going back all the way to 2017 Longzhu Gaming when they first started playing together. And the other person who's been here is Score. I don't know if that was necessarily the worst day of his life. Maybe it was the 2 HP Baron fiasco against Rock's Tigers. But as the coach of this KT roster, I think they should also be looking to him, who was on the 2018 team.
I mean, he's quoted this moment personally versus IG, who would go on to win the cup, as where they left it all on the Rift and they didn't do enough. And that's what we saw that he tried to instill into this roster. But again, this is when all the floodlights are on, right? This is when you've had time to think about it. And you know it's only one game. Only the best survive that.
And if you want to look at some history, across the 9 full 5 games that these two organizations have had, it's 6 to T1 in Game 5s and 3 to KT. The odds favor T1, as has been their history. But again, every time we have to mention that it is the magic of Worlds that we love to watch. And on this day, history will be made, whether it is the three-peat for T1 or whether it is KT who is able to upset the dominant giants.
And BDD, who was in our featured matchup today versus Faker, how could he not be? And we started off the show by talking about the eras from Faker, right? And we have here his rookie era. I also want to say we have the actual final. But the two that are most important currently are these two, Azael and Fetty. Why?
Yeah, I mean, it's the question of, is it that heartbreaking moment for Faker, being distraught after having lost the finals, he thought he was going to be able to take down. To me, this defined him because it showed how much of a competitor he is. Even though he had won so many world championships, you still got this kind of a reaction from him when he finally fell.
But the beauty of modern day Faker is that not only has he found a way to, I mean, people will argue that back then, back in 2015, 2016, this was his prime. But this feels like T1's prime, the era of T1. And today we could witness him doing what he couldn't do in the past with these players, marking his mark on history once again.
Do you see it? The little Easter egg, it has 6 stars on the bottom for if it does come true. And let's just stand still with this for a second, right? When you talk about KT being almost at the top of the mountain and just needing to bring it home, Faker is on the other side. And often when we talk about Faker, we're not mentioning all the rest, but it's also so important for them, and they've done it 2 times before. But who hasn't, Azael?
Doran has not done it. He is not a world champion. As I said at the start of the day, I feel like his legacy is the most impacted out of anyone on T1 by far. If he wins here, he can push aside all this narratives about him being an international choker, about him not being able to rise to the moment. And if he loses, I think people are still going to be casting aspersions on just how good he has been.
Yeah, because he has been fantastic in this series. We talked about it in the Gragas game. We've talked about it in this series, how much of an impact that he has consistently tried to have. And I think he deserves such a massive shout out for his performance.
Imagine walking back on stage and seeing this Emily Katie
Jesus
looking
Christ,
at the
dude.
it's
It
now
looks
or
like it's a
never.
late.
Yeah.
That
as
is
we see
so
everyone
pretty.
walking back on stage. Both teams look pretty relaxed.
This is
but
so, oh my, what a shot, by the way.
But that man, Doran.
Wow, that's just beauty.
Pretty relaxed. That's good, right? Good sign. But that man, Doran, I think
Oh my
encapsulates
God,
what
that's just
has made
fucking
both of
beautiful.
these teams has brought them here, right? Because it's not that they haven't made mistakes. Doran, I feel like, has even made
What a
mistakes
beautiful
in
shot.
this series,
What a
but
beautiful-
then has
wow.
overcome them to have fantastic plays, helping bring this to a Game 5.
And I mean, we talk so much about T1 and rising to the occasion, but we also have to give that credit to KT in this series, because I think so many teams would fall apart with the amount of pressure that has been put on them when things have gone wrong. But KT has consistently played towards the rain conditions, played confidently, even down 12K in a soul. You see BDD flashing over the wall on Casio, looking for that moment. And they have not shied away from the bright lights of the World Finals. I think we're going to be in for an incredible Game 5.
KT are the
That is such a
almost men
beautiful
of the
fucking
LCK.
photo.
They've almost
That
had
is
their
just
dynasties.
pure
They've
bliss.
almost been the best team in the world, but they've never been able to prove it. Today, they've demonstrated that they, at the very least, stand shoulder to shoulder with the greatest that we have in our esport, but they can do what
Come on,
KT
man.
have never been able to do before. And to do it against T1 would be incredible.
Would be incredible, and is also the most difficult task that can be laid upon your shoulders if you are KT. Not just for the fans that maybe have become a fan of them during this tournament because of what they've shown, but so many, like the one here next to me and the one I can see there, Laura, who have followed this team for so long, for so many years, for so many heartbreaks, for reverse sweeps. You can undo it all for all of those fans. But on the other side stands T1 and stands Faker. This isn't their first rodeo. They've done this a couple of times already. And in Game 5s, they know exactly what it takes to win that Summoners Cup. Will it be BDD with his first after a life of longing for the Summoners Cup? Or will it be Faker's sixth rodeo? Back to you.
A damn good question. And it's important to remember that this World Final is unique. It is the first World Final with Fearless Draft. This might be the hardest Game 5 we've ever seen. There's never been a World Final with more emphasis on diverse champion pools, on mastery, on adaptability. You cannot fall back on meta staples or comfort picks. This is where you have to put everything on the table as we get ready for Game 5 pick and bans.
This is also where you could maybe see teams take big gambles. We've seen teams try to throw off with KT picking blue side despite being in Game 5 of Fearless. Maybe this is the game where we leave open things like the Azir, which have basically been permanent.
Do not.
Well, I mean, I think KT should. They're on blue side.
You got too excited about Game 5 blind pick. No, certain things still have to be banned as we enter picks and bans, powered by Omen.
Here we go.
HyperX. Draven, banned
T1
away. The
on
banned
red.
Away. Azir, no surprise to follow. 40 champions off the board, 6 more in this first phase.
But I love the discussion, the topic of Fearless, because we have seen people, owner, literally first-timing champions on stage here, asking their coach, asking Faker.
Oh my God, man,
"So
this is
what
actually
the
so
clear?
tense.
What are the
Draven
abilities
banned
do
away,
on the
won't be
champion?"
available for Guma.
So Game 5
a lot of people, I don't know. I mean,
Grand
it is one of his most
Finals,
iconic champions ever.
obviously,
So
on the
there's
line
that.
for each.
And so often in domestic leagues, Game 5 of Fearless has meant scaling. Champions like Ornn rising to the forefront, knowing that it can come down to that backline hyper carry, making all the difference. So
T1 with the
KT
counter pick in
wisely
Game 5 Fearless is
eliminated
just
a
so
third
fucking
ban
crazy, by the way.
targeted.
Yone banned away
He's not allowed
again.
to play a single one of these champions.
Is BDD
But
just
what
gonna
else
go
do we have
Zoe?
left in the
Is
pool?
he gonna go
Akali,
Zoe?
Aurora, LeBlanc.
Ziggs!
Okay, Ziggs is flexible. That could be a flex pick, but
Okay, that could be a flex. That could be a flex. I'm gulping.
Here. Makes me wonder whether we're going to see some Maokai.
What does Guma have in the tank? Unironically, what does he have? Is it going to be Kaisa? You don't want a Kaisa against Ziggs.
Has been one of his most iconic picks. Again, he almost dragged his team to a World
Duckdom's also one of the original
4 years
Ziggs
ago.
players.
Couldn't make it then. And now finds himself
No, oh my god, the man.
Of winning it all.
The man He's using the Zahen bonus right now. That's what he's doing. We're also gonna get Atrox top lane for Doran. We're gonna be infused by Zahen. True.
Like what? Like Neferi. Because I do think if you go Ziggs, you need a big AD
Yeah, let's mention more Darkins.
Kiana could be another.
The other thing, I don't like Pantheon against Ziggs because Ziggs has wait. Oh my god. Faker's Galio. Dude, imagine if KT could play Alawi. Oh my god. Could you fucking imagine if they could do it? There's a Pantheon and a Galio. Could you imagine if they could play Alawi?
Dismantled by T1. Now, though, the option on the opposite side, KT taking their time. The Yorick, a powerful blind, dropped in prio a lot this tournament compared to his regional playoff dominance, but here in Game 5, it gives an angle for Perfect to really make the story about him.
Turrets tremble at the side of Ziggs and Yorick picked up together, and there is a fave being put in Cuz and BDD, their champion pool, as most likely top and bot lane are secured. Cuz and BDD keep hitting what they'll be playing.
So he could do the Cho'Gath into the Yorick and chomp the
Oh,
Maiden.
yeah, I mean, Cho into Yorick would be really good.
Drop Doran's pick if they
Cho into Yorick would be really, really, really good.
In that
I mean, also Aurelia. Can Doran play Aurelia? He's one of the original Aurelias on Korean solo queue. Can he do it? No, they're going with Camille. Oh my god, it's a good luck, have fun. But Ziggs can get Zanyas. That is one of the exceptions. Ziggs can get Zanyas.
Finds itself in game number 5. The
Holy
crazy
shit.
potential that T1 have drafted here.
And I can only imagine
And the bot lane is still unselected. In theory, Pantheon is a flex. In theory. Camille is also technically... I mean, technically, Camille and Galio are also both flexes. You know, like, that's another crazy thing. I mean, one of them requires Senna, pretty much, but, like... Alright, Maokai banned away does sort of signify that Pantheon's in the jungle. They might also ban Sedge. They might ban Sedge.
Want to go towards Jinx. That has been something that in Game 5 Fearless we've seen. It's the range.
Smolder would be... I mean, I think they're just going to Kaisa. Okay, well, okay, Kaisa's banned. Okay.
KT will ban it because they
Jinx is another reset. Jinx is another reset champion that they might go with. They could, in theory, go... but it is Guma. He might just Aphelios, even though Ziggs counters him. He could Aphelios. Or we could get Senna. We could get Senna, although Guma is not a very proficient Senna. Skarner banned. Okay. Sejuani is there for Cuz.
I'm still looking at that Neferi or Cuz on something that can have early impact. Jhin actually going to be the pick away, or the ban rather, not the Jinx. And T1 have had some
Jin's weird, but Jhin is a neutralizer. MF. MF is a way to answer Ziggs because you can also take TP on MF.
Just needs a lane dominant champion. It's not about him on a Jinx.
And now it's also retaining flex. Galio can go with MF. That is a combo. There's also a Mumu.
Exactly.
Oh my god, there's also a Mumu.
Lock someone down for
we could have oh my god, we could have Curse of the Sad Mummy.
Position them into mid-wave so that you can make use of your split push in your
oh my lord.
Well. So Misfortune.
There's also Leona. There's Leona and there's a Mumu. Dude, where's your damage on KT? Where's your damage? So much gets invalidated by E. And also there's so much magic here. Galio is... I'm getting excited. Maybe I shouldn't. Ooh, Chris. Okay, there's the damage. There's the damage. There's the damage.
So much dominance. And
First strike Ziggs.
On Viego, and it wasn't Sejuani as BDD. I want to highlight, Tristana is able to buffer away from the Camille taunt, or from the Galio taunt. You're able to also shoot Camille out. Oh my god! The BDD Smolder, he's bringing it back!
Scaling seems to be the answer for the side of KT in the face of countless dive options.
Oh my god, please lose. Please kill this fucking dragon. Please murder him.
T1, if they pull ahead like they did in Game 4,
his father is missing. Make it so. Look, come on, please. Oh my god, please.
Pool we know is deep.
Just need more engage. You just need more engage with this dive comp. grab the ultimate here. And the question is, yeah, Smolder could be a good lane into the Galio, but can
oh my god,
you
I'm actually so scared.
survive
I'm so
later?
scared.
With
I'm so
all
scared.
Of this T1
Oh my god, is
looking
it Smolder
for you.
mid and
a Game 5 Faker Galio.
Oh my god.
I do really like it when,
Oh
you know,
my
there are
god,
two
dude. The
extremely
scaling
clear
in the
game plans
range.
here. On one end, we have a comp that can
Oh
split
my
push,
god,
that
and
can
they're making it so that
endlessly
Smolder
waste
has
play,
higher
it's playing
base
for
levels
the big
too.
spikes on Ziggs
And he's gonna have an
Smolder.
easier time now
Pressure
also.
coming from
Oh
Sejuani,
my
Yorick,
god.
The Nautilus early.
Dude,
And
honestly,
then
this
on
is
the
a
other end,
fucking crazy draft.
It's a wombo combo comp. You're just pressing your buttons. Everyone goes in. You layer that MF ult on top, and any problem that you have will disappear in seconds.
And remember that the performance also crucial. If a single member on KT or T1 misstep, despite the confidence we've earned in both these teams over T1's countless victories, over KT's performance in dire situations, they're underestimated. Every single player needs to be on point in this Game 5, or either of these crafted game plans could fall apart in the blink of an eye.
It all comes down to one final game of League of Legends in 2025 here in Chengdu. BDD was asked in the interview after they upset Gen G, what would you tell future BDD 1 week from now? And I thought his answer was so eloquent. He said, just do what you normally do. And now he just has to do it for one more game.
Set up in the mid lane matchup, range versus melee. So much time for Smolder to scale for free. Chengdu erupting in cheers in the final game. Level 1 setups, keeping an eye out for any creative options, but both sides just drawing lines of scrimmage, respecting each other's sides of the jungle. Neither side wants to be the team to give up a first blood or offer any early mistakes to the opposition.
One thing I do want to highlight for KT specifically is the value of Mercs. Looking at the CC that's available on T1, Taunts, Leona, even the Owner's W, definitely going to get good amount of value from that, as we do have a little bit of pressure being put out here by Dokdam as he makes his way down. Low auto, but nothing too crazy here in the level 1.
And of course, for a lot of this series, it's been about bot priority, and it's been about the junglers. We take a look at how Cuz and Owner have performed. Last game, no doubt, a masterclass from Owner, but here, comfort for Cuz. On Sejuani, a proactive option for Owner. We know what he can do with those semi-globals. Eyes are on them to make these early game plays, even as we see the laning phase begin.
Can we add Smite's hit to that list of stats as well?
I don't know. I think one person might be a little bit more favored, although credit to Cuz, the Mundo Cleaver steal is...
Actually, oh my god, really good trade by Doran. Gets the passive up again.
That I think has a really funny power curve, like level 1, level 2, level 3, you're feeling great. First base,
get
not
space
too bad,
there.
and then you're basically just playing
Camille buff, 10 more damage. Well, not really. Oh my.
Goes in.
Takes a tower shot. Just trying to zone away, make the most of that level 2 power spike. Knockdown with Peter waiting to catch the wave.
BDD's gonna be
MF didn't go
trying his
TP
best
either.
to
She went actually, she went barrier.
And keep
I would
this
have liked to have seen
Galio
MF go
locked.
heal and then
Galio
Leona
isn't
go
able to
ignite,
make
so
it
they
back
have
in
all
sides.
power.
Especially in the early game, it's going to make it a lot harder for T1 to find
Doran,
places.
so even though
He's
they're
diverted
like
his
even in
path,
CS,
he's
Doran's
looking
actually
for
getting a lot.
top.
Oh my god.
That's a classic.
Perfect.
Please,
Needs to back up. Level 3.
Please. Yes. Gets the slow. Gets the slow.
Sweep there from Doran to slow him down. Owner all but certain to make this one come through. First blood for T1. Doran's Camille takes it.
The 3 camp gank from Owner. The price you pay is usually counter jungle, and since Faker is getting pushed in, since the Smolder has priority, it does allow Cuz to exact that price.
TP back to the lane. Luckily for Perfect, Doran hasn't had a chance to spend that gold yet, so we'll still need to play with a little bit of respect.
And Perfect has had such an incredible tournament, but when the criticism towards him was the heaviest was when he fell behind early. It's been a big test for him to try and not fall deeper down the hole once it started. Many an LCK team in playoffs throughout the last 2 years have made that their goal, and this is his biggest test yet in the final game here at Worlds.
And it's a very worthwhile investment from Owner. to do the top side 3 camp into gank, sacrifice his blue buff, because if you look at the comps overall,
Faker's missing quite a bit of CS. This is honestly, oh, nice, nicey. Gets the wave. Okay. He doesn't want to fucking TP yet though. This is painful. So he's recalling where he is because I think he wants to stay in range, but BDD doing really good. BDD should have gone Cull. BDD should have gone Cull, but maybe went D-Blade just in case Pantheon does something.
Backstep good from BDD. Faker tried to go for the angle, the flash, the Justice Punch, hoping it would carry him back just far enough to instantly connect the knockup.
Oh my god, it's so tense.
A swing and a miss from the GOAT.
Faker no coward. If you go for the reverse punch,
it's getting zoned out of so much too. Getting zoned out of so much. This is so bad. This smolder
just walks it off, and this means that Faker is now in an even deeper hole because BDD actually having so much Fred here in mid.
Yeah, it's a critical breakpoint because Galio lane does really revolve around, do I have jungle pressure to put threat behind when I move up in lane?
I don't think he can't even get this cannon, can he? Oh, we don't.
All.
Oh! Yes! Yes! You're the GOAT! Yes! Big! Big! It neutralizes it because of the EXP.
Gonna kill him.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Doran locked down with the Pandas.
Doran has flash. What?
Oh, just barely.
Nice. Oh my god, and he's getting nice. Get some gold too. Get some gold. And also, because of that, very, very slight, but Cuz actually shares some EXP. That also helps Doran as well, because of the earlier gank assist. Very big. Dude, BDD. Oh my god, BDD kind of low-key panicked. And Owner's back. Perfect has flash.
Has the flash available, but Doran just going to immediately flash follow. The adaptive defensive, the hook shot still there. The Q back for healing, but it's not enough.
Beautifully played, no hesitation. Owner flashes in so that Doran can then also close
Camille
the distance.
is so fucking accelerated in this game.
For the answer flash from Perfect,
Come on,
securing
man.
the kill.
Okay.
And
oh
this
my god,
is
Faker is
something
bleeding,
that,
by the way.
Again, we've seen KT struggle with, we've seen Perfect struggle with.
First
Yorick
Drake,
just goes
Mountain,
for the call,
okay.
and his team at least will be able to find on the
Mountain Drake
cross map
is, honestly, it fucking feels a little bit bad because of T1's comp. Any little bit of extra resistances is fucking feels bad, but it's what it is.
Especially
you know,
for
we
BDD,
accept
the
it.
strongest point on the team currently, even as we see gold leads get bigger for Owner and Doran.
Chemtech
The Camille start to take over. Perfect needs to stem the bleeding. You highlighted it so well. It's one of the few things that we haven't seen from him yet this tournament is now the hookshot wall.
Oh my god! That was so fucking well done! Oh, Doran doesn't. Oh, he gets 6 from the minion! And now Owner! On to Peter!
Peter will be sacrificed in return.
Fuck.
The hookshot!
Is that a blink connects? There's the Q!
What might cost Carry his life?
Live! Yes!
Carrier walks away!
Oh my god, we're all so drunk right now. T1, we're all so drunk right now.
And Peter could not fully push the wave in, and so T1 pounce.
And that's the oh!
I had tea in my mouth, but that was incredible. The arcade comment.
He snipes him, and that salvages the play.
Fuck!
From downtown, Doctum on the Ziggs finds the play to salvage it for KT.
It's fine. Accelerated recall for Leona. True.
As
True.
T1
Low key.
True. Gold lead. He chops it back down a little bit.
And it's
Call also on Perfect to try to
Leona,
you know.
Camille, if you're slightly too far up in the lane.
So BDD isn't getting played.
100 to 0.
Void Grubs are very important. Who carries actually here? He's here. Owner, does he get 6?
Critically, Spike comes through. Cuz immediately going to retreat. Red buff steal, a nice little advantage for the side
Red buff steal,
of KT.
yep, is secured.
You have to
Okay.
be careful there because there is obviously the possibility of Faker going for an ultimate there, so he can't really commit to the fight. BDD can damage him, but he cannot stop that ult. Doesn't have the tools available.
Oh my god.
And we
oh my
do
god.
see
Oh my god. There's the male. The
for
minion
Doran
followed Faker.
still
That's
there.
good.
Gold
Okay,
lead
the minion followed Faker.
for
Nice.
Owner as well, and the resilience of KT.
Wait,
As we have
he missed the
seen
cannon?
early game swing
Fuck.
in the last 2 games. First couple of games it was in their favor.
The
This
York
time
being
around, it's
behind is
2-1.
very, very, very
Owner's
good.
been on a
Okay,
mission,
so
creating
Carrier
so
doesn't
much
have
with
6.
this
Peter doesn't
pantheon.
have 6. That's fine.
Cuz though has
Now,
level 6
Faker
on the
has
the
R.
possibilities of your plays become that
Faker
much
has R.
greater. He starts
Owner
up
is
the ropes with
moving.
the confidence.
They see this for sure.
BDD
Pizza of Monster.
does have
Okay.
priority of mid, and it's just going to be the one for now.
BDD has
have to be so
prio.
respectful
Neither.
of the sheer
Actually, Perfect has
quantity of
TP.
CC on
Okay.
the side of T1.
Luma's gonna come
Also, all of
over.
their
Okay,
burst damage
so
so
it's gonna be
heavily
2 Void Grubs.
telegraphed,
It's
makes it
very
very
important to
easy
not
for
lose the
Doran
Void
with the
Grubs
ultimate,
and
for
the feats
Owner
of
with
Monster
the Aegis
Slaying
Assault
here,
to
because
just mitigate
if you're
all of that
losing
burst and
feats
turn a
of
fight
Monster
right back
Slaying
around.
and
No mercs
the enemy
yet.
gets the next
For
dragon
KT.
and they get it and they also have
What I
Ziggs,
do love is that often
and they
fight
get all the Void
Fearless,
Grubs and stuff,
we end up
like
with comps
things
that don't
are
have engaged.
very
This is
painful.
kind of the opposite. Both teams have amazing hard engage. We have Nautilus on one side, with Sejuani to back it up. Then the Camille Galio,
Faker.
Leona combo is
moving down. That's the combo. Locks him in the ultimatum. Finds the damage. The taunt.
Nice, nice, and Camille gets it. Nice.
Another.
Nice. Camille just gets so far ahead. Camille just gets so far ahead and stick your fucking metal legs where they do not, where they do belong. Absolutely. Absolutely. We need to kill Smolder. Absolutely.
Can look for it. It does allow, of course, the push.
Dude, I don't know why BDD did not get called this game, by the way. This is the freest fucking lane in the world that you ever could have gotten called. Like, even if he doesn't have it as his first item, get it as your next one. Like, what?
Doran with that is going to be at least close to his Triforce.
Also, the fleet over Grasp is also a little bit strange because in this lane he can take Demolish and Grasp. Yes, Grasp was nerfed, but you would still have like probably an extra 100 plus HP in the game. It would be better than Fleet.
Luckily for him, the Trinity Force completion does not come through for Doran.
Also, he's not doing actually that great on stacking because he's just trading so hard against Faker. Faker got one Darksteel stack. That's very good as well.
Get ready for these bigger fights, and that is really going to be the break point the KT are terrified of.
Yeah, the game looks so hard to play for those KT carries that you mentioned.
Nice fucking freeze. Nice
so many
freeze.
forms of dive from T1 will be looking to take them out.
And it's the entirety of T1 also playing, right? This isn't Perfect getting 1v1. It's
there's Trinity Force. Holy shit.
Owner,
dude, and because, dude, Perfect has to respect that Camille could just
kind of
Perfect can't even walk up.
Be able to make anything happen there.
So he has to respect that Camille's there, so he's slower on everything. He's slower on the reset. Look at this. Look at the top lane difference in items, by the way. And magical boots versus purchase boots.
Power spikes for the coming objectives. 30 seconds until Chemtech Drake spawns. It won't be a Soul, Mountain, or Chemtech.
Faker, I think he wants to reset, yeah. He definitely wants to reset. 30 seconds until the Drake spawns. Owner's in position. Ooh, nice. Free donation. Free donation.
They have to give up a little bit of space, but at least they have their first items.
No Qs hit. Nice. An entire cannon wave zoned out of Duck Dom. Look at that EXP differential. Love seeing how much freezing is happening.
The Q2 is
okay,
really going to hurt. Let's see
actually,
if they can make
wait, I think he gets it all.
Away
nice.
from the top lane is not that bad for KT.
Faker gets level 10. He has has to use Scryer. Okay.
He's moving down.
Cuz okay, here we go. Oh, Doran, he's moving. Smolder
coming over.
Smolder.
Shutdowns on
be careful.
Owner, just showing us where all of the money is for the side
be careful.
of T1. 1,000 individual gold lead over Perfect.
Yep, here comes Doran. He's threatening. He's like, hey, I will literally be here if you try to do anything. Faker with a flanking TP. Okay, Owner.
Got the first one.
Nice.
Not the second one. As T1 picks this one up. And the one-item spike for T1 is frankly disgusting. Also want to highlight, Faker is one of the few Gallios that we've seen, at least in the SK, consistently do this. He just builds full damage, right? We've seen him both go for like a more hybrid build where you go for Zhonya's and remain utility. But he is not afraid to just full send it, and it does make the itemization harder, right? If he goes for tank, then you can stack a lot of armor, can make actually finding the angles onto this KT backline a little bit more tough, as it's Cloud Soul, which feels apt for a LCK final, Game 5. I don't think we've gotten one yet this series.
Doran again.
Wow! Oh, that was balanced! What the? Wow, amazing spacing from Doran.
One means he can at least survive a little bit here in what should be a very one-sided matchup. But obviously with Owner poking his head around on the top side of the map, he's still very vulnerable.
Yeah, you have to be cognizant of this Pantheon ultimate at all times. Thankfully for KT, they still have their tower standing for now.
T1, they're almost... This is the first game where T1 are the ones with the lead, right? Like, as we move into mid-game. Another plate going over to Doran. Like to see this. Magical boots, too. Dude, he's almost up 2,000 gold, by the way. Because Perfect is minus 300, and then Doran gets the free gold. So, like, in terms of acceleration towards items, right? Dude, Doran is almost up an entire item. This is so crazy, by the way. Essence Reaver too. Oh my. Okay. Essence Reaver picked up for BDD. And also goes Merc Treads, by the way, when the primary damage that is going to nuke him is physical. Amazing. Amazing. I love it.
So unless KT sends
oh, Sorkpen boots. Sorkpen boots for Ziggs. Okay. Bloodthirster also so good in this mid-game conversion.
there is obviously the promised land, right, where KT is going to try and get to the point where BDD has his stacks, Dom is at his third item, and Yorick is one of those champions that I think always will get value.
That's a little sad.
Oh,
does he get it? Oh, he gets it. Nice. He gets the play. Cool.
T1, I don't think they're going to just let them get to that point. You're going to have to fight tooth and nail.
And I foresee a future where the value of Yorick gets given over in gold to T1 if he's out there in the side lane.
Yep.
They very well could just pick it up. Again, the real interesting thing is going to see when these side lane turrets do end up going down, if they can still remain safe then, if they can actually still play the map then. Because currently, we have plenty of defenses to work with, so we can continue to farm here, trading farm back and forth, and it's going to be about the engage. But as you open up the map, that's when the true plays begin.
Looking for the ultimate. Gumayusi forced to backstab, flashing
Okay.
away from Peter's hook.
Guma does have to flash there, a little bit sad.
All advantage to the side of KT.
That is a nice little advantage because the Glacial, Sejuani's ultimate will be available for the Dragon, whereas now Guma is going to be down flash, so it's going to be much more important for him to position well. He's also not going to be able to flash, follow up with like Make It Rain and press R on the Camille target. Camille is up an entire level, by the way. She is pooling gold. Dude, she last reset. Oh my.
Dom caught out. Zenith Blade there. The ulti just out of range. Crucially.
Okay.
And the cancel there as well. Peter has his buddies back.
But they get Duck Dom's flash. Okay, this is big. This is big. This is feats of monster slaying. If they oh my god, perfect.
Doran, though, he's got backup. Owner on the way in, locked once again in the ultimate of Doran. But perfect living for an extra second. The Q2 coming through just in time.
Eat him!
KT wants to punish, but they're a little bit too late.
Again, the Yorick is just food for T1. Guma's got to get out of there, though. He has his strut, even though he doesn't have his
Dude, where's Sam, by the way? Where's Sam as Doran's about to carry T1 in Game 5? Where's Sam?
Even with towers there,
where's Revan? Doran's #1 hater worldwide.
The consolation prize will be the Rift Herald, though.
No one can really catch this wave, though. They don't want to use the Zigzag.
This is actually bad. Wait, why did they not immediately get Rift Herald? Wait, this is really fucking bad. Wait, does Faker just get the wave down and does he get the turret? I can't. No, he doesn't. What are they doing?
With the power of the extra 2 voids.
Why are they giving away feats?
A little bit of extra damage, a few more minions.
The saving grace.
Well, they have feats of warfare.
Is that they have
feats of warfare.
That is often.
In theory, if they get the Drake, they also get feats, but like
hitting the 225 which,
with Ziggs plus Herald, I mean, it's very easy.
22
well, I don't like this, by the way. Carrier's recalling in front of a flower. I think that's like really egregious. You're giving away free adaptive and fucking globally like I think that's just really egregious. Especially because the enemy team has the worst KDA, so they actually benefit more from the flower. That just doesn't make any sense. It takes him 1 second or like 1.5 seconds to just get that flower, and he doesn't.
Doran's initial engage, survive Owner's initial engage, not get caught in those big taunts or wombo combos from Guma.
Yeah, the dream for this KT squad is to be able to poke
get to the first turret. That activates feats for the fight too. Extra magic pen, extra durability.
It is hard engaged.
Is Owner caught?
Aegis Assault still there. Flash back into the blast cone, going to keep Owner standing, but likely means KT will be able to secure the second objective here. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, push in favor
helping
of
shove in the mid wave.
Ziggs destroying towers, but
dude, he melts this turret, by the way. He melts this turret.
KT splitting their focus. Is it going to cost
There's also no answer to the Camille. Okay, so it's a Cloud Drake that's going to get picked up. I don't think that
T1 a little bit late here.
Wait,
Cos desperately needs to smite. Doesn't quite connect. Crucially, Dr. able to get out for a brief moment. BDD now trying to turn
oh my god.
Back, but Faker is on the way.
Wait, Faker is late.
Going in. Doran is down. BDD still standing. The exhaust.
Oh my god. Wait.
Lower, but Gumayusi sits
what are they doing? Oh my god. Wait. No, they're fucking up mechanically. Oh, okay. They killed Duck Dom, but like still. What? This is so ugly. This is so ugly. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. Oh, that was so ugly. I don't. What just happened?
That's 2 shutdowns for BDD.
That's 2 shutdowns for Smolder, man. What?
This Dragon could get huge. The Rift Herald goes down mid immediately. That was just after a 2-for-2 trade. And the Dragon already went to KT.
1.5K individual lead. KT do not want to stick around any longer.
He's going rapid fire second, which means that his third item is going to be a little bit stunted, but okay. This was really strange. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. They don't need to do this. It's already over. Also, yeah, I mean, Faker's just not there. If Faker's there, they can't CC stun Doran this much. They don't need to do this. It just wasn't necessary. And then also Faker misses the taunt onto Galio. Dude, look at the AoE that KT are getting. I think this is a pretty unnatural fight. It's a pretty unnatural fight, but still, it's like, it's very scary.
Also dropped over the wall, I believe, just to give a safe exit if needed. KT, again, the gold lead was starting to feel insurmountable, but they brought it closer. PDD, unfortunately for him, the reality after that fight is as well as he played, there is now a target on his head.
But yeah, I mean, fortunately for him, now he's also going to be way
rapid
richer.
fire.
So
Zanya's second item for Ziggs. Zanya's second item.
But you are rich.
Peter has the redemption. That is, you know, I mean, that is there. Nice Faker.
Breakpoint here.
Not freezing. Interesting.
KT, they actually hit
I guess he is
fairly
actually.
early.
Maybe?
Being able to poke now with rapid fire, with the Ziggs, it puts even more pressure on T1 to engage. Normally, the counter to poke damage is hard engage.
Oh my god.
But you can't mess it up.
What? Wait, why doesn't he walk forward? What is he afraid of?
As disengage goes, really, or even able
I don't know what he's afraid of.
Try to go for. You can interrupt the Pantheon like mid-jump, right? If you get the timing
Okay,
right.
Smolder won't have
no offensive satchels. I do hope from Docdom because both him and BDD are going to be prime targets. Perfect.
Okay, Adacon in 20.
To try his best.
I mean, Ravenous Hydra is there. Camille really needs to get her second boots. Just so, like, she's missing so much value because she also has feats.
You want to hold on to the bot lane turret.
Okay, Cuz loses passive. That's okay.
BDD and Docdom, they should be good to go.
Galio's roaming. Be careful. This is two
Galio is
Camille,
moving. Perfect has teleport,
Doran.
though. Perfect has Cull, who's about to finish. So that's actually a very big spike.
Tension builds on
They're
both
sharing a
sides.
lot of
The
EXP on this
crucial
wave.
objective.
BDD is not
T1
actually
under
sharing it, so
2.5,
that's actually a very
gold
big
lead,
win
and
to him.
Surely would push it over the top. TP into bottom lane from Docdom. Has access to the
Okay,
ultimate.
teleport now for Docdom. He picks up an Oblivion Orb because that's so weird, actually. Wait, that's 400 gold? Wait, he actually had Seekers. What? Oh, no, he didn't have Seekers, I guess. He needs 800. I guess he's picking up the most power he can get for this fight. That's what he's doing.
Look like they want to take the gamble.
Perfect, also about to be taunted up. Has to be careful.
Perfect.
They have so much
Oh,
damage
what?
here. Doran
What just happened?
Reset the tower aggro, but he is locked down for a damn long time. Doran, untouchable for a brief moment, but they managed to kill him. T1 fumble the play in the mid lane, and Perfect redemption as he survives the dive. Mom called, but she will not connect.
The dark procession from Perfect, it got them so much, and now they're opening to get the tower, the extra gold as well. KT, they're striking back.
And it keeps the gold lead within touching distance. It further accelerates BDD. And this game 5 just keeps on delivering.
Carrier finds Cuz. Carrier might just fuck with Cuz and they get Adacon. Yeah, because MF has BT. She doesn't take damage to Adacon. I think she's starting it. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Carrier's going to fuck with Cuz. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Taking matters into his own hands.
Docdom, no ulti available, decent poke.
Yep, and now Cuz, he's going to try to... Yeah, okay, this is Adacon. This is Adacon. This is Adacon for T1.
KT caught reeling, too far behind on tempo. Doran might have fallen in the previous play, but he is still damn powerful.
Doran's not hitting it, but Cuz is just not there. I mean, this is huge. Adacon is so big. Aдаcon's so big, but... Okay, we got Adacon.
But Owner manages to get the
Carrier,
objective, the fight coming
Owner
out.
uses the E. Oh my god, Peter! Yes! Peter, yes!
Peter! That's the ulti.
Peter!
Time. He needs a little bit more space.
Yes!
The front line has fallen.
Yes! Peter! BDD, die! Die! Yes!
T1!
Oh my god!
An ace! KT!
Oh my god!
Cuz Lightyear!
Do it!
Cuz Lightyear!
And that could very well be the nail in the coffin for the roller coaster. As Otacon goes the way of T1. KT overplay their hand. And the dragon is going to follow suit.
Ultimately, you look back at this, an excellent window of opportunity recognized by T1, a team notorious
Cuz
for
Lightyear! Yes, dude!
And it all
and then the
falls
Adacon, the
apart for
effect,
KT, the backline lives for
the
far
slow
longer than
pedals and the oh my...
But T1 is just more powerful.
They kite back so effectively and then call for the re-engage after they already have the advantage. Owner ulting behind to make sure there's no escape for Docdom.
And there, it's the call from KT is to try their best and force a fight because the resistances for T1 are shredded. But Peter just overextends, right? Just walks to his death. Then Cuz tries to hard force. And that desperation now feels apt. Because for KT, this is a almost 6K goal deficit, and you can hit the 225 on BDD, but that alone is not going to be enough anymore.
And good stuff from Guma, it has to be said. The Unara game was not good, but the bounce back here in this game 5, the bounce back in the Callista game to really take over. This man, again, unfazed by the pressure placed upon him. 3,000 individual gold lead. He conceded his pick early. He was willing to see the Ziggs on the other side, and now the MF that he picked so late in the draft is doing so much work.
There's a bottom side play at the moment. Cuz was kind of pinging and looking for a possible play onto Faker, but Faker backs off. He has the sense. He's not going to become a liability. And it's T1 who start up the Otacon and try and draw KT into that fight. They kite back through the tri-brush very nicely. It's in these moments, these big moments, Game 5, all the pressure on, the entire world watching. And T1 claim a huge advantage in the game, but it's not over yet.
Nice.
No, it's
Blue
certainly
buff.
not. No flash on
Blue buff stolen. Very good. It is not over yet. Smolder is... Smolder's obnoxious. What is Duckdown building? Why are you building Shadow Flame?
Behind schedule now from the tournament.
There are
Most impressive
3 champions building HP, which makes it harder to activate Shadow Flame, and then also you have a champion that executes already inside of your comp, but then also Misfortune has Bloodthirster, which makes it harder to get the passive. Duckdom, you are such a hero! Oh, you're such a fucking hero! What an excellent person. Guardian Angel almost there for Owner as well.
Because if they lose, this one's
What
over.
a fucking hero. Cuz Lightyear.
That Baron is to draw KT out in the open, so they can actually find the engage onto BDD. The hope there, he has no flash on Smolder. He may be the one with a gold lead. He may be the one with 3 items on KT, but T1 have so many weapons looking to kill that Smolder.
Feels so difficult now for KT. Feels like they're forced on the back foot. The T1 don't overplay their hand. KT always forced to respond for T1 in touching distance. Once again, 2015, 2016, 2017, they were denying the three-peat from Faker. But now this lineup, with Doran subbing in this year, on the cusp of making history.
And
it's Doran again.
They have level leads everywhere. Ooh, they use Redemption to scout. Ooh, they don't have Redemption. 90 seconds. 90 seconds, they don't have Redemption. Baron has been started. Okay, Faker, the Guardian of the Baron pit. Ooh, misses the... Let's not talk about it. Hold on.
Wants to turn with the taunt.
Okay, well, the arm missed too. Okay, well, I guess we're just...
Oh,
my God! Yes! 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 Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Yes!
On the top side of the fight, they've isolated.
Yes! Eat him! Oh, shit.
He gets the kill. Doran, crucially,
No,
Faker falls.
no, BDD didn't die because of Mountain Drake. Fuck Mountain Drake. That's actually really bad, by the way. They just used a lot of summoners, and they didn't even get summoners, by the way. No one on KT used summoners. They actually just missed so many key things. They had double smite, and they just missed so many key things. That was really sad. They used so much. Doran went for BDD when realistically you can kill Duckdom and get Baron for free. So one might even actually say that Doran just kind of hinted. But also BDD dies if they didn't get that one Mountain Drake.
KT needed a miracle. T1 split their focus, split their attention, and it cost them dearly. It is again all
Last Whisper is picked up. There's GA now. There is GA now. Doran's almost up.
3,000 individual gold lead has crossed the stack threshold. He is the threat that T1 must reckon with in the fights to come, even with the massive lead they still hold.
And now he has Flash to play with, the ability to outplay. See if he can do it.
I don't want to be disingenuous. It has not been the story of this Worlds, but it has been the story of this year for KT. This gold graph right here is something that any KT fan has watched throughout, and when all is on the line, it might have to be BDD that carries them over again. I'm looking at Doran, he doesn't have Flash, but if he can get a node onto BDD, that could be enough to win the game. KT could choose not to fight here, but it looks like they're going to do so anyway.
Doran doesn't get 16, which actually kind of sucks. Can he leech EXP from bottom to get 16?
At once, and they paid the price.
He gets a lot of he gets a lot of damage from hitting 16.
Flash, that crucial
Oh
cooldown, but
man,
their
alright, they're
ultis will
about
be
to
there.
spot it. Oh, they
3
don't see
seconds on
Doran yet. They don't see Doran yet.
The other player to
Oh,
keep
Doran
your eye
goes
on
into the
as well.
pit.
The ulti can do a lot of work.
What?
Doran going in, doesn't
Doran,
connect
what?
wall dive, immediately CC'd. Exhaust coming in as well. Come over the
Yes!
finds two.
Murder him!
Moves his way to the back line. Faker
Take him out! Yes! Yes!
The hope for KT roster.
Yes!
The bullet time will end the time of KT here at Worlds as T1 will chase down Cuz and look for the Baron.
And BDD, oh, on his shoulders, and that is too much weight for one man to bear. They find him with the engage. They take out the only important member on KT.
That's so crazy, by the way. That they can get that on Doran for free. Guma is fucking MVP in so many cases, by the way. With so many angles he's finding.
Locks him down.
That's Baron, right? Yep, Baron. Nice. How are they allocating the
ran
EXP?
Straight to Baron. I'm sure they got Dragon.
Nice.
With
Nice.
that. They're not wasting any
Come on.
time here.
The three-peat.
9,000 gold.
Cloud Drake's still up. They need to get it. They need to get it. Get onto that soul point. Get onto soul point. Smolder's still a cuck, guys. Smolder is still a cuck. Let's be real transparent about this.
For splitting their focus, but in that last fight, you can see that even if the top side fumbles for a moment, Guma still demands that respect.
Guma Yushi. What a
You missed the queue. It's fine.
game. What a series it has been. And
Has
T1 will
LDR.
clean up
He
Red
needs to
Dragon
get
as
boots,
well.
by the way.
No
This is
leftovers.
egregious that he doesn't have boots.
Tasty snack for T1.
Nice.
For
Owner.
KT,
Okay.
the item finishes.
I don't like the fact that
Few and
Owner
far
doesn't
between
upgrade
a
his
couple of
boots
components for Dom.
because it gives him more HP than the
We're getting
upgrade
to
to
the point
Tunneler.
where I don't even know if they
But
have the
I guess he doesn't have
damage, even
inventory
if they're
space.
able to absorb that initial engage. I think BDD
Okay.
might be
Guma
able
down
to
and
get his
bottom.
IE.
Smolder recalling.
T1
Okay, here comes the
though, they're
teleport.
looking
In from
to
Carrier. Yep,
secure
they're gonna pop open
their
one of the
third
bases.
World
Okay.
Finals win in
Or
a
one of
row.
the one of the
They don't wanna
yeah.
give
All right.
BDD
They've
the
opened
time
up
to get that
one of the
infinity
inhibitors.
edge.
They've broken into the
KT don't have
base.
the luxury of
Faker is in mid. He's
defensive
escorting the wave.
items
Just take it slow. Just take it slow. You
Their
can't
key
lose.
carries,
You can't. Come on,
redemption,
guys.
really
You can't
all they
lose
have
this.
to protect Dom and BDD.
Can't
Faker
fucking lose
solo
this.
pushing in the mid lane. The tier 2 will fall. Bot lane inhibitor likely next. This Doran really cannot be contested by anything more than the entire force of KT.
Come on.
And T1 just have so many forms of
Doran
engage.
just needs to
Even
not
with
get picked.
Doran getting stuffed in the last one.
He has Death
Carrier
Stance too. It's so
finding
hard.
those
It's so hard to bring
KT
Doran down now. He has
and
Death Stance.
allowing
Guardian Angels up. T1 have
take
all
them
their
down.
summoners except on
There's too
Guma.
many weapons and the map is too
But
open now. KT
Smolder
are
and
boxed
Ziggs, I
into
mean, they're
their
really
own
good. They're
territory.
really good at stalling, right? So this Baron plays probably not going to do much more. They might get the top tier 2. I would be very surprised if they perforate the base in top.
The history of the sport. 10,000 gold advantage for T1. They are on soul point. They are so far ahead in every measurable metric. But the execution from KT, the potential, the tiniest glimmer of hope still lives on as long as their Nexus stands.
And all's on the line. T1.
I'm actually
smell
sweating.
the weakness.
Holy shit, I'm sweating.
11k gold now. The Baron siege continues. And they will not be denied unless KT pull out an absolute miracle. I
Peter
think we're
looking
seeing
for
Owner
something.
looking
Faker,
for
really
an
good
ult
spacing.
angle, sitting in that jungle, but
Not able to
even
get
with
picked.
the wave clear
Okay, they're
of Ziggs
escorting. They
and
have
Smolder,
one more. They have one.
it's
No.
tough to hold on.
Wait, what?
Doran looking to
Oh
get
no,
things
Doran,
kicked
what are you
off.
doing,
Watch out,
buddy?
wall dive
Doran, what are you
Rover's taking
doing?
the tower already.
Doran?
Flash back to get away from Cuz
Hello?
And the ulti manages to connect from Dom. A big fumble. Not enough to get T1 back into full control of the game because there are no objectives on the map, but it will slow down the onslaught of T1. It will give KT a bigger glimmer of hope.
There is a light at the end of the tunnel. KT, they buy some more time.
Fuck, eye edge now
Will
on
be
BDD. 75% crit eye edge.
For
Holy
now
shit.
of the push, but it doesn't make a dent. If they can get a team fight off that,
Okay.
bag themselves a bunch of shutdowns.
Level 17.
It could have been
Levels
something.
are
At least they
definitely
only lost
stacking
a
up. The
single inhib.
problem with Doran
That's
dying as well
something.
is he's not getting gold right now.
And
He wants to get that Guardian
Cloud
Angel so he
Soul
can just completely go in.
going over
Swiftness boost
makes the
picked up for
game
MF. She wants to be able to
very hard
upgrade
to
that.
play
500
out.
gold in
There
order to
could
get a
have
free
been-
pickaxe
could've been
is really
worse.
big.
No,
500 gold for a
I'm
free
really
pickaxe is
stretching it here,
massive.
guys. I'm normally great at finding
And then
angles.
also when she presses R,
Doran's going
right?
on some fun
If she has Cloud Soul, like that, actually it's
Yeah,
probably
you
going to
know,
give
normally
a
we
BF
talk
sword,
about
right?
not
When
getting
Cloud
excited
Soul is
for KT. We're
active,
way
it's probably
past
going to
the
give a
third
BF.
finals. But Doran might have to chill a little bit.
He's a
Void
player,
Staff.
though, that you
Ziggs
have
going
to
for the true
love
damage
in
build.
these moments.
You do.
The
Okay.
Krug Lord. You have to embrace it. You have
The
to
Bramble
laugh
Vest feels really
with
bad,
him.
by the way, out of Carrier. I
very
mean,
true.
that's horrible
And
itemization. If he
and
didn't have the
despite
Bramble Vest, he could actually
all of the
basically
fights
have
gone
Solari.
well from the
And that
side
would be
of
super
T1.
crazy.
Have involved
Or
Doran
even
some way
Knight's
or
Vow,
another.
right?
Guma also the backup point.
All right,
And
yeah,
MF
you can
ult,
see Doran,
4.5
he's trying to farm
items for
everything that he
Guma means
possibly
still a
can.
terrifying threat.
Just trying to get that gold.
KT
Minute and 30 seconds.
will need to make a stand.
It's so hard, though, because like, who do you
God.
actually focus? There's Faker,
Oh, man.
who has stopwatch. Galio is just naturally tanky, level 18 as well. It is just Guma,
right? Like, that's the only one, but he has not been in a position for you to engage on.
You could engage on Doran, maybe.
Well, okay, in a scenario where Doran is with the rest of the team, I feel like you should be able to come in with hook
Peter
shot.
actually has higher level than
what we've
Carrier.
been witnessing.
100%
Okay, but I mean,
The other thing is, in theory, Doran can just split,
happen.
right? Oh, they don't know about that ward.
Push mid lane, well highlighted by our observers. Potential for a flank, perfect in
Or
BDD
do they?
as
No,
well as
yeah, they
Doc
don't.
Do have access to that TP, although I imagine only perfect will be looking to make the flank.
And I do seem to recall, I was in I cast a Zix game, I think this was Hanwha, and that one did go to 60 minutes. I'm just saying, we might only be halfway there. You know,
Smolder
we
has,
don't know.
he's going
is it likely?
Seekers.
No.
Even though Smolder doesn't
But
have
it
AP
could happen
anymore,
again.
right? Smolder, I don't
But
think.
no,
does
2
Smolder
times
still
in a
have AP?
row.
Let's start the countdown now, shall we?
Yeah.
All right, 25 minutes away, 26 minutes away.
Does he still
for
have
the
AP? I don't
60-minute
think
game.
he
All
does,
they
right?
need is to get a, actually see the lines.
Oh, he does.
So you
He has it on a
steal with
chew.
Doc Dom's
Oh, he has it on
Baron.
R too. He has 100%.
That gives you the stall.
Interesting.
And then you
Okay.
flip Elder and you win.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, the good news for KT is, aside from that, pipe.
I don't like the
they do
fact
have
that they're
Seekers on
opting
just
into a fight when they can have
Aside from
Camille
that,
in top threatening to just
blinding
eat the
optimism.
fucking turret.
But now they have to face check into the darkness. They see Dorn in the mid lane at the very least. They see Faker. But again, if they overcommit to this play, double TPs are there. Owner semi-global is there. They could just look to end. So perfect has been called back as T1 looks set to get the soul.
And T1 also have the luxury. They could just look for the fight if they wanted to.
Owner takes the soul. Cuz stuck around a little bit too long, and now T1 empowered.
Okay.
Going to be that much faster.
Forever
have that much more
forward or
access
march
to their
forward
ultimates.
or whatever
And
is
I don't
there.
think there's any getting away
Okay.
from Faker, Dorn,
Blue
or
buff
Owner.
is also
now that
up.
they have a
Blue
Cloud
buff's
Soul
up.
empowering
That's a lot of free ability haste.
We're about
Get it?
to know
Yep.
whether the series will continue, whether the 60-minute dream stays alive.
Top wave is there,
because
Faker. Okay.
GA's there for Owner. Guma is the
Yep.
sums available. We're gonna need to
BDD
see a
has
beautiful
so
engage.
BDD
as
has
Doc Dom
stunted his
just
build.
now
It's
hit
all
us for a
coming
dive
down
with
to
BDD
this,
with a
right?
stopwatch and a
He's gonna get
dream.
one
Wanting
activation. Oh, they can't make use of the top
that
wave.
goal
A
of
little bit
making the
unfortunate.
World's Finals win
We have a reset
reality,
coming
but
in. I don't know for what. Okay.
I think you guys are
I really don't
justifiably
like
calling
that
me
Owner
out.
doesn't
It
upgrade the
doesn't-
boots.
It still
I
doesn't
think
really
boots
feel
plus
that
having an
likely.
elixir is way more valuable.
Yeah, we
but
did-
you know what
it
they
didn't
might be
feel
waiting
like
on?
it
I think they're
before
waiting
when
on
T1 split
Doran
their
to have GA.
attention.
He has it right now. He's
True.
recalling.
He was able to find the kill. So
He
it's
has
not
it.
over
Also, they're
until
going to have
it's
red
over.
buff. Okay.
But now with
So they're going to have red
Baron
buff
relatively even setup, but again, it's
and
the
blue
waves
buff
in favor
potentially.
of T1 to
Ooh.
make this so hard is immediately
Wait,
they're going to kick
Cuz
things off by
taking
going
a lot
in
of
on
damage
Cuz.
there.
Taking away the Frost Armor passive. Lockdown from Carry is
Cuz?
there. TP
Yeah.
from
Ah!
Doran as well.
Fuck, it was
Ulti's
too
going
slow.
across the board. BDD caught off the side. A good flash to take him out, and Guma has to be careful, but he's so
Guma.
damn.
Yes! Yes!
BDD, he goes golden in
Yes!
2.5 seconds to consider what went wrong as T1 looks set to end it all.
Yes!
To finish the job, it is Doran.
Cuz Lightyear, yes!
Down in the mid lane.
My fucking
T1
god, brother Cuz!
T1
Brother Cuz!
earning their legacy.
Oh my god, dude, I have fucking goosebumps right now. You guys can't see it. Fuck on cam. Oh my fucking god.
There can be
Let me message show. Let me
no
message
doubting
show.
it. 4 players on the Rift today, making the impossible possible. Owner, Faker, Gumayushi, Carrier, and now Doran as well are world champions.
And the disbelief on his face. A teammate that so many have praised over the long years. Domestically, he's always been able to show it. As T1 find the free-peat.
An unrivaled dynasty here has just been made. The three-peat is real.
A team that when they found despair in 2022 against DRX, took it to heart and have come every single world back to the finals, back to this trophy. KT had an incredible run, but against T1,
Oh my god.
it just feels impossible. A team that even in the face of bad games, even in the face of match point after game 3, did not falter for even a moment. It's KT's run, it has to be respected. Hearts out now to the players on stage.
1 second, guys. 1
Huge
second.
respect.
Oh my god.
What a run this roster has had.
And here now we check out the trophy ceremony presented by Mercedes-Benz. For these players in front of this, and again, this is T1 to its core, right? There is no arena, there is no stadium where they do not feel at home.
Doran, you can see.
Again, this is
I want to get
its core, right? There is no arena, there is no stadium.
Dude. Oh, right in the fucking feels, man. Right in the feels.
Where they do not feel at home. There is no
Dude,
arena, there is
right
no
in the
stadium
fucking feels.
where they do not feel at home.
Right in the feels. Oh my god.
T1 world champions once again.
And they did it as the 4th seed again. They had to play in the play-ins, the newly created play-ins. Elimination right at the beginning of the tournament was faced.
Oh man, Doran lifting that trophy after all is said and done.
As Doran is is flexing.
Baker's 6th
One-handed
title.
lift as the GOAT.
We're witnessing like
prime
such ridiculous
of his
history,
career.
you know? Like,
Does it
we're,
again.
dude, everyone alive today is getting to witness so many fucking amazing things. Like in terms of esports, anyway, right? Like,
seemingly making a
you get to have Faker, Magnus Carlsen,
it matters most.
like
Regardless of the story of the LCK,
Cyril, like, dude, just
regular
such
seasons or playoffs,
generational, like,
Worlds T1 always find their peak, always find
so
their
crazy.
form,
I don't know.
and now
Getting to
are
witness so many
embraced
fucking
by
cool
the
things.
staff that has supported them for the entire year.
Koma, Tom, Mada, all coming in, hugging their players. And Koma, he's been there for so many, but you can see they still hit real good as he runs up to his team.
Wow, how long will this version last? How far can this core of players go?
And I mean, again, the series, the context of being at match point of one of the most dominant game fours we've seen into the game 5, where even when there were small fumbles, they got right back on course. T1 indomitable. And a reminder that this was the year where people started to doubt a little. 2 losses, a close best of 5 against AL. T1 always
man.
find a way.
Totally okay to cry, guys. Totally okay. Totally okay.
Let's send it down to the stage for an interview.
Oh, man.
今年我们共同见证2025全球总决赛冠军 T1。首先，我们请到的是教练高马来到我的身边。在今天 ，T1 完成了英雄联盟历史上可以说是空前的壮举，也就是全球总决赛3连冠。他们时隔8年，谢谢所有的召唤师。 时隔8年之后 ，T1 再度挑战成功。作为带领队伍一路走到这里的人，他现在的心情应该也是感慨万千的。我们来问一下，此时此刻感受又是如何的呢？对，먼저 고마 감독님 우승 축하드립니다。
네, 감사합니다.
Congratulations。感谢各位。那我们来问一下他这个问题。 오늘을 통해서 T1이 거의 전무후무한 성취를 달성하셨죠. 바로 롤드컵 우승.
With this victory,
다시 한번
has
축하드립니다.
achieved the world's three-peat. Congratulations one more time.
T1과 같이 뛰면서 여기까지 올라왔는데요. 기분이 어떻게 되실지
How are you feeling right now?
일단 여기까지 오게 된 건 너무나 좋은 선수들과 스태프들 때문에 여기까지 왔다고 생각하고 있고요. 또 이런 인터뷰 자리까지 또 선수들과 코칭 스태프들이 만들어줘서 일단 선수들과 스태프들에게 너무 감사하고 고맙다는 마음이 가장 큰 것 같습니다. 그리고 정말 힘든 순간도 많았는데 마지막까지 선수들과 스태프들이 포기하지 않고 이렇게 최선을 다해줘서 너무 고맙습니다. 그리고 또 그렇게 될 수 있던 계기는 팬분들이 마지막까지 끝까지 저희 T1을 믿고 응원해 주셔서 이런 결과가 나왔다고 생각합니다. 다시 한번 저희 선수들, 스태프들, 팬분들에게 진심으로 감사드립니다.
好，首先是
I
他
am
觉得
very,
说
very
我们能够
grateful
走到
right
这里，
now.
站到这一方舞台，
It's
完完
all
全全是我
thanks
们有个最
to
棒的
our
选手、最棒的
excellent
教练团队、
players,
最好的
our
工作
coaching
人员。
staff,
所以
the
在这里
staff
非常
member
的
that
感
works
谢他
for
们
the
能够
team.
让我站在这里，
I'm
作为
able
其
to
中
do
一
this
员
interview
来
with
接受
them
采访。
because of their
其次
hard
也
work.
非
There
常
were a lot
感
of
谢
hard
在
moments
这一
throughout
路
the
并
year, but
不
we have
容
never
易
given up
顺
a
利的比
single
赛当中，
moment
一直都不
because
可
we
不放
all
弃的所有的选
tried
手
our
们，
best
他
until
们
the
是
very
能够
end.
我
We
们
were
走到
able
今
to
天
make it
最重要的
happen.
原
Thank you
因，
so much
以
for
及
working so hard
还
for
有
this
最重要
moment,
的
and I want to add that it was possible because our
一
fans
定是一
believed
直
in
以
us
来
until
都
the
相
very
信我
last
们、支
moment.
持我
So
们的粉丝
for
们。
one more
你们
time,
的支
I
持
would
给
like
了
to
我
send
们
my
莫大的
gratitude
动力
over
与
to the
鼓励。
players,
所
the
以
staff
在这
members,
里
and to the
给我们
fans.
的选
Thank
手，
you
给我们
very
的教练
much.
组以及所有的 T1 的粉丝们，再次表达衷心的谢意，谢谢。当然，每年其实到了世界赛，好像大家都会开始讨论一个问题：为什么世界赛的 T1 就是这么不一样？那在教练的眼中，是否真的存在这样的一个小小契机，让每年 T1 的世界赛就是这么的强势呢？ 저희가 항상 이런 토론을 듣는 것 같습니다.
We have this debate
롤드컵이
every
오면
year.
T1이 완전히
World's
달라진다.
T1 is a
혹시
complete different
감독님의
team.
눈에서는 이런
In your
계기나
perspective
이런 거
as a
경험이
head
실제로
coach,
있으신지
do you
들어보고
also
싶네요.
believe that T1 tends to change
확실히
when
좀더
they're at
롤드컵
Worlds?
보면은 선수단 전체가 조금 더 집중력이 더 올라간다는 거를 좀 저도 느끼는 것 같긴 해요.
确实啊，确有
So
其事，
when
感觉好像
we're
到了
at
世界赛
Worlds,
的
I
时
can
候，
feel and
大
tell
家的一个
that
集中
every
力
player,
更加提
their
高了。这
focus
一点好像是
level
我每次到
goes even
世界赛的时
higher
候
and
明
up
显能够感觉
at
到的一
Worlds.
点。那
The
现在马
concentration
上我们
is
在
even
舞台的
stronger.
另一侧也有夏安跟选手们站在了一起，来看看他有什么样的问题想跟大家一起来分享。好的，感谢熙然，全场让我们再次的呼喊 T1。
所有的人都在高声呼喊着你们的名字，而在我们场馆所有的星光当中，我们的多兰选手也终于摘得了那一颗属于自己的星星。其实我觉得你们一路走来，真的是一步一步在书写着属于自己的故事，属于自己的传奇。我相信此刻的你应该是思绪万千。想问一下，这一次的全球总决赛胜利对你来讲意味着什么？而在此刻，又有哪些思绪想和所有的朋友们分享呢？ 도란 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations, Doran.
사실 진짜 한 걸음 한 걸음 자기만의 이야기를
Step
쓰고
by
계시네요.
step, you have
사실
been
도란
writing
선수도
your own
유니폼에서
story.
자기의 소중한 별을
And
따오고
now
이렇게
you have added
승리를
a precious
가져오셨습니다.
star
소감이
to the
남다를 것
T1 jersey, to the
같은데
T1
지금
logo.
하고 싶은 말씀이 있으신지 또
What
이
does this
승리를
victory
도란
mean to
선수에게
you?
어떤
And
의미를
how are you
가지고
feeling
있으신지
right now?
듣겠습니다.
네, 일단 네, 데뷔 6년 만에 이렇게 꿈을 이루게 돼서 너무 행복하고 되게 좋은 기회 잘 잡은 것 같아서 너무 행복하고요.
让我们再给他一点掌声，好不好？ 네, 괜찮아요. 천천히, 천천히.
이번 우승이 끝이 아닌 제 도란이란 드라마의 시작점이 되길 원하면서 승리를 만끽하겠습니다.
其实，作为职业选手的我，
After
在
since my
6年
debut,
所
I
有的
have
职业生
finally
涯当中，
made my
对于
dream
我来
come
说，我
true.
觉得真的太幸
I
福
am
了。
very
在我看
happy
来，
that I
这是我的
managed
梦
to
想
grab
所
the
实现的瞬间。
opportunity
我
that
们能
was
够抓住
given
这
to
个机
me.
会，获得胜利，真的太开
But I
心，
want to
太开
say,
心了。
I
与此
hope
同
this
时，我
is
想说，
this
我相信
championship,
这
this
是属于我
title
故事的序
is not
章
the
而已。
end of
在
my
未来，我们
story.
会共同努力，
With
我
this
也会拿下
championship,
更
I
多更
hope
多
the
的胜
story
利。
of
我
Doran,
也
the
相
Doran's
信
own
我会
drama
持续向
starts
这个目标
now.
不断地进发，
And
我们
with
也会
that
在
thing
未
in
来
mind,
越
I
来
hope
越好。
I can
好的，
enjoy
再次
every
的恭
moment
喜
of
多
this
兰选手
victory.
和队友们一起，你们创造着属于自己的奇迹。那么与此同时，当然了，对于 T1 的队员们，他们一定有更多的话想和大家分享。接下来把时间交还给熙然。
Man.
谢谢山。那现在来到我身边的是 T1
Guys,
的
I am
中单选
gonna
手 Faker。
I'm gonna call it here. Do not forget that. Well, I'm gonna because I gotta go record like a bunch of stuff.
Congratulations on the win. How do you feel? Would you like to say hi to the
So
fans?
I gotta go record a bunch of like TikToks and like shorts and other stuff. Don't forget also that Full VOD is obviously on Patreon, and also you can ask questions on Patreon that get used for shorts like TikTok and YouTube and stuff. So you can actually have your question get answered in there, which some of the most recent shorts actually are from. So I'm gonna go film some stuff. I got a Cal message. I gotta take a call. It was an absolutely amazing stream. We got to witness history again, and yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do this off season. I'm going to be traveling as well for Riftbound, and I have a lot of stuff to film because we're going to backload a lot of videos for off season, and there's also other like exciting stuff. I think there's going to be a report maybe that comes out.
This is only based on our perspective. What was
or like
on the line
yeah,
for
like a
you?
news report thing that maybe involves me. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna go record stuff now. And hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thanks everyone that obviously watched and followed for Worlds. I know that this was my least active year, mostly because I got really fucking sick for a couple of months. So. You know, next year we'll see. Next year maybe there's more stuff on the horizon as did not end up taking.
I am very happy and
but
satisfied with the fact that I was able to have a
lot more co-streaming and other stuff, and then maybe even Europe next year.
Was able to
that'll be good.
Put up a great
and then,
performance,
yeah,
and
I'll see you guys all
we
soon.
were able to make such
I don't
a
know
great
if there's
game,
going to be any
and
more
that's what matters
streams.
to me.
There will be.
We did.
I will say this: there will be the reading the LOL wiki stream, which I will do. Probably when patch 23 drops, because I realize that a lot is maybe changing in patch 23, so I'm gonna do it in patch 23, the reading the LOL wiki, and then we'll upload that and everything. It's so fucking amazing that dude, it's just absolutely crazy. Yeah. So see you guys all then, and then you know, if you play Riftbound, you're in the States or something like that, you're in the New England area, maybe we'll encounter each other or something. And yeah, see you guys. Thanks so much.